Hey again, tankers, I'm Captain Taito, and I'm back to give you the lowdown on what's coming this month. Last Stand returns, we have some international celebrations on the horizon, and there are some major Onslaught competitions to keep an eye on too. Update 2.3.1 arrives in mid-July. We'll have more details and exact release dates closer to launch, so keep an eye on the portal as we get nearer to release. If you're planning on tuning in to World of Tanks streams around the launch, there will also be Twitch drops available. But there's already plenty happening across the battlefield in the meantime. This time the action moves to Nordscar, making its debut as a Last Stand battlefield. You'll also encounter new enemy types, and several gameplay improvements, while the core experience remains unchanged. Strong teamwork and smart decision-making will go a long way.
Thanks, bro.
Last Stand returns later in the month. If you've played the mode before, you will know the drill. Team up with other players, hold back wave after wave of enemies, destroy obelisks, and try to survive against increasingly overwhelming odds. Think you have what it takes to survive? I've seen some of you tackling brutal difficulty in the past. Maybe I'll join you. July also brings celebrations between the 3rd and 15th, inspired by both US Independence Day and Bastille Day. Throughout the event, you'll see themed missions, Twitch drops, discounts, and special offers inspired by both nations. Whether you're flying the Stars and Stripes or the Tricolour, there'll be plenty of opportunities to join the celebrations and earn some rewards along the way. As a Brit, I feel contractually obliged to remain neutral on at least one of those celebrations. Speaking of celebrations, a quick reminder that the football-themed web event, Road to Glory, is still ongoing. As the tournament reaches its final stages, this is your chance to back your favourite, make your prediction, and earn rewards. Simply head to the World of Tanks portal, join the event, and complete in-game missions to score guaranteed credit rewards and more. There are plenty of themed rewards available, including customizations and a set of unique 3D attachments. I write these scripts ahead of time and can't predict the future, but maybe there's still a chance it's coming home. Me personally, I was just happy to see my home nation in the roster. Either way, now is the time to lock in your prediction. Final rewards, along with winner and consolation bonuses, will remain available until July 22nd, so don't leave it too late. If competitive World of Tanks is more your thing, there are two major events you'll want to keep an eye on this upcoming month. Firstly is the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena, sponsored by AMD and Alienware, bringing together top teams from Europe, the Americas, and China. It's our first real chance this year to see how the regions stack up against one another, with live playoffs taking place on July 11th and 12th, and Twitch drops available for those tuning in. Can Europe defend its reputation? Can an American team rise to the challenge? Or will China set the pace leading into the biggest competition of the year? No matter which region you're supporting, Summer Arena should give us plenty of exciting battles to sink your teeth into. But that's only part of the story. We also have AMD Onslaught Legends Cup number 5. This 7 vs 7 tournament brings together top teams from Europe and North America, with qualification spots for the World of Tanks Championship International in China on the line. And for any aspiring competitors, qualification is still possible. Expect some of the highest level Onslaught gameplay you'll see all year, alongside expert commentary and Twitch drops throughout the broadcasts, with playoffs taking place on August 1st and 2nd. And now, let's talk about the upcoming month's Boosteroid content. If you're making the most of the summer weather or traveling, then it's an ideal way to keep up with World of Tanks. The latest bundle will be inspired by the endurance and determination forged in the heat of desert warfare. Subscribers will receive the unique commander, Len Burrows, complete with enough experience to train one perk, as well as the Astron Rex 105mm. Also included in this month's bundle, 1,000 gold, the Nasher and Jabora Zone decals, experimental equipment, additional experimental equipment components, and a set of battle missions. If you're going to be testing your mettle in Last Stand, then I wish you good luck. Otherwise, have fun following Onslaught and make sure to enjoy if you celebrate US independence or Bastille Day. That will be all from me for this month. Thanks for watching, and I'll be seeing you on the battlefield.
Do you watch World of Tanks streams? Turn your watch time into rewards. These are in-game rewards ranging from missions and personal reserves to 2D and 3D styles, tokens for the token store, and finally, premium vehicles. To do this, simply link your Wargaming and Twitch accounts. Go to your account management page on our portal. On the right, find the Twitch icon and click on it. Log in through the pop-up window and confirm the connection. Done. And if you play through Steam, first link an email address to your account in account management. Now just tune into streams with the Drops tag. Both the official game channels and streamers will work. Just watch the stream to earn progress, but keep the tab active and don't mute the Twitch player itself. Otherwise, your progress may get stuck. Keep in mind, watching multiple channels at once will not speed up your progress. One stream is enough. You can track your progress in your Twitch profile or inventory. Once the bar reaches 100%, click Claim directly in the notification or in your Drops tab. You have 7 days after the Twitch Drops campaign ends to claim them. After that, unclaimed rewards will expire. And if your progress gets stuck, check that your accounts are linked and disable your ad blocker. Rewards are usually credited almost instantly. If you're already in the game, you may need to re-enter the garage for them to appear. Find the detailed guide on the official World of Tanks website. You can find all current rewards and stream schedules on the portal. So grab your drops, support your favorite streamers, and we'll see you in chat.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
Yeah, surprisingly. I mean, JWL was probably the biggest upset of yesterday. We thought we'd probably be going into this maybe with 3 European teams and a Chinese team, but here we are, the full EU showdown, and we've got some good games today. Yeah. everything that you said, I completely and fully agree with. Lots of things going on in the background. So I wasn't fully...
TLDR, hello to the show. Apparently some muting issues. TLDR, hello to the show. EU only affair. JDWDL could have made it, and Cashback had an easier road into today than Sicarios. There's the 10-second rundown.
Yeah, all right,
in case people missed it.
Well, we've got a fantastic game of Sicarios versus Cashback today. They finally made it through, as we saw in yesterday's playday. Cashback made it through quite easily, right? It wasn't too much of a challenge for them. Sicarios, on the other hand, they looked a bit shaky, but they did manage to make it through in the end against JWL. So I think our predictions will be probably heavily Cashback sided, but let's see what Sicarios have got for us.
I mean, Rishak said, trust the process. So let's see if the process actually comes out today as a success. I did not vote. So he said have some faith, and I think I changed my prediction.
I have no faith at all.
I think I changed my prediction when he said that from 6-3 to 6-2.
I have no faith at all.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't show anything yesterday worthy. And Cashback had an extremely good group stage as well. Sicarios got into the group stage, into the playoffs, but with a little bit of luck. So, you know, I don't know. This is the bracket again, though. So we have two bangers. I mean, Mafia and W, that's the harder match there, you would say.
Oh, yeah, definitely the harder match. Like, again, I looked at the predictions. I've said this for the past 2 or less seasons. W are just underestimated at every turn. I think they've won the most OLSs, no? They've won 3 as a team. But yet people still vote for Mafia to beat them, or hit and run to beat them, or Cashback to beat them in the predictions. They've won the most, yet they're never respected. I think I'm the only one who's gone for W to win that match.
It is what it is, though. I mean, Mafia, I think, has the recent results on their side. So we'll take that into consideration as well. Of course, today we got some drops for you prepared as well, with the mystery drop where you could potentially get any of those rewards. Banter is a big Chrysler fan himself, so
love it. Absolutely love it. That is the tank as well that I've definitely heard of and seen before. Love it. Tier 8 is my favorite tier. I am a Hannes and Beer Holland enjoyer.
Of course, the teams are not competing for drops. They're competing for this prize pool where the winner of this match will secure at least 4k euros. That is something that both of these teams would especially like, and also Cashback, you know, since OLS was not a really good performance for them, they would like to start recouping some of those losses, you know?
Yeah, definitely would. I mean, this is no small prize pool, right? I mean, it might not be an OLS season or a WCI, but this is no small amount of money, golden bonds. So, and it's a big prize pool. If you look at the, I like the fact they showed the total prize pool, right? The 740,000 gold, that amount of
you
bonds.
You could use some of that, huh?
Listen, I am poor on my main. You're saying, oh, my second accounts are poor. No, I'm poor on the main account. I don't play tier 8 strongholds. If I could, I'd convert gold to credits.
Like Keyhand.
Yeah, full refugee. Yeah, but Keyhand, you know, he goes into the matrix and puts a 0 on the end of his gold amount. I can't do that.
Well, the Sicarios team is facing off against this Cashback team, and Cashback was rolling yesterday. They played the hardest NA team, you could say, and there was, you know, they lost a round. There was a second round I think they could have lost as well. The second ends, maybe should have lost. But it was still very convincing.
It was on their server, though. You need to bear that in mind. It was on the NA server, so they're going to have the ping disadvantage. And I'm still not sure about Cashback. I mean, I've given them the highest scoreline to win, right? I think you guys all said 6-2. I've said 6-1. So clearly I do have faith in them. But I don't know. That last OLS season, where they performed so poorly, didn't even make it to playoffs, which is, I think, the first time they never made it to playoffs, with or without Barbarian. So, I don't know. They need to come back stronger than they did in the last season.
For sure. And of course, pointing out that this is a best of 11, guys. Which means that we have two bans. Cashback banning Pilsen, Sicarios banning Sand River. And then we have a whole lot of picks after that. Cliff into Westfield, into Tundra, into Himmelsdorf, into Ensk, into Ghost Town Tiebreaker if we get there. So we're going to start it off very fast on Cliff, very fast on Westfield. potentially very fast on Tundra as well. So these first 6 rounds are gonna come at you with lightning speed for both the viewers and the players as well. Because, you know, Cliff, 2-minute battle, another 2-minute battle. Westfield lends itself towards that kind of gameplay as well.
Yeah, Tundra being quite a relatively small map. Himmelsdorf as well. You know, there's no Ghost Town is the tiebreaker, but it's normally, you know, we see a lot of Ghost Town, Pilsen. These are kind of the slower maps where we tend to get very long kind of drawn out games. But these maps, as you mentioned, Cliff is 2 minutes. Westfield, it depends. Tundra is a very close range map. Ensk is also a close range map. So we're probably going to see a lot of very fast games here, like you mentioned. But I like these maps. I think Cliff is my favorite map. I like Westfield and Tundra, the maps that are less commonly played. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, talking about fast and slow maps, Sand River not being played removes a lot of that slower kind of gameplay, because that map is either 1 minute or like 10 basically at this point.
Yeah, in the first game we casted JWL against Sicarios, both those games went the length, right? That was a full 20 minutes.
You know how many cliffs you can play in 20 minutes?
Probably, what, 10? Because it's 2-minute map. Quick maths.
I'm so proud of me. I mean, 2-minute map, but we got to get back, you know. But yeah, basically 10 cliffs.
The 10 restarts.
Exactly. Yeah. But on this cliff, we'll see. We expect a lot of aggression coming out from both of these teams. The CS is being banned. The 50B is being banned by Sicarios. Gives us a little bit of a similar but small differences still. RHMs. No, actually, both of these teams going basically identical. The only difference is 1 BZ for a Batcha. Cashback bringing an extra bat. Okay, never mind. Cashback really switching it out now.
Yeah, the Cashback and Weekend, they always like to leave it to the last minute. Not sure Liberty's going to stick that. He wasn't a Tessac. I'd be surprised if he picks Binos on a map like this. TVP as well. TVP is one of my least favorite tanks in Onslaught. When I play in random Onslaught, if we have a TVP, I just say it's an insta-lose, go next, because the tank has potential, but it's so squishy, and the fact that you can't really delete anyone really makes it difficult.
I feel like okay. Thought for a second we're gonna restart, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. Barbarian is actually sitting in the base and waiting it out in the TVP, unless he's just straight up AFK.
Cashback have stopped moving. It's a restart.
Okay, it's gonna be a restart. I was already wondering why Barbarian was standing still in the base. Maybe some secret tactic, you know, aiming at the hill, but
yeah, you're gonna blow them up with the TVP.
You do have shots on the secondary.
I know, but it's a TVP, bro. It's like the aim circle's the size of your screen when you shoot, and it's 300 alpha.
And Onslaught is not that bad though, in terms of like aiming circle size. But there's no point why you wouldn't like just do it with a 50B then, if you're sitting in the base anyways.
And the shots aren't great from the base. They're not great.
I mean, it depends on where you're sitting. If you're actually sitting in the base, you have a shot on like the second part, you know, the second crossing.
Yeah.
But if you go like 2-line, you have a position you can shoot them kind of like from the other side, but it's like harder. But it's like not as comfy, you know. From the other side, it's very comfy. You just sit next to that rock and you just aim at the hill, and that's it. You know, the gameplay is very easy, a bit different from North.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the lineups we saw were pretty interesting, right? So 50B was banned, so we see more of a BZ heavy game, which means that they're going to be kind of brawling in the middle. We saw, what was it, Cashback, Liberty taking the RHM. So he'll probably want to take the hill. They'll give info to Sicario. So, I mean, no team really has an advantage. Obviously, the maps are slightly different depending on side. North has a little bit better middle and hill. South has a little bit better donut and base positions. So, yeah, we can't. That's the thing about Cliff, right? You can't really give anyone an advantage based on lineup, because the lineups are kind of mirrored.
Yeah, I mean, the Cashback lineup seemed the one that they wanted to play, though. I'm not really the greatest fan of the TVP in general. In these I
doubt they'll stick it.
I mean, if he does stick it, it's possible. We have seen it on Cliff a few times.
It's playable. I just think, especially since the buffs, 50p is just better. Like the problem with the TVP is in the random queue, because all tanks have less HP. TVP is pretty effective. I remember when it first came out, people called it like a Batchat counter, right? Batchat was the meta, and a TVP trades very good against the Batchat because of the interclip. But the fact that people have so much HP in Onslaught, like up to about 3k. That's going to take 3 clips of a TVP, and I know the interclip is something like 8 seconds with max ability.
Once it gets rolling, it's really good, but like the problem
I know,
is,
but you have to...
You're playing against BZs, so if you make a bad peak, you're like basically dead.
Yeah, and you have to aim every shot against BZ, because the lower plate's squishy, but you have to actually aim the shot, right? You can't just auto-aim it and hope for luck. So, I mean, I'm not a fan. I prefer Batchat. I think Batchat has a little bit nicer clip. You're fully aimed for every shot. Obviously, you can peek. You know, with TVP, you can't really peek, go back, peek, go back, peek, go back like you can with Batchat, because Batchat has a long interclip. You have to stay there and stick the clip, which means you're more exposed for shots.
Oh, we'll see. The teams can, of course, change the lineup. They can change the bans. They can change basically everything. So whatever we talked about in the last 5 minutes could all be useless.
They just go and pick like 10
Usually it's not the case.
Pointless.
You know, usually they pick exactly the same thing, but you know.
Well, we got to say something during the restart.
Sure. Why not?
Sicarios have picked a light this time. I don't think they had that last time.
No, they did.
Oh, did they? Oh, okay.
Yeah, both teams had their HM lined up for quite a while, but there's no TVP. It's double bat.
It's interesting though, looking at the light tank lineups though. Liberty going for that more fighting lineup with the rammer. Miku going for the more spotting lineup with low noise and optics. Yeah, as you mentioned, the bat has gone. The TVP has gone barbarian, switching to Batchat, so double bat on their side. So yeah, pretty balanced lineup. Sicarios might be a bit better in a brawl in the middle, but I feel like Cashback are not going to give them that. They're going to try and create a bit of crossfire and abuse some angles.
Well, let's see how it plays out. Sicarios has the heavier lineup in general because of the BZs that they have extra as well. One over that Batchat 25T. Miku Liberty both getting decent spots out, enough for a replaying as well, spotting the bulk of either team. Miku going towards the hill. Of course, there's some slight equipment differences between the two. That's why you see Liberty have 2,900 HP, which Miku equalizes immediately, but then starts getting shot from the base as well. That's Aphrodite with a E50M shot from the lower side. Reshrek's taking the 2-line, but in return, Cashback does have the hill.
Yeah, they're doing quite surprised that Miku actually made it there first, because Liberty had the turbo, but Liberty takes the hill, Batchat around the hill, taking the strike. Reject, as you mentioned, in the donut, taking the strike. Bit worried for him at one point. There is an E50M on that lower that could re-push it, but right now, mid-control pretty firmly in Sicario's hands. Mayo looks like he wants to take that hill. We'll see if he takes any damage for this. Does take one big one from Akka, takes another one from the Batchat in the D4 position. Squeezy, but Squeezy's taking a BZ shot as well, probably from Like, so pretty even trades at the moment.
I mean,
but hill control.
Yeah, Cashback needs to send somebody back on towards his hill. That's usually the thing. Maido immediately clapping Liberty. Minus 660 on him. Liberty will try to retaliate. Does find a shot, but now you see Little and Mindbreaker starting to edge ahead. Mindbreaker even taking some damage, probably so Little can make it up. But that's a lot of damage received from both of those. Now Click and Adi immediately pushing back towards the hill as well, and the damage is significant from Sicarios on towards Little and Liberty as well, who's down towards 981. Milo dropping quite low himself also. There's still a strike available. Not anymore. That's a really, really good strike.
Yeah, it's a really nice strike. The nice thing about this, though, is Triple BC on the hill, they can heal each other with that AoE heal. And Liberty's not very useful in this situation. Click has now caught Barbarian around the hill, gives him a big one. Barbarian forced to run, so Sicarios, they're doing really well in this first game. They're 1k down. I'm a bit worried for the donut at the moment. We see Reject there squaring off with the Batchat, and EFDM will need to see that engagement later on, but the overpush on the hill is coming, and Liberty's forced to drop off. Little, he's getting blasted. He might have to fully jump just because he can't take another shot. But this donut battle in that corner, Daki, that's really important.
Yeah, Aphrodite and Squeezy pushing up against that singular E50M, and the good thing about Little and Liberty is that they're still alive. They're still in the game. Aphrodite taking some damage from behind, but Reshrek stuck behind that corner. Squeezy will now line up the RHM, block him off from shooting Aphrodite in the back, grabs his reload, and Aphrodite starting to kill Reshrek. Liberty seems to be dying against this 140, trying to stay on spot, but Barbarian coming in to chase away that pesky little 140. And as Squeezy comes off of reload, there's a good strike on towards Aphrodite, and Squeezy and a bounce even on towards Reshrek. Reshrek now peeking out, gets the shot, but Aphrodite Aphrodite hits it home on the final one. Alex, in the meantime, finding Mindbreaker in the middle, though. And the HP for Cashback, not that great. They seem to have pushed over the middle, and they have gotten absolutely deleted for that little play.
Yeah, but I think the main point is Mayo still on this hill, still with enough HP to take a BZ shot. And now Cashback, they're kind of in this really awkward position where they control the donut, they control behind the hill, but they don't control this middle or the hill itself. So we'll need to see. I think the playmaker at the moment might have to be Liberty. If he can make it out to maybe A6 or K6.
Just be careful though, because Milo will have the information tower soon.
Yeah, definitely, but it's just a very awkward game. Squeezy, he's going into the C5 position, might try and get some shots on this hill tank of Mayo. Liberty does get spotted, but now that the info tower has been used, he doesn't have low noise, bear that in mind, so getting to A6 is going to be really difficult. Barbarian has a lot of the HP of his team, basically half of it, but the repush in the meantime, pushing onto Aphrodite. Barbarian's a little bit slow with this move. Looks like he might try and take the hill. If he gets up unspotted, it might not be horrendous, but it's really, really difficult for them to get back into this game.
Barbarian did take the hill. He has Milo there.
He has been spotted though.
Yeah, he has been spotted indeed. And I don't think he wants to peek against Milo, but now they have 4 tanks against the 6 from Sicarios, and the cap is still going, of course.
Yeah, that cap, 20 seconds. Barbarian does have a strike though. He's going to peek, doesn't get a spot on click. Might blind place it because he knows the placement of the bushes. Does blind place it, does get that decap, so a bit more time on their side, but the longer this goes on for, the more comfortable Sicarios are going to be in their positions. You see the 140 is taken K5 to cover the hill. The donut is firmly in control. The middle is in control. It looks like that tank has left the cap and might be going up the hill at this point.
Yeah, Click's starting to move up the hill. Barbarian should realize this as well. It's spotted out. Good shot from Milo. Barbarian with the mistake, to be honest. Should not be allowing that shot to come in, and he did. So that's about half the HP of the most healthy tank that they had gone.
Yeah, because obviously Barbarian's the playmaker. Now with the strike as well, that'll put him down to a BZ one-shot. And just about an everything one-shot. So with that, the kind of hopes of dreams of Cashback in this round are kind of gone, if I'm honest. There's no realistic way back into this round. I think they made a good play on this donut, but the fact that Liberty had such an awkward game, you know, he takes the hill, but then after that, he just didn't really have a place in this round, right? Because he can't contest the BZs on close range. He can't really do anything around the hill. He can't use what makes a light tank good. So he just, it's kind of like Cashback were playing with 6.
Oh, the plane is going to miss Miku. That's so unfortunate for Liberty. Miku was slightly further back, so Squeezy ends up getting outplayed by that. Not that it changes the round, but he was like 2 meters away from the plane. And actually, surprisingly enough, it's Sicarios that's going to be picking up the first round.
Yeah, on for my prediction, 6-1. So now Cashback just need to win 6.
Yeah, that's not what you want, right? If you predict 6-1.
No, not particularly, especially when it's double points. But I mean, there's some potential here. I'm trying to rethink through the game that we just watched, and I wasn't a fan of what Cashback did. You know, they gave up donut control. They decided to play around the hill and for the hill. But the thing is that, you know, the BZ has so much HP, they can just go straight up the hill. And when you give up donut control from north, it's hard to get up the hill because you get kind of farmed on the way up. So I think Cashback were always a little bit behind in this game, if I'm honest. I think their opener was... It gave a lot of control to Sicarios. Do you know what I mean?
Milo took the hill relatively free.
Yeah, next to come, he took 1 BZ shot and 1 Batcha shot. That was it. So having like a 2k HP BZ, and then the other 2 BZs went up the hill pretty for free after that as well. So I feel like Cashback, they weren't decisive in this game, right? They kind of let Sicarios dictate it, and well, they lose the round because of it.
Yeah, very good from the side of Sicarios. Squeezy 1v1ing against Adi. Yeah, doesn't really fancy that, but Squeezy will probably repeat that. Click finds little in the meantime though. Miku's coming to help his friend Adi. Squeezy set into White Peak, will be spotted out here in a second. Miku does hit the shot, and now Adi looking to finish it off, but might be Squeezy. Adi actually ends up missing Squeezy in the 1v2 that he cannot win. So he has one more bullet, and it's going to be Alex in the 140 to shut him down. And Sicarios, they have 6 players left alive, of which 5 are a deep one-shot. And yeah, no, they pick up the first round. Maybe should trust the process after all.
Yeah, and I think it was deserved, to be honest. You know, in the previous playday, when Sicarios fought JWL, I'd argue most of their rounds were luck. I think most of their rounds were JWL had the game in their hands and they threw it away. But this one was complete control by Sicarios. I think, not control is a bit of a stretch, but I always think they were like 51% ahead, right? They took the decisive, they knew what they wanted, they took the donut, they took the hill for minimal punishment, and from there they kind of had full control of the game. So yeah, deserved 1-0, but we got a long way to go.
They have to do it, what, 5 more times to win the match, so, you know.
Casual 5 more times. Best of 11 is, it's a lot.
Long.
Yeah, it's long. But, I mean, more games for us, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's that Isuba player on top for Sicarios.
Uh-huh. Right. Confusing a few, but, you know, it's okay. Continuing on yesterday's. This was actually a very long cliff, though. Surprisingly long.
Yeah, it was. I mean, both teams set up for a pretty slow game, right? No one went for the brawl. I think Sicarios had more of a brawly lineup. I think they went for the brawl, but Cashback didn't. They didn't want to, you know, they didn't want any of that smoke. So they decided to play around the hill, play on positions and angles. You know, one tank lower side, one tank in that little balcony position, one batch shed around the hill. The rest of the BZs were pretty passive. So I think Sicarios went for the fight, but Cashback just didn't give it, which allowed Sicarios to go up the hill, control the donut, and play a pretty slow game. I mean, I'd say that the game was relatively quick until it got to the point where Cashback was had basically lost. They just didn't want to admit it, right? They just wanted to draw it out, maybe because of the tiebreaker rules to decide who gets to pick the side. But yeah, a relatively long cliff compared to the average.
But it worked for Sicarios. And maybe Cashback. I mean, it was Cashback that set up for the slower game, though. And they ended up losing that because they were not really the ones to try and be proactive. That double bat chat, playing the positions, didn't end up working out. Second round, let's see if they decide to change it up.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the meta at the moment. We've seen a lot of mid-fights with BZs recently, right? I think that's the meta at the moment, because if you go for that straight fight, and if the enemy doesn't go for the fight, then you can dominate the mid position and go up the hill or cross to the donut. But if you give it up, then you don't have that many options, you know? But anyway, let's go into this one.
50B banned by Sicarios, 40U banned by Cashback, triple CS, an E50M, and triple BZ for the side of Cashback.
It's a bold lineup, a lot of strikes. I think that lends itself better to a slower game, but Sicarios, triple BZ, double 50M, 1 CS and 1 RHM, more of a fighting lineup for Miku this time. Doesn't have the HP, but still has the low noise and the rammer, so it's an interesting one. I think Sicarios, again, they kind of had that more brawly lineup with the double 50Ms for the DPM. Cashback, they want to kind of, you know, death by 1,000 little strikes.
Let's see how much Miku spots. Not that much this time around. Spots only 2, so he has a rough idea. That he knows that there's tanks in 1-2 line, he just doesn't know what.
Yeah, but one of the 50Ms is spotted. Lois had one of the CSs is spotted, but Liberty wasn't spotted, which is important. That now he gets spotted, Alex doesn't connect that one. So strike given, big damage onto Miku relatively, because that low HP on the light tank. Barbarian takes a lot going in, but bear in mind it is that BZ, you'd probably prefer it to take the damage.
Now, you see Sicarios starting to cross over, though, coming on towards this corner where Barbarian, Liberty, and Aka are trying to scramble to put themselves into good positions. They may evacuate this altogether, but Barbarian is being left on the corner. He needs to back away as well if they want to go for this middle kind of play with taking the hill. Around the hill, there is the RHM taking the strike as well. Barbarian missed the memo there, I feel like, for a second. He's now backing away. He does make it behind the corner, but does bleed. And it's a powerful position to have if you're Cashback, but down 3000 HP. Barbarian about to die. Clickanati already crossing back over. 1-2 line being pushed out as well by the E50M of Alex, who does seem to be currently winning against Aphrodite quite heavily, even, may I add. And now Clickanati on that cap. The strike, is it going to be enough? It was a mini strike from the CS, so it wouldn't be enough to kill Click anyways, but Mindbreaker gets it instead. And now you can see Cashback with that hill position starting to get some pretty good results. Barbarian does go down as expected. 1-2 line lost as well, but another good strike. I'm not sure why Like and Milo are both in that cubby.
Yeah, I think they both wanted to go to can kill Barbarian. It took them far too long to kill him. I think there was a bit of indecisiveness on the Cashback side. It looked like Barbarian wanted Little and Mindbreaker to cross over to the donut, then they opted not to, so Barbarian was left there for a little bit too long, but it actually worked out for them because Click got absolutely punished going into the middle and Like died to the strikes when they both crossed over. Both crossing over is a bit of a weird one, but it doesn't seem to have worked out. But HP is still pretty even and positions are not horrendous on the Sicario side. Addy's doing pretty well. Mindbreaker doesn't connect that one. Who's that there? Miku is keeping his opponents at arm's length,
Miku's
punishing
killing
Akka
Akka
in the middle.
Yeah, no, they have nothing. Ooh, good blind from Akka. Very good blind. But in the meantime, he dies to Alex. And now Adi makes a peek, gets the shot on Little. Mindbreaker and Little in return trying to get Adi out. And Liberty's pushing towards Miku. He should be able to get that. Ooh, the strike coming out as well. Does Liberty dodge it? He doesn't end up dodging it. So that's a good strike. And he got killed even. A shot from Alex. And Miku with the finish, the triple combo there. Beautiful stuff from Sicario. Strike into cover into Miku finding the kill.
Yeah, I thought Sicarios might be in a bit of trouble there, but Miku trying to, well, really playing the MVP. You know, Akka, he couldn't stay safe in the middle because if he goes on the south side of the middle ramp, he gets shot by the E50M of, was that Rejek or Alex in the south. If he goes on the north side of the ramp, he gets shot by Miku in the light, so it's kind of a catch-22. And he goes down, and they really have to push this light tank, but they just didn't manage to do it. And with that, they kind of win the game. So you can kind of see Miku being the MVP in this one, really allowing Sicarios to punish Cashback on angles. Even now, he's kind of poking Mindbreaker.
Might even find another. He does. Finds 2 on Mindbreaker. Strikes coming out as well. Mindbreaker does find the kill on Miku though. And Alex takes the shot from Little. Squeezy's on the hill. Mistakes from Sicarios. And
so 3v3 now is very playable. Alex can die to a strike at any time. Squeezy does have a strike. It's not a big strike, so it won't do 250, but Alex can die at any time. This is Sicario's kind of throwing here.
Squeezy's not that far away from a level 3 strike.
No, he's not. He can definitely, with this...
he gets points from that. It's not that much.
Not enough, yeah. But he can always drop off the hill and go take the strike. I think that would be too much HP out of the game, but...
He kind of has to. Little needs to back away. They're about to kill Mindbreaker. Not yet, because they need to wait for the strike. But I think Squeezy is forced to. It wouldn't cross over personally, but you know, yeah, he's going to the strike. He will make it to the strike,
but he's going to be out of game for a very long time, and he has most of their HP. In the same time, Mayo can always repush the middle, kill Mindbreaker, and they can collapse on Little.
Milo doesn't win that though, because he takes a shot from Mindbreaker. If he pushes
but with
down,
Rejek as well.
Yeah, sure, but I mean, it's playable still for Squeezy after, because as long as the Mindbreaker hits, they're not arriving the middle with much HP. Either Milo's a one-shot or Rejek's a one-shot.
Yeah. But this is really, I don't know, this is Sicario's hurting themselves. It's a bit of a
Squeezy needs to do the combo now.
Yesterday.
He has both the info and the strike. It's a bit harder for him because of that. Milo peeking out, spots out Little. He hits the shot, they're going to kill Little with the strike.
Ooh, he does hit it. But he will...
Ooh, he heals, so they wasted the strike.
Threshold.
They wasted it. They wasted it because of it. Little survives. That's not great because he's 68 HP.
But Mayo didn't take any damage, so it's not actually that bad.
Oh,
ooh, Alex dodges it as well. That's huge.
Aye.
Oh, this game of throws at the moment.
No longer really playable.
Yeah, not really. If Alex dies, it's very playable. But now all Rejek is going to do is wait for that strike and kill either Little or Mindbreaker. They now are kind of forced into making a play and hope they can deal a shot of damage before they go down. Little, I think he's a bit concerned if he's not even looking straight ahead, which is a bit strange. Okay, now he is. But yeah, I think Squeezy
bounced.
Yeah, I think they know it's over. They're just kind of going in.
Yeah, now they're gonna push towards Squeezy. Of course, Milo should find the finish. Alex finds Mindbreaker, good angle, and yeah, this end game. not
making it harder than it needs to be.
Yeah, no, but not it from both teams. You know,
Yeah, from
Sicario's
both
giving
sides.
it, and Little then sitting in the open. Of course, Milo hits the shot, which is good on Milo, makes him a one shot. But that's also like kind of game losing for Cashback.
Well, Milo should have probably taken 2 shots, right? The first shot, I think, either missed or went into the... No, the first shot missed, and the second shot went into the tracks. So Milo should have taken minimum 1 shot in return, and he took nothing, and dealt a shot of damage to whoever the Cashback BC was. So, not great by both sides. I mean, Sicario's through, then Cashback threw harder.
Yeah, but somehow Sicario's up 2-0.
Yeah, but... I don't know, this is a concern for Sicarios. We're seeing a bit of the Sicarios we saw yesterday, right? Where you're kind of throwing some of your games, but they managed to win it. It's the same thing. So, yeah, I mean, you have to say congratulations to them. I mean, we look at the damage, Rejek and Alex, the DPM mediums, they got out a lot. Miku as well. You can't snub nearly 4K in a light tank. So it's a solid performance, but... they got to keep it up.
I mean, they got to keep it up, and it's a long run.
Yeah.
Cashback did
only
pick Cliff,
4
though.
more.
So, Cashback really wanted to play Cliff his first map. It's not gone that well for them.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen Cashback and Westfield yesterday. I don't think they showed us anything crazy against... was it Dopamine? I believe it was Dopamine. So... I think Cashback can now... this map has been in the pool for long enough where you can... And I don't think they played it enough last season, where they might have some interesting strats. I'm surprised that Cashback picked Tundra, by the way.
I mean, you got to pick the maps at some point, right?
Well, true. But I mean, if
I
you have
think
a
the bigger
choice...
surprise is, that they didn't pick Ghost Town.
And they banned Pilsen. I think at the start of last season, the first game of OLS Season 6, the first game Cashback played was against Sicarios, and they beat them 2-0 on Pilsen. I remember that. So it's quite a surprise they opted to ban it.
Well, you got to deal with what you picked. Now they got to do better on Westfield for sure, because Sicarios looking a lot better than their GWL match. The end game of the second cliff was a bit more like it, but it ended up alright. Westfield, however, can again be played very fast, but also can be played a bit slower. Depends if the teams want to brawl or not.
Yeah, depends if they want to both go up a side or if they want to play a slower game. I feel like Cashback being 2-0 down, I think they're going to play a slower game. I think they're going to take the light tank and try and control the game a little bit more. I mean, they could go for a straight brawl and play a skilled out, but I just have a feeling they're going to be picking that RHM and trying to control field side, control the strikes, and try and bully Sicarios.
I mean, maybe the triple Leo comes back, you never know. It's a possibility, like W inspired,
You inspired the full rat tactic.
It's a possibility, but it doesn't seem to be the case. It's going to be Dravids banned by Sicarios and 140 banned by Cashback. You could see both teams kind of orientating in different ways, but towards the brawl still. Triple 50B for Sicarios, BZ, a Mivi, a CS, and an RHM.
Yeah, on the Cashback side, going the opposite of what I said before. Going actually for that straight brawl. Triple BZ, double Mivi, and double Blisker. That's a full upper side brawl lineup if I've ever seen it. But triple 50B, I think Sicarios have a job to do. Triple 50B against Cashback's lineup is very difficult.
Some split from Sicarios. The B's backing away to not get spotted, but they realize as well that there is no plane because they spotted 7 tanks from Cashback.
I'm really surprised that Like is going to that corner. I'm curious how.
Yeah, I would
what
not
the
go
50B's
either. If they
plan
just
is.
keep going, with these BZs, the game is over.
Yeah, the 50Bs won't be in position in time. They don't connect the shots on the crossing. Will they opt to just continue? It looks like they are. So Mindbreaker, Liberty, and Akka, they all triple boost. They all go into Like. And what are these 50Bs going to do? Because I don't think they're going to be able to get out enough damage. They're not in position at the moment. Cashback are not ready. Sicarios are not ready for this.
Barbarian is backing away slightly, but I don't like... He's not backed away just enough, in my opinion. Look where he is. He's on the 3-4 line in that Bliskavica. He's about to get surprised by the triple 50B. That is kind of giving a kill back, in a way.
Yeah, Barbarian definitely had enough time to leave that. And he dies. That basically makes it an even trade. Yes, now the Bs are on reload. But, well, I mean, because they're on reload, you see Cashback, they're so good at this. They're so fast, you know? They know the Bs are on reload, so why not push into Alex? But Mindbreak is kind of doing this alone. His other BZ friend is not in position just yet to support. And Mindbreak is going to lose this unless Liberty comes in and gives some good shots out. Strike as well is going to get given. Double strike, that's a small CS strike as well. If Alex can connect shots, he can kill Mindbreaker before this ends.
I think Liberty might even die. He needs to push him down. Mindbreaker needs to open up a little bit. Or sorry, Liberty needs to open up for Mindbreaker. Mindbreaker
Alex
definitely
kills him.
dead. Mindbreaker might ram him. Yep. So yeah, when the dust settles, they do kill this Mivi, but that BC at A5 is going to get harassed by the light tank and a 50B. If you look at the 6-7 line, the bigger problem right now is only a strike for restrike. That's it. They don't have any big strikes. One reset.
Yeah, and also the fact that they have 50 Bs now, they have no real meat in the lineup. Plane gets used, Squeezy opts to leave it. Strike misses though, so 25 seconds. Mayo is going to need to get this decap. I think he has an angle. Shoots Squeezy, but Squeezy left the cap. Squeezy does not have the cap points at the moment. It's Aphrodite and Akka with that cap, so Mayo needs to connect this. He does. So 20 seconds now, but the fact still remains, these 50 Bs, they're really awkward.
Yeah, but the problem is that Liberty is about to die against... Ooh, Click misses on the first one though, so he'll need help from the RHM. Now there needs to be a reaction from Cashback. They have to do something.
Click misses the second. He has the destroyed gun, so a little bit less accuracy. But Click is now on reload.
Yeah, Liberty is going to give 2 more shots, and Akka and Aphrodite are crossing. Milo is staying. He needs to run right now. Click seems a little bit... Oh, Liberty, does he boost out? He does! Beautiful dodge from Liberty.
Yeah, but Akka and Aphrodite are unspotted.
Yeah. Keeps Click honest and keeps Click in the neighborhood, and Click's about to be deleted from this neighborhood. Came to an HOA and he's not following the rules, so he's going to be kicked out. That's pretty sad for him. He is dead.
Doesn't connect another one. Click is bouncing far too many of these. He bounced 2 on Liberty and 1 on Aphrodite.
Had to run away. He had to run away at that point.
Yeah, but he didn't spot them coming.
Sure, but Milo realized, you know, look at him.
Yeah, but if Milo just sits there, the Liberty's going to overpeak him and just give him damage. Milo runs for a reason. I think Click wanted to just stay and do his clip, but...
Gotta respect the part where they can cross to. If they're not on the cap, they're doing something.
Well, yeah, this is also true.
So I think now Cashback has control. And in this game, it's been another game of a lot of openings from either side. Barbarian did not need to be where he was anymore.
Yeah, 100%.
So, like he was backing away, and then he moved back in a little bit. But when the triple BZ is boosting A3, and you don't see any tanks, and the BZ, you're like, well, he's gonna die for free. You know, you gotta be like, where's the rest of the team, bro?
Yeah, and the fact that his 50 Bs works well in Sakara's favor in that scenario. But you see, Aphrodite
he would live like 10 seconds longer if it was not 50 Bs, you know?
Yeah. But if Miku gets a clip into Aphrodite here, the game might open up. You can see he's looking for an angle. Plane goes down, but Aphrodite is using the terrain, squeezing that Bliska. He's pushing Adi, so Adi will get out his clip, but that's about it. He's going to need to run. That's going to force Miku away. And now the kind of heavy metal of Cashback coming into play and punishing them.
Look at Aphrodite. Like, he waited long enough that Miku was rotating because the other 50B was getting pushed, and then he pushes the RHM. After all, Miku is now trying to go back, and that doesn't work anymore because his 50B is dead. He can't cover Milo because he's moving. So it was a good timing there from Cashback. Well synchronized, and they will be picking up the first round here on Westfield, and would say it's deserved.
Yeah, I think there was a scenario where Sicarius has some potential. I think if Click connects his 2 shots into
and then starts running away, yeah. Then
but he connects the 2 shots, kills him. Then Mayo would just be in the bushes spotting them coming, and he wouldn't even need to run away. Like, he needs to look. It's a BZ on close range. You got to connect it. Just take the hit and make the clip. Because I think if they make the kill, this is a different game. I think they win on the sheep again. But I think they win this game if Click connects all of his shots into Liberty, kills him. Mayo's spotting the approaches and spotting the cap. because then there's nothing to catch, right? The
Yeah,
reason
definitely a
Cashback,
possibility. If they killed that BZ, yeah, and Cashback wasn't crossing instantly. They took a while to decide to cross over. I mean, Rishek's still trying here a little bit. Puts the mini strikes because he needs to shoot. He does. He will die in return to Rishek, but they end up picking up the rounds indeed. Is that a reverse Jeep? Why is there reverse Jeeps?
was he upside down? My VMix was lagging a little bit.
There was a
Didn't see it.
sheep upside down.
Well, you know, it is Scotland.
Or
The other area, that's where Ian lives. All right, you ask him why there's upside down sheep.
We explained a lot. Well, ask Barry as well, you know. There's a lot of sheep in Wales.
Yeah, yeah, but they do different things to the sheep.
Like cuddle them. you know.
Exactly, cuddle them.
Take good care of them. 6.3 from Liberty. Very, very good amount of damage. I will say, though, he missed a shot on the Mivy in the beginning when driving down, which is also kind of impactful because I don't think Alex kills Mindbreaker in that case, you know? Like, I don't think they kill each other. I think Mindbreaker is still alive. Liberty came in. He did get the ram, but he missed the shot. That's like 2 shots from Alex.
Yeah,
Even more.
maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference.
Mindbreaker would be
But-
alive for a while.
Oh, but Mindbreaker was getting farmed in the side by the light. You see, Mayo was almost 5k. Like, it's a really nice amount of damage from the light. He had a very good game. He was just kind of let down from his team. I'm just not sure what the plan was by Sicarios. I mean, what's the plan if you don't catch Barbarian? Because light just dies.
You
for free,
just lose.
and then-
you literally just lose, bro. Like
Yeah, I
they go
know,
onto
that's
the
what I'm
cap,
saying.
They go onto the cap. They force you somewhat close, and they just push off with 7 tanks.
Yeah,
That-
and it's
because
50 Bs.
Yeah, and because you lost the tank already, you cannot hold the push anyway. Like they'll just push one side, and they can even push your CS and C1. It doesn't matter. Like you're going to lose.
Yeah, 100%. Like, this is what I'm wondering. Like, what's the plan? I think they didn't anticipate. I mean, this is the game that Dopamine wanted yesterday, right? I think if Cashback do this against Dopamine yesterday, Dopamine could have been very happy, but instead they do it against Sicarios and they win a game. But again, it's a shaky game, right? Cashback weren't dominant in this one. They almost lost it. So in a scenario where Cashback's lineup, I think, was better than Sicarios, right? It was a really hard lineup for Sicarios to work with. The only reason it kind of worked was because they got Barbarian for free, and then Cashback were forced into a move because the 50Bs were on reload, so they pushed Alex. But the thing is, they got farmed by that high DPM Mivy plus the high DPM light tank on the side, and they kind of only really won the game because of Click's mistakes. So I don't know. I haven't seen enough from Cashback to tell me that they're playing well and they deserve to win right now.
If they win the second round of Westfield, then however it will just be even Stevens moving into the next map, and then it's just a best of 7, you know.
Yeah, very true. I mean, if both teams lose 2-0 on their own map picks, it looks a little bit stupid, but you know, you need a bit of luck in World of Tanks. But from what I've seen so far, I think Sicarios have actually been the better team. So, I mean, they definitely should have lost this one, but Barbarian made the mistake, so we move on, right? 1-for-1 trade. But now we'll need to see, do Cashback want to play full upper side again, or do they want to switch it up, play the light tank and play a bit more control? I mean, South Spawn gets a little bit better field, in my opinion, right? Because of the bridge. It allows you to hold on the red line a lot better than from the other side, so you might see Cashback up to put Liberty in that light tank and see what he can do.
As long as they don't go back to the Liberty to sack, I'm okay.
I like Tessak.
I feel like every time I've seen them play the sack on Westfield, they've lost. So
On Westfield, yeah. No.
yeah. So battle, Rheinmetall banned by Sicarios, 50B banned by Cashback actually.
Yeah, the bit of Barbarian was a bit traumatized from the previous round, maybe. But lineups, Sicarios, triple BZ, triple Mivy, and a Tessak, so gives a lot of versatility in that lineup. You can do a lot with it. I kind of like it. Cashback, triple Dravik, 140 Bliska, and Tessak as well, so it's going to be a battle of the pew-pews.
Well, like I said, every time I've seen them play the sack, I've seen them lose. So this is going to be the case.
Openings, nearly
Good
full
play.
info.
Good plane.
Yeah, it's a very good plan.
Liberty gets 6 right. He's just missing Miku. Miku didn't use his play, no?
Yeah, I don't think he did. So Miku still has a plane, which is a risky one, actually. Aka Mindbreaker going to that bowl. Full info used. They know about Miku. Miku's going to try and take this northern info tower. We'll need to see if they can make it work. Click taking even more damage, actually. But the sniping going on from Sicarios onto those backline tanks. Tessak of Liberty is shooting into Click. We'll see if he can decap him, but opening-wise, Click taking even more. It's not great.
It's a Cashback doing pretty well here, to be honest, in this start. They have A3 with 2 Dravets. You know that pushing that is going to be hell, and you have that triple BZ on that secondary strike. Sicarios has done some good damage in return as well, but now Milo sent drive down. The strike comes out. Did not hit that much. I think only one. Pushing towards Liberty is Milo, and Liberty does get proxy spotted here, so maybe not the greatest movement from Liberty in the Tessak. And like I said, every time I see them play Tessak, they've lost, and it's a good shot from Milo against Liberty, who is now booking it out of there. In the return, though, Aka taking A1 away from them, and you can see even the Dravets from A5 starting to leave. They're trying to pull the Sicario team apart with rotations.
Yeah, I don't like the way Sicario's using BZs. BZs are a very bad tank. They just have a high alpha and a lot of HP and a booster. You kind of want them to boost in, take hits, and then the Mivies do DPM, but they decided to play in the buildings and just bleed a lot. And now that allows Cashback to move forward and kind of bully these Mivies, because all of their HP is out of the game. They're chasing that Tessak of Liberty, and Miku's even losing that 1v1. But looking at this, yes, Cashback looked good at the beginning. They are starting to beat now, but that crossfire from Akka is going to be deadly on Tadi.
Even the 140 now is starting to move in on the outside. That's Squeezy getting Restrike caught out, who had to leave the area, evacuated it because he realized he couldn't win the fight, but instead he's going to die against the other guys, being the Bliska, the 140, and the rest of the Cashback team pushing back in. They brought all the tanks back towards the upper side. They won the high ground and just started peeking these tanks from Sicarios, who were disjointed and getting discombobulated there in that area. Good round for Cashback, to be honest. Like, yeah, Liberty got caught a little bit, but the reaction was very, very good. Taking back the positions, getting above them, never letting those Mivies who really need to play hold down. It's a good move.
Yeah, it was a very good move, but I feel that Sicarios didn't do the doctrine of the BZ right. You know, BZ, you've said it so many times, BZ is a terrible tank. It really is. It's got a horrible gun. It's got 1,000 weak spots. The only advantage is it has a booster, reasonably high alpha, and a lot of HP. So what do we use it for, right? We use the booster to get to the mid on Cliff, and then you kind of just trade while the E50Ms do DPM. What you want with a BZ is you want it to go up and over with the booster, do its shot, maybe it does a second shot. It has a lot of HP, so it lives for a while and takes hits, and you want other tanks to do DPM. So what did Sicarios do here? They sent 3 Mivies to the kind of hill. They put the BZs in between the buildings where they kind of got poked and prodded by the Dravetses. They all get out-traded because the gun is so bad. And I just don't think they used their tanks correctly.
At the same time, I don't know if Miku holding the plane is that advantageous for them.
Yeah,
because
same.
now they had no clue about the double tank going to A3. Like, they had no info on like really what was happening, like the split from Cashback. You're sending the BZs blind towards the second strike to look for a fight, but there was no fight.
Yeah, completely right. There was just no fight, and the tanks that Sicarios had didn't suit the engagement. I thought Liberty played very well in his light tank, played much better than Miku, as you can see in the damage, right? Even when Miku went for Liberty, he got out-traded. Liberty used his plane in the beginning, which gave Sicarios a lot of info. I just think Cashback, they set up, they got the info, and they made decisions based on info, and I think they had their tanks better placed. You know, the tanks from the red line, they came forward in a perfect timing and caught out the Mivies, and yeah, this was just a better played game by Cashback.
And it's all even, which means we can just simply forget about the first 2 maps and now look towards the future. Tundra, Himmels, and Ensk are the upcoming maps, with Tundra being the first. We've went from a best of 11 to a best of 7. No clear victors just yet, but Cashback brought themselves back in the match at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one where Cliff, you would expect Cashback to be a bit more dominant, right? The Ukrainian teams, they tend to be very high on player skill and coordination, but less about strats than the traditionally EU teams, right? That's how I've always seen it. And Cliff is a map where it's a lot about player skills, it's a lot about individual decisions and working in a team to make crossfires and things, but they lose that one. Westfield is not a traditional 7v7 or OLS map. It's only been reasonably recently introduced, so Cashback winning that one is interesting. Now we go into Tundra as well, kind of similar to Westfield, not traditionally a 7v7 map, only introduced in the last few OLS seasons, so but a close range map as well, and that can make a big difference.
Yeah, Tundra, you know, if it's played in a pure brawl, it should be Cashback favorite.
What was the score yesterday? Because Sicarios played it yesterday against JWL, didn't they?
They lost.
There was that double 50B trap, you remember? That caught out Frugo. So Sicarios won one game.
Yeah,
at
they
least.
lost the other one against the double bat.
Yeah, the double bat who went the long flank.
They should have lost both games though, Sicarios.
Yes.
Because no, they lost Milo on the 4-line and JWL left Frugo, or Frugo stayed too far forward in the turn. So it was not really a great performance from them.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I mean, that 50B trap, I think they kind of stumbled into a good repush, you know what I mean? Like, I think that the 50B, maybe that was the plan all along, right? Just re-pressure with the 50Bs, catch out Frugo, the MVP, and kind of dominate the game. But either way, going into Tundra.
Banned Bravas from Sicarios. Forteriu from Cashback gives us double 50B, double BZ, double Mivi, and a CS63 for Sicarios.
Yeah, Cashback, double BZ, 1 CS, 150M, 140, and double Bliska. Bliska's kind of fell out of fashion a little bit for a while, but they've kind of come back in. Sicarios playing more of the new meta that we saw introduced in OLS Season 6. I think it was Weekend who started it with the, you know, the 50Bs and the Mivis. Like high amount of Mivis on the kind of 3, 4, 5 line rails in the north, but we'll need to see. Differences in playstyle, those Bliskas can be brutal no matter what. But double 50B going wide, that's a bold one.
In the beginning, see Milo and Miku lining up the shots, not really getting, but receiving some. In return, they get one against Aka. The double 50B indeed going through the flank, and look at Little. If they... Oh, Alex is spotted out though, so maybe not that much of a surprise. I thought maybe they could go for Little unspotted, but yeah, Little's gonna boost away now, no?
Yeah, he should boost away. I doubt he's gonna stay there, but he is being reinforced by Mindbreaker, so maybe they want to kind of pressure these 50Bs away. The jig is kind of up with those.
This is double strike lost, normally.
Yeah, it is. Squeezy is right on the edge of that, so he can leave if he just gets striked. He is spotted, but no strike on the Sicario side. And now it's kind of this awkward thing, right? The 50Bs have been spotted, they're known about, so what's the plan?
Well, whatever Sicarios want to do, they better do it quickly. Because, yeah, Rishak has a mini strike to reset the second round of strikes if they want to. But of course, Cashback in the meantime is rotating as well. And if Sicarios group up too much, good shot there from Aka. If Sicarios groups up, that strike potential goes through the roof, to be honest.
Yeah, and they are repressuring. The 50Bs are rotating. Looks like, will they stay at the bridge? Yes, they opt to stay at the bridge. Info tower is being taken in the north, so Sicarios do have to move up their timeline. Aka getting out-traded there.
Here come the 50Bs, across the bridge comes Adi and Alex on towards Aka. Mindbreaker starting to line it up. Will the strikes go onto that area? That's a good question. In return, repressuring in the north is Sicarios, and Aka actually makes it back. One strike gets used. The second one still yet available for Aphrodite, and Adi and Alex have not found Aka whatsoever. They're bailing out of that scenario now, which means they just reset the fight, losing a lot of HP in the process. The CS63 now joining for the side of Cashback. That's along the A line, and now Little coming back in with Mindbreaker as well. They know that these 50Bs are not good thanks for this fight. Nico being pressured back as well. There is the secondary strike. Hits on two. Like and Milo are the ones. Barbarian now taking a strike as well, and the timer here for Sicarios is sticking against them, because once that strike gets taken, it's another additional layer of damage that will be put on towards their tanks, and you can see that 50B from Adi not having a good time whatsoever. Not really the greatest tank for this map. and the bleed is significant on the Sicario side. They're about 5,000 down. They haven't lost a gun yet. Make that one as Adi goes down, and I think they're just going to be bullied back now by this cashback team who smell a victory in the air. Sicarios push down towards this lower side, a strike coming out as well, although that's a mini strike from CS Barbarian just driving forward because he knows this game is over. And this double 50B from Sicarios, not convinced.
Yeah, one of those fool me once. I mean, it worked against JWL, but it worked because of a very specific scenario. 50B is a fantastic tank, but we all know that, especially with the changes. It's one of probably the most satisfying tanks in the game, but you need it in a specific engagement, and this just wasn't it, right? They're peeking onto Akka, but the thing is that they can't make their full clips out with ability because Akka can go around the corner, and then they just get kind of slowly poked down, you know, 600 here, 600 there, and eventually they're down to less than 1,000 and can barely get out their clips. And yeah, the HP is pretty close. Part of that is because we saw a suicide at the end, but...
And it's a brawl on Tundra at some point.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. I don't know what to say about it, really. It was kind of just Sicarios wanted to do something. They couldn't do anything with the 50Bs, and they were forced into a North repush that just got out-traded.
You're hoping that there's something in the... I think the double B could have maybe worked if they somehow stayed unspotted and went for Little when he was in the middle. You know, but then Alex got spotted. Little was alone for a little while. If you could capitalize there, then maybe you could do something with it, right? But when Alex gets spotted out, you could see immediately there's a Bliskavitsa starting to rotate to cover him. So you get nothing really out of the 50B surprise factor.
Yeah, exactly. And then, because you get nothing out of it, and Cashback are aware the 50Bs are there, they kind of set up for it. And that's the thing about 50Bs. You want something else to take the hit, and then the 50Bs come around the corner and you delete, but that's just not really possible. Because a lot of this map is in the north, where the strikes are, is about hold down. And 50Bs can't do hold down. The turret is huge, it's made of paper. So it's not a good engagement for the 50Bs, and you can see it in the damage, right? Adi makes a full clip. Alex does make a little bit less than 2 clips, probably about 7 shots. The M5Y has performed poorer than I would have anticipated, but yeah, there just wasn't much going on in this game for Sicarios from start to finish. It didn't look like there was that much of a plan.
No,
or at least a backup to the plan.
Yeah, like this repush later on, it's really hard because they are the ones forced to find an opening with those 50Bs, right? You have to find something. Because Cashback has double strike, and Cashback will get another double strike, and Cashback will get another double strike, and they're very happy with waiting out however long it takes Sicarios to make a move. And Sicarios has to make it before the second set of strikes gets taken, because if you play against 4 strikes on Tundra and you have to push, you are getting annihilated.
Yeah, getting annihilated. But now, back to Tundra, swapping the sides. I think these community predictions are a touch harsh, but now we're kind of seeing that dominant Cashback coming back after that 2-0 anomaly on Cliff. And Cashback in the last 3 rounds, they have been in control. I have not really felt that Cashback have struggled in these previous 3 rounds. I think that first 100, they made it harder on themselves than they needed to. But these last 2 games have been much better from Cashback.
And it's starting to be a worrying trend for Sicarios. You know, they won the first 2, and now they are losing the next 3 in a row.
Yeah, and that's that kills the momentum, right? So it means they can't capitalize on it. I mean, going up 2-0 on Cliff, I think you're riding a bit of a high there, right? Because Cliff is one of those 50-50 maps where it's, you know, you kind of roll the dice. How many did they have up? How many did they have down? And then you make decisions after the 30-second mark once you get info. But now losing your map pick and as well losing the first round on Tundra, it's not great. They're kind of doing these surprise strats, but with the 50Bs kind of wanting to surprise the same way they did against JWL, but they're just not finding any success with it.
Let's see if they decide to go for a old-fashioned brawl here on Tundra. I can feel maybe both teams opting to fight this time.
Yeah, I think Sicarios have to maybe stop with the weirdness and just kind of go for it, but they are opting for the 50Bs again.
Double 50B for Sicarios, double BZ, a Dravet's a K91 and a 140.
Yeah, CS and Bliska being banned by both of these teams. So Cashback, double BZ, triple Mivia, 140, and that trusty Tessac. Quite surprised that Cashback would opt to ban the Bliska. I would have anticipated that would be a Sicario's ban, but with CS being banned, it means there's not that many strike medium options, which would make me think they want to play North, but the thing is that they have the K91, the 50Bs. Not really sure what Sicarios wants to do, to be honest. Their lineup's really weird for the east side of Tundra.
Yeah, that the Sakuni spots too. I think they also, I mean, they immediately Cashback knows that what is happening here is that Sicarios is again playing south, because the double BZ doesn't go there with tanks in the north. They will try to take the info point, but I think with Like and the 140, it's going to be really, really hard to do that with Rishek as well on the south already. That Cashback is not going to be able to take that information tower right now. But they're also not really going to be able to get caught out because they spotted the double BZ in the beginning. So Click and Miku can aim at the crossing, but there's not going to be a crossing.
Yeah, even then, we saw it in the previous play day where JWL did the bats around. They were aiming the crossing. Ooh. Was that HG?
Yeah, it was like...
Yeah, it might have been like on the hill. But... Or recheck maybe, but... Yeah, the 50Bs, they're keeping the 50Bs very far back. So it kind of feels like they want to make a trap with them, but... I don't know, we saw in the previous game it didn't work. So now what? Because Mayo was taking a decent chunk of damage to take that under position.
50B spotted again. One of the 50Bs was spotted in the south.
Yeah, so that's kind of, you know... Those 50Bs can't get spotted. You have to use them as a trap.
Sicarios was baiting here to play similar like against JWL with those 50Bs and... but now the 50B got spotted in the south, so... I mean, if
now
Cashback
what?
was to play like JWL and repressure Milo... They're very much aware that there's a trap of 50Bs.
Yeah. And the thing is as well is that I think Cashback are a bit more experienced, you know? Like, why do they need to repressure south? They have all of the strikes, why not just keep taking them? Especially with this double BZ, and I think now that the jig is a bit up, they're dropping onto Mayo, but the damage is decent. It wasn't that good at the start, but now it's really good. Barbarian takes a lot. The last shot misses. Mayo might be able to kill Barbarian, who has the reload. He does. So that's not a bad trade, actually, for Sicarios.
No, it's not, but there's also more damage being dealt to the 50Bs, so at the same time. I mean, Alex and Adi dropped quite a bit as well, but the HP is very, very close between the two at this point, but the strikes have reset.
Yeah, and the 50Bs are out of game now. You can see the Mivy of Little, he's joining Mindbreaker, and it looks like they want to repressure this northern position. The 50Bs are going to need to scramble to get back into position. They're just so far away. Click now being isolated. He's forced to run while Mindbreaker goes and takes a strike. Yeah, double strike being taken again. There's nothing denying that. Like getting kind of pressured away by the machine gun. We'll see how much damage he takes. It's not horrendous, 500, but as you mentioned, double strike being taken. Like spotted again, but shots are just not connecting in on him. But now what? You know, you've lost one of your armored heavies in Mayo.
Yeah, and you reset the strike once, but
then he gets it again, and they already have one strike on Akka. And the thing is, now that they have the strike on Akka, they can just wait. The Tessac of Liberty can go and take it whenever he wants. Sure, you can get 1,000 info towers. It's not going to make a difference when every few minutes you're taking 850 on both of your armored tanks, right?
And Alex, in the meantime, down to... Do they have the strike to kill him? They didn't. Yep. Yep. There he goes. He's dead. And now I would say the round is in a definite
unwinnable.
Closure. Yeah, because they're up a gun, they have double strike control, and Sicarios has to come with 4,000 HP down.
Yeah, I don't know. You do it against JWL, it works. I think there was a bit of luck that it worked against JWL, because Frugo made the mistake. Now you do it once against Cashback. It doesn't work. It doesn't work spectacularly, to be honest. The previous game wasn't close. And then you do it again. There's a point where you got to think, all right, lads, it's not working. Let's do something else. Because they've tried the same thing 3 times, and it hasn't worked.
Why would Sicarios not be able to win a brawl against Cashback? You know?
Yeah, completely true. I think, you know, on the cliffs they went for a brawl. It was Cashback who didn't give them a brawl.
Yeah.
So
and Cashback lost those games as well, where he didn't go for a brawl. But now, I mean, there's a good push here on towards Aka. He's a little isolated right now, but they're just so much down in terms of HP. Rishek is not going to be able to kill this BZ in a one-on-one, really. And Click and Miku are looking for a shot, but Aka is in the low ground there behind the dip. Aphrodite peeking out now as well. Wants Rishek to be deleted from this battle. He's pushing up. He'll take some more damage. K91 getting blocked off by Aka, who will give him a shot as well, hopefully. Nice shot there from Aka on towards Like down towards 362. And now the BZs and that singular 50B, the last one standing. And this non-brawly game style not really working out for either of the two teams. Not working for Cashback and Cliff, and definitely not working for Sicarios on Tundra. This means that now we have a 4-2 for Cashback, who are on 4 consecutive rounds in a row.
Yeah. 50B Avadi now spotted, manages to kill Aphrodite, but that should be just about all he gets in this game. Liberty might take a Cliff, but it's not going to make a difference. He will be able to kill him once he reloads. But yeah, it's been an interesting dynamic between the two teams. Different playstyles, not working out, and I think Sicarios now need to think, okay, we've got one more round left before we get to the tiebreaker. Let's get it done. Let's actually like go for a brawl. I forget what the map is now. Is it Himmelsdorf? I'm pretty sure. Himmels and Ensk, yeah.
I'm trying to recall. So the first round on Westfield, Sicarios. No, the first round was not Westfield. It was, what was the Cliff? First round on Cliff, Sicarios wanted to brawl. Cashback didn't. They won that game. Second round, I think it was again something. I mean, not really.
Cashback went in on lower side with 2 CSs and a BZ.
It wasn't really either team looking to brawl it out.
Yeah.
Then we had the first Westfield. Cashback wanted to brawl. Sicarios didn't. They lost. Second round. Sicarios actually
wanted to brawl.
Kind of, but BZ's towards the never.
Yeah, BZ's towards the city is really.
They
weird.
never really set up for a full brawl. Like they never really tried it. And these 2 rounds they didn't try it at all. Twice and they lost. Every time they played like this, they just hardcore lost.
Yeah, and now we're on Himmels. I mean, Himmels is a map where you don't really have brawls, right? You kind of have teams taking positions and. You can brawl on the 1-2, you can brawl on the hill, but it's a lot less common. It's especially in the recent meta, it's been like kind of either teams go aggressive mid, or one team takes the hill, one team takes the 1-2 line, and you kind of play off those positions. So we'll need to see. These teams aren't Mafia, who typically go to the middle quite a lot on Himmelsdorf, with like kind of BZs and Bliskers. Same with W. W tend to do that quite a bit. So we'll need to see what the playstyle is. I feel like we're going to see Sicarios playing 1-2 line. Cashback, I'm not really too sure.
Could be anything, to be honest. The CS on the hill has gotten a lot of momentum in recent times. A lot of teams playing with that.
Yeah, the small strike is powerful. And obviously the hill is, since the beginning of time in World of Tanks, the hill has always been powerful on Himmelsdorf. So, but I feel like Sicarios, if this goes to a tiebreaker, I feel like they don't beat Cashback on Ghost Town.
I don't think we're getting to a tiebreaker.
Well, neither do I. I'm talking about possible scenarios. Different universes.
It's not a scenario I'm currently considering, let's put it that way.
Well, if this happens, all of your predictions are right and mine's wrong. So I'm hoping, honestly, Sicarios, let's go.
It would be very curious to see, it would be really weird to see Sicarios pick up 2 rounds and then lose the next 6 straight.
You never know. I believe. Yeah, it's rigged so you can win the predictions. Is that what you're saying?
For sure, and the teams are in on it.
It's very true. They are getting some of that 10,000 gold that Phil has assured me exists and that I've not received yet.
I think you got bamboozled.
I think so as well. I've got it. I've got the PMs, Ducky, I'm telling you. The files will be released. The Phil files.
Love to see these. But yeah, no, Himmel's coming up between these two. Sicarios now looking dire.
Shaky.
They have to win this round to start with, because if you give Cashback a 5-2 match point, I mean, sorry, you may win 1, but you're not winning 3 in a row.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. I feel like it's do or die at the moment for Sicarios. I mean, Himmels is a fair map, right? It's not really... It's kind of similar in a way to Cliff, where you either put your tanks in the middle, 1-2 or the hill, and then based on the info you get, you make decisions. But it's one of those maps where it's as old as time. These teams, they know every rock, every rubble pile, every hole down, every possible position. So I think we got a fair contest here. If Sicarios can't do it, then they don't deserve it.
Bliska banned by Cashback. Forge B banned by Sicarios. Gives us double 60 DP, triple 50B. You know, double 60p, double 50B a drive. It's a type and a CS for Sicarios.
That's a bold lineup. 60 TPs kind of favored by W at one point, but we don't often see them. Cashback, an interesting one. One type, one CS, double 430U and triple E4 might be a 1-2 play by them. E4s and 430Us tend to be very strong on that 1-2 line. Sicarios definitely want to play more of a slow game with the 60 TPs. We'll see if they want to go and take the hill in the beginning.
CS going towards the hill, no surprise there. Aphrodite going towards 1-2 line in return. And it's sort of a split battle again for Sicarios. You know, 50Bs on the 7 line. Dravid's going towards the 3 line of like. Needs to be very careful with that, because there is 4-2 pushing down 1-2 line, and Adi taking one from one of the 4s. And Cashback will get that 1-2 line control. Alex taking one from Squeezy, but trading it out. Like still holding, could peek from Aphrodite. The 4-2 is now driving down, and Cashback will settle into this 1-2 line control. Good shot from Adi though.
Yeah, I don't mean it's a horrendous opening. Like should trade that one. Yeah, the Bees are going, but they're going into Akka, and it's not that great of a trade. But if they can catch him unawares, it might be good hill control for Sicarios. Sicarios aren't in a bad position here, you know.
Akka is gonna get found here.
Yeah,
Akka
for free. Do they have to clip?
They do. He did load HE, which is a good move on Akka because it's the last shot, to be honest.
They don't have to clip.
They don't have to clip. No, you're right. They don't have to clip.
He healed over
Aka's about to blast click with HE as well, and Barbarian and Liberty reacting by pushing this Type 5 of Adi immediately. And he did pen. You see 1082. That's another one from that Type 5. That's a big alpha on those high explosives. And I wonder if he's going to get one more out of this, because he's about to be reloaded. Click's now coming back in. Who reloads first, Akka or Click? Another one! Another 1k! That's 3k from Akka in that scenario. And those Bs, it looked so good, but now it looks so dire as Barbarian and Liberty are banging on Adi. This was not a fight that was going to go any other way than these 4-2 is beating through this Type 5, you know. The Type 5 in return though from Akka, paying dividend, and a big one at that. The shareholders are pleased.
Yeah, stonks. And now the thing is, like, is not in a good position. Alex, God knows what happened to him in that window, down to 400. Alex should never be this low HP in that window, and that means he can't really cover Like to such a good degree. Barbarian doesn't connect it. Nice strike coming out, but still Like is going to be out traded here. Takes one, Barbarian might give another. He is stunned, so doesn't connect that one. Like, it's a bold one to decide to peek this. I think he can't really go back because of Squeezy, and E4 doesn't. Ooh, Liberty doesn't connect, so Like wants to over peek. Does connect it, but takes one in return, and Liberty does have to reload.
Yeah, he has the ability as well. Pops it and will not reload actually, because he had to activate it. It's gonna be Like to get the better of him. Barbarian did back away. Reshrek's now coming in, but that is, to be honest, for show at this point, because there is no winning this round anymore. Barbarian pulling back in towards the train station as well. Little getting Like, and it's dire for Sicarios, losing this round as well. Those 50Bs, man, missing a shot. They had one shot too little. Did they?
I'm not sure if they. I want to recheck and do the maths to see if
I
one
mean,
of
they
them
have
bounced.
They have 1680 clip potential.
Yeah, times 2.
Each. Yeah.
Which is what, 3,320?
I mean, yeah, something like that.
Quick maths.
20? No, it's 3,360. No.
Yeah, sorry, 68 plus 8 is 16. Yeah. Listen, it took you 10 minutes to get it right. I did it 2 seconds.
10 minutes is a big
down.
stretch, bro. It's a big stretch.
Alright, but
how much does a Type 5 HP have again?
I think he took a hit though already. He was over 3k. He was over 3k for sure.
I feel like one of them may have bounced.
But the thing is that
he does heal a bit.
Akka hit the HE, which gives him full ability, and then he popped the heal. And the heal is what, 200? So yeah, I mean, I wish we could see the pen rates on the
American Akka, that's 3,278 damage.
Yeah, that's in 3 shots. Yeah, it's a very, nice trade, triple connections, and hitting those as well, because you need to hit the side.
No,
But-
no, the 50B is spendable from the front really easily.
Oh, is that in the corners?
The driver's plate. I mean, I don't know what's driver's plate. So you have the frontal hull, and then towards the
Yeah.
left of it, the side plate is pennable. And
Yeah,
also
yeah, the side plate as well.
Yeah, the machine gun ports are also pennable with HE.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he did good. I'm not sure. I do need to rewatch it to see, maybe they got unlucky on the damage rolls. I'd be surprised. I thought Reject might have hit a strike as well, but didn't.
I mean, the fact he doesn't
Okay.
die on the first clip makes that from a good trade to like a
horrible
disaster.
trade.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
his click takes 2k because of that.
And you look at Addy, who was traded on the other side. He got another shot. He got a shot early when they were crossing, and he still did less damage than Aka when he got pushed by the full 30Us. So it just makes it such a worse trade. And then from that position, there's nothing they can really do. I mean, Reject had a really bad game on the hill. I would have anticipated him to have a much better game. And I'll say this now: what on earth happened to Alex? By the way, he traded one for one.
Speaking against E4s with a 60p.
That's what happened. He wasn't trading. He was just donating. He was
But it's like the
'cause-
classic 60p. You know, you think they're gonna bounce, but 375 does not bounce to 60p when it peaks.
Because we saw him in the beginning. He peaked against E4, traded 1 for 1, and then when we went back to him, he was on 400. So that's some very good shooting on the cashback side, or some very bad peaks by Alex. But yeah, I mean, the main thing about this game was obviously the tight play with the HE connections, and the fact that they weren't able to clip him out. I mean, that's disastrous, the fact that they weren't able to clip him out. Taking 1 HE for a full type, that's fine. Taking
That's fine.
3 HEs for a full type, that's
It's not.
expensive.
Yeah, no.
Plus strike, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a fine trade to kill that Type 5. The 50Bs could reload, they could back away, they could do whatever, you know? Like, you still have a playable game, to be honest. You have the hill, they can't really cap, you got control over the middle strike at that point.
I mean, the 430U still would have pushed that type.
Yeah, they would have still killed them, but you would have had the better trade.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's match point for cashback. Not expected, right? After, you know?
Yeah, not really expected. I mean, Sakara's definitely had especially since the beginning, but Sakara's definitely had some potential in that last one. But now we go into this one where Sakara's now can't mess up. This is it. This is the whole thing.
I don't know. I do not see it. Sicario's banning the Fush B, cashback banning the 430U gives us this lineup of cashback. Very interesting. BZ, if it stays like this, Mivi, double CS, double Blitzka, and a 268.
Double CS, double Disco 268. 268's a bold one. Sicario's sticking with the double 60 TP. Not sure about that one based on the previous game. Double 50B, 1 Dravik, 1 CS, and 1 E4. Don't hate Sicario's lineup. I kind of like the 60 TP, but after watching what happened to Alex, they didn't even put him in the 60 TP this time. He's been put in the E4. you know when you just watch your teammate and you see him just do such a bad thing, and then you just put him in a different tank the next game.
Yeah, it's like when you see one of your players do bad in autoloaders and you're like,
Yeah,
well,
no, you play IS7 now.
from now on, you are demoted.
Yeah, you play in the group of heavies. No 50 BLCS for you. Yeah, I've had that experience.
Squeezy and Rishek spotting each other out. Squeezy still committing. Going towards that strike. Aphrodite committing on the secondary strike. Ooh, he's dead.
Yeah, and that's double hit. Aphrodite's
dead.
no HE connections this time. Click even pops the ability preemptively, and now Aphrodite is completely dead. And there is no trade on the cashback side. That's it. There's no return. That's a freebie.
That was very free. Cashback trying something. Maybe it's because they're 5-2. They're like, we can try something, but this trial is running into a lot of error.
Yeah, back to the lab for this one. I mean, maybe they thought they could be dominant, that Sicarius would be a bit afraid of them at this point. You know, losing 5 in a row, you can be a bit of a bully, but now Barbarian, he's just going to run into 3, and if he doesn't make it away on time, that's going to be a 2-tank advantage.
Bro, give them an
This kind of-
opportunity to push out 1-2 though when they spot this.
That's
Wow.
true, but you don't catch anything from that.
He's backing
Right.
away.
Yeah, he won't even see. I mean, it's logical that they'd send the 50Bs up the hill, right? This is a logical decision by Barbarian. They're already pushing down 1-2, which is
a
good.
lot of damage, though.
True. God knows what gave him that much damage, actually. It shouldn't really be the Bliskers, but... yeah. Taking 1-2 control, Alex doesn't connect it as well. No more E4 for you, sir, but... not that much damage taken on the crossing.
No.
Nico and Like do connect the shots, but Alex is in trouble now.
Oh, Mindbreaker ends up missing the shot against Alex, which is a shame. If he would have hit, that would have been huge. Alex now hits the shot in return, and the push is coming here from Cashback, and Sicarios is scrambling
The
to get
50Bs are on
back.
time, though.
I don't think Cashback wants to push anymore. They're also a little bit far away from each other. Look at Barbarian's position and look at the Dravid's position. The strike now coming out towards Mindbreaker as well. That hits on both of those, like re-pushing. The 50Bs coming back in. Mindbreaker backing away. There is a strike from Squeezy available. Will it be put on towards Like and Alex? That's a good question. Probably should. Now Liberty getting pinched as well from behind. Click and Milo pushing in, and I think Sicarios has found the opening that they need. A good kill there from the 50B on towards the back of that. Bliskovica does not give him an opportunity to get another shot out. And yeah, Cashback very far away from each other at this point. There's Dravis and 50B so far out. Sicarios realize that they make a good repush and they will extend their life by one more round at least.
Yeah. Sometimes you gotta test. Sometimes you gotta go back to the drawing board and...
it's just, I just wish they would test when my prediction's not on the line. You know, like.
it was all of your predictions on the line. It doesn't make a difference. You all went 6-3.
Really?
Yeah, all of you went 6-3, so it doesn't make a difference.
No,
you all would have.
I had 6-2, no?
No, all of you went 6-2, but now it will be 6-3.
Okay.
If it's 6-3. So
Yeah,
your
okay.
predictions wouldn't change. It's just you would get more than me.
I don't
basically.
care anymore, whatever. You know, like, yeah, now I'm over it, you know. Yeah. I didn't see that the other ones had 6-2 as well.
I only win OLS seasons, so it's fine. You know, these
Puffin
short
and
races.
Puffin on the copium, bro.
But yeah, this is just one of those throwaway rounds. There's not really much you can say here. I mean, they threw away Aphrodite, and then that was it. Game over. We go next, you know?
Yeah, it was a freebie.
It was too much, you know? You're reaching. You're really reaching at that point, you know? And it's an unnecessary thing, right? You take the strike, he runs away, then what? Right? You have a strike and you're risking a full tank for nothing. Especially when in the previous game, right? They've played 50Bs in every bloody round. They played 50Bs on Westfield. They played double 50B on both of the Tundras. They played 50B on the previous Himmels. At some point, you got to predict there's going to be 50Bs.
So, looking at it, it's 5-3. Maybe Cashback wanted to try it, see how it goes. You know, no better training than a live training. Didn't end up working though. There was no real opportunity in that round. Not when the Dravis and the 50B were so far away from each other.
Yeah, there's literally no trade. The only trade is like one shot from Aphrodite plus small strike plus big strike, and that's next to nothing. And from that point, you know, the extra gun, you can kind of just, you know, if it's 15v15 and you lose a guy for free, there's potential. In 7v7, it's just not realistic, just because of the way 7v7 is. The less tanks you have, the more important every single tank is. So it just allows Sicarios to kind of bully Cashback into a corner, and that forces them to do a 1-2 repush, and they didn't catch anything. Sure, Alex traded a little bit bad in the beginning, but he still ran on time, and they reinforced it. From the point that Sicarios reinforced Alex, they always had one gun up. So this was never a realistic game for them.
What is the next map? What came after him?
Ensk.
Perfect timing. Ensk indeed. Okay.
I missed the choo-choo train sound.
You can always unmute the tab banter.
Oh, okay. Oh, is it still there? Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. There we go. Listen, this is a whole new system, right? I take 4 to 6 weeks to adapt to new things. Okay. You should have seen how I was when the Tessac came out.
Aye. Probably in overload.
Exactly. I was crying. But Ensk, I don't see it for Sicarios. I don't see it. Ensk, it's such a close range map. It's a map that the kind of CIS, the formerly CIS region teams are so good on, right? When I played 50v15, Ensk was my permaban, because it's hard to do tactical things because the map is so small. And I think that really favors Cashback. I think they're going to slowly out-trade Sicarios and then just go for the knockout punch.
I believe it ends here. You know, this is the final hurdle for
so
Sicarios.
Maybe we're wrong, though.
Could be wrong. I think
be.
for Sicarios, if they do end up losing this round, there's a lot to look back, because having a 2-0 lead turn into a match point for your opponent is...
Yeah, it's not the most fun. But we'll need to see. I mean, content extensions happen. And Sicarios, they showed... I mean, they got lucky in the previous game, right? To be honest, they could have won both demos. If they had the clip potential to just kill that type in the first one, this could have been a different game. Same with this one. This one, they just got the freebie. It was kind of the same round twice. It was just they ran into a type last time. So... But you can't rely on gimmicks all the time. And especially on a map like Ensk, which is so small. Right? We saw in the game of Dopamine versus Cashback yesterday, right? The Type 5 snuck up behind E100. That doesn't happen often, because this is a very small map.
Type 5 banned by Sicarios, Cashback banning the 50B. They learned, they knew what Sicarios wanted to do.
AI learning. But yeah, going into lineup, Sicarios, double BZ, 1E100, 1140, Blisker, and double Fosh. So the first time we've kind of seen Foshes today.
That's true. But that's a sack again for Cashback. Triple E4, Mouse, Drabats, BZ. Let's see if Liberty can get a lot of info here in the beginning.
I'm surprised by the BZ picks. I'm not a fan of them on this map. I think BZ's only work if you get a specific engagement, right? If it's a slow game, if it's a trading game, BZ's are bad for it. You want them to go in, take the hits, and then other tanks are dealing the damage, but we'll need to see that boosting the 100. Amazing.
So worth.
Yeah. I would pick 2 BZs to push an E100 to get into the cap 2 seconds faster.
Liberty is going straight towards the information tower. I think that guy, right now Sicarios thinks it's either a CS or a light, you know? They're not sure because nobody was spotted yet. Okay, so they took the triple cap, right?
It will get the info point at some point, and Aka can always peek, and that's the nice thing about having that mouse in the J6 position. So much HP, so even if he peeks and trades negatively, he's still going to be able to...
He's thanks in the cap. I mean, there's a BZ behind him. He's peeking for free from the backside as well. Even these E4s may peek, and I think Cashback now realize a very important factor is that Sicarios is going to be scrambling to cover this BZ in the north, and they're
so
doing well.
cheeky. It's so cheeky by Mindbreaker, though, you know. Boost over to B5, give a free shot, boost away.
That's a triple strike, hitting home. The mouse does not get to hit, and you can see Sicarios reinforce that northern area, but Mindbreaker already gone. Perfect movement from him. Click, peeking out, takes a shot of damage. Does some
Alex
shots
took
back.
a big one on the crossing as well, but he falls. The thing is, I'm curious what the plan is, right? Because, yeah, there's this triple cap pressure, but at any time, Barbarian can just block the cap. Which he will do in a moment.
Really good damage from Alex, though. Aphrodite loses driver as well. The Fosh B now starting to aggro back in the north at the sack. Crossing over, the E4s coming back in the south. They want to pincer something, like taking some damage, but you gotta remember, he has his ability going, so he's gonna be healing quite a bit of that back, and the E4s are trying to cover towards the cap, towards Barbarian. That's little, but he is continuously getting shot by Alex in that 140. Now the Force B coming in as well, and Little and Aphrodite have bled a lot of HP for this. It has to be over the north at Cashback somehow in this round. Liberty tries to flank Like, but Like going to for the face, but the sack stretched straight through that, no problem. And now the BC's re-pushing towards the north together with Adi. It's Miku Rishak coming in towards Squeezy, but the sack is waiting and lingering in the side. He will do a lot of damage for this as well if he catches a BZ on the side, but it is a Sicario's potential victory in this northern part of the map at the very least. The Squeezy should die. Aphrodite is dead to Click, and that is the sack coming in with 1,000 damage towards the back of Rishak. The bigger problem right now for Cashback is Aka. He has all of the HP, 3,300 located on that mouse.
Yeah, and Liberty also has a decent chunk of Cashback's HP. He is dealing decent damage, you have to say it. That's the thing, you ignore the Tessak at your own peril. Nice shot by Miku under the rails, connects it into Mindbreaker. Miku kind of needs to take the shot, but Mindbreaker doesn't connect into Reject, which might mean Reject might go and make the kill under the rails. He's aiming for it. You can see it there, but doesn't connect it. Now Liberty going for Click takes a shot, and Liberty down to a one-shot. So it's a very close game at the moment, but all that HP on Akka is going to be a real concern.
It froze for me for a second. We're back. Liberty still playing off against Click, trying to drag it out for as long as possible. Doing a good job at that, but that means his teammates got to do something, especially this big fat mouse of Akka with 3,400 HP. Needs to move in, but Barbarian finds a recheck. Click gets the better of Liberty. Alex gets the better of Barbarian. Mindbreaker misses the shot against Alex. Alex doesn't have a strike anymore. Mindbreaker can get striked. He does get striked, and he is dead. And it's Akka on 2,800 HP, and Sicario's going to bring it back one more round, man.
Yeah. I'm a bit confused why Liberty face-checked Click. That was a bit of a weird one. But now, still playable, but very, very hard. And you can see Adi now going to pressure this strike. The other strike can't really be taken. Miko has a lot of HP, so he's going to try and go hunting with the 140 for little. Adi just aiming this corner. Will try and give one in, connects it. Mouse connects as well, Akka, but with ability, so it's a little bit less damage. But what's really important now is not really Akka, it's what's going on the other side of the map. It's if they can find Little, because if Miko and Alex can find Little, Akka doesn't stand a chance.
Akka will peek Miko though, from a good angle. Give him that much. It is a good peek from Miko. Oof, Akka
Doesn't connect it.
Missing, and Little was waiting for Miko to go around the corner back, but he did not end up going. You could see in the south is the E4. Alex now moving towards that strike on the east. That's not that good for Little.
That it is not. Miko does get spotted though. Little connects into his back, but now that's info on where Little is. So that means Alex will go hunting. And you can see Miko's in a bit of an awkward angle. Akka trying to find it, but with that little bump on the building, it's not great. Adi peeks, gives a nice big one. Akka doesn't return it, so he's now on reload, forced to back away, and it's such an awkward game for Akka, being that big lumbering mouse, because the strike is being taken by Adi, and once that's taken, Little, he's done for.
Does Adi use a blind? Probably not, to be honest, but now Little faces the music. It's starting to sound louder and louder, the saxophones in his head.
Saxophones? Do you have saxophones in your head?
No, but Akka gets a shot from Miku, and Miku gets one from Akka as well. And Little now pushing up, gets spotted out, and he's about to die. There comes the strike. It's actually the shot from Click to find it, and now Akka, the last one standing. Sicario's gonna bring it back one more round. They're not done just yet.
Yeah, not just yet. It was a decent round, actually. Just a frustrating one. Cashback looked so much in control in the beginning, but there was, during the mid-game, some really small errors on the Cashback side, which allows Sicario to come back. And the fact that Akka had so much HP for so long, just being out of the game, really caused Cashback some issues. And just, you know, having so much HP on that mouse, and he's just not in the game. He probably dealt decent damage, around 5k, I'd estimate, but just didn't have a major impact.
Yeah. No, it's a fantastic. I mean, the E4 has bled a lot in this sub, but
yeah, they did. They bled a lot to strikes, also to Alex.
Strikes,
Alex has 4.6.
Click,
yeah.
All of it basically.
Yeah, it was really unnecessary bleed by them. They didn't need to. And in the north as well, I think there were some errors by the Cashback players in the north. I don't know what happened. Where was Squeezy in this game? I didn't even see Squeezy at all. He has so little damage. I'm not really sure where he died. I think he died in the north against the PCs. Didn't have the greatest game, but yeah, I don't know. I thought this wasn't the greatest tactic by Sicarios, to be honest. I thought they were being bled down, but there was a moment and a lot of bleed done onto Cashback that was successful, that allowed Sicarios to win it. Oh, can we talk about, by the way, saxophones in his head? Do you have saxophones? That specific instrument?
Gotta stick with the trends, buddy.
Yeah, the modern trends. It's not violin anymore. It's saxophones.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but Sicarios, you know, the defying expectation. We anticipated it with NTR, but it hasn't.
You're really not up to date with like the youngsters. You know, you never heard of the saxophones are getting louder.
No, I live in the real world.
Man, if you watch some reels,
I have a job.
If you
I
watch
don't watch reels. I go out and meet friends for drinks.
You don't watch reels.
I go and I watch reels on Facebook. I'm not even kidding.
That still counts, that still counts.
Those are TikTok reels that have been on Instagram for a month that are now on Facebook. These are different.
No,
I don't know. The saxophones are getting louder. What's that even mean?
It's okay, Banter.
Put me in Keyhands camp if you want. I'm sorry, we live in the real world.
Keyhands camp? You mean going to do your grocery shopping in a wheelchair?
Listen, if you don't have to walk, why walk?
Smart Keyhand is living the life. Second round of ends though. I mean, I don't know how much Cashback was trying on the second Himmels, like if they really was trying a strat or they believed it, but right now, one more and Tiebreaker, you'd want them to be a bit more convincing, especially after winning 5 straight rounds, and then giving them 2 back, letting them into the match again.
Yeah, I mean, in this last round, I don't think this opener was very good by Sicarios, to be honest. Boosting an E100 to the middle, and then the mouse is just kind of farming. I mean, I don't think that's a good opener. Right, I think if you boost an E100, you're getting next to no benefit. And then you just have 2 BZs, which are pretty crap, right? But Cashback, maybe it's overconfidence, but they're bleeding a lot. The Dravek in the north, who just kind of died next to for free. The E4s in the south, which bled a lot, but either way, let's go into this one.
E4 banned by Sicarios, Cashback banning the Bliska, getting us a Dravets E100, double type, a CS, and double push B for Cashback.
Yeah, it's a bold, heavy metal lineup. Sicarios, 50B not being banned this time, so it comes out every round by them. It's 50Bs, double type, K91 with the radio equipment, and double Fosh B themselves. It's an interesting lineup on the Sicarios side. We'll need to see if they can use it effectively against this very heavy lineup by Cashback.
Yeah.
Decently heavy.
No, pretty. Like, even the Fosh Bs are like a heavy,
Yeah, they heal.
Squeezy is going to A0. CS is spotting the crossing in the beginning. Doesn't really see that much. Doesn't really see anything at all. He will find them on the second crossing, so it's all good. Spots out 4. And they know.
Yeah, Rijek gives 1, which is good. Nice little freebie. So you trade for the info, and every shot you give into that CS, he doesn't heal. Alex gets info in the beginning. Squeezy hasn't been spotted, but the E100 of Aphrodite has been. Akka now lit, so they don't know about Squeezy in that A0 corner. But Aphrodite's position is interesting.
E100 now coming towards the west as well, together with the rest of the Cashback tanks. And they may actually fancy a little bit of a brawl here towards this, but they gotta be careful about not doing it disjointed. Could peek from Little, pops the ability as well. Miku doesn't want to use his yet. Now Little needs to go back. Ooh, never mind about the good peek. I take it back altogether.
Yeah, but Little did have ability active the whole time, so he will heal a lot of that back. And now we see the charge of the super heavies down the middle. The Dravik moving in, so Mayo's going to kind of get caught. The K91 is further back. But the thing is that Sicarios can't really capitalize on this city play. But Cashback can't really find anything either. And if they bleed a lot from angles, which they are doing at the moment, this could go not well. Yeah, Mayo's getting caught, but it's only by Squeezy, and Mayo will trade decently favorably for that, like he's being collapsed upon. But Akka is bleeding quite a lot from that, but now look, Reject crossing for the open. Will they opt to HE him in the side? E100 connects it. Will Akka hit this HE? He does. 1,000, and they're collapsing in on the city in the meantime. Good
strike though in return on towards the Super Heavies, Liberty and Little, of which Little has already perished. Liberty is dying as well in that CS63, the autoloaders. He cannot face them. -2 tanks there for the side of Cashback. Sicarios, yeah, Milo facing off against Squeezy. Squeezy backing away. He's going to take another one for this. He wants to play on the strike to take that one. It's a good play. He does just about get around the rubble pile. Starts taking that strike as well, but the K91, no mini strike. Light goes down as expected. Milo misses the shot, and Squeezy now dominating this exchange between the two, to be honest, in that draft. It's Alex trying to do what he can in the K91, but the trades need to be amazing for him to actually do something, and so far they're not amazing. Mindbreaker wants Miku, Rishek peeking out as well, trying to cover Miku, but it's not happening. He gets flanked by Barbarian as well. The strike comes out, Barbarian with another kill, and the dying moments of Sicarios. For a moment there, it looked like maybe, just maybe, they were getting a foothold back into this match, but the reality is no different than what it was looking like 2 rounds ago. It is a cashback victory, not 6-2, not 6-3 either, but 6-4.
Yeah, I feel like there was potential in this round for Sicarios. I think they had an opportunity. They did win the city pretty early, even while Like was still alive, but just weren't able to capitalize and bleed those super heavies after that. Alex didn't have that much of an impact in the game in that K91. And
I don't know if this K91 did that much.
No, I don't think he did much either. I think he got bullied away. I saw he took 1200 and then kind of ran away and then tried to poke.
I also don't think Rishek needs to go through the outside there to get
I don't think so
for
either.
1,000 plus. You know, like there's a few things there which I mean, Alex is 4.4. Okay.
Some of that was in the late game, though. And bear in mind, 1,000 strike damage as well was on the super heavies. But yeah,
but there was I don't know if you noticed it, but Click got caught out on the one line as well.
I didn't see it, but
he was in the
he was isolated.
he got caught by Barbarian, and Barbarian did run away from the city afterwards as well. So it's like he kills Click, and then he runs, and then he comes back with level 3 ability, and he makes 4 kills. So it's like kind of impactful. In a way.
Yeah, it is. The fact that you don't, if Barbarian doesn't live there, those super heavies are kind of surrounded in a 360-degree crossfire. Autoloaders from the city, the K91 from the south.
Yeah, and if Rishek, for example, doesn't take a HE shell, which I don't think he needs to take, Yeah, there's a few things there. Also, Milo got dominated by Squeezy.
Yeah, the engagement wasn't bad in the beginning, but the moment that Squeezy backed away and went for the strike, it's a hard engagement for the type, right? Because he can... Dravik is so good in that position, in the hold down. He's also taking the strike. He's using the rubble piles, but I don't think that wasn't a decisive engagement, right?
I think it's all the small things adding up.
Yeah, it's all the small things added up. The main thing is obviously the city engagement, not catching Barbarian, and bleeding so much to win it, right? Because it's a 4v. It was a 4v3. Barbarian runs away. It's a 4v2, but obviously Reject takes that high amount of damage from the middle, so it's kind of you kill 2 tanks, but you're losing the combined HP of 3 tanks.
But for Sicarios, I guess I don't think they look at this tournament back with too much disappointment, to be honest.
No, getting into the semi-finals, beating JWL, who are kind of this Chinese super team with some EU players, taking cash back, almost a tiebreaker, right? Recovering it a little bit in the end. No, I think they can go out with their heads held high, especially with how strong this cashback team has been in the groups in the previous playday. So yeah, they won't make it to the finals, but you can still say well done to them.
I mean, like their whole run into this was kind of a miracle run, right? Weekend loses a game which you never think that they're
Against
going to lose. Then they make it in because of that. They beat JWL, which was a really close match, but nonetheless, if anything, you could say for them it was a very, very good practice run for OLC, which arguably you would say is the more important tournament for them as well, especially when you look at it with hit and run in the state that it is. I mean, there's a real opportunity here for Sicarios, to do something with that. So I don't think they should look back at it with too much disappointment. There's some stuff they got to look back at and be like, okay, maybe we got to change it up though, because like the tendency not to want to fight and lose seems very, very high. But that is for then. What is coming up though is in the banger of a match. Mafia versus W is the rematch of the OLS finals, but that is going to come up right after a little break with a little bit of replays.
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design, built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
On the left. So that's really new for me. Now I'm just looking at Yuki. I never knew your eyes were so green.
Well, it seems like you guys can hear me now. This time around, I promise it wasn't me not pressing a button, but yeah, welcome back, of course, to the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena, the second semifinal. And yeah, Banta, you already made it through a pretty lengthy best of 11. I don't think any one of us saw that coming to a 6-4 conclusion. Nevertheless, though, Cashback, I think, at the end of the day, taking the expected victory. Now we are gonna go to Mafia against W, and I think it's fair to say that the winner here is, or at least going into it, the winner there is not as clear-cut.
Yeah, look at that. Monster in that sky blue. That will never be normal to me. Obviously, Monster of previously hit and run. Now some players have left that and gone to Mafia because of Mafia's recent success. W obviously winning multiple OLSs. So this is an absolute clash of titans, especially with kind of hit and run collapsing a little bit. We're now kind of down to 3 with Mafia, Cashback and W being the top European teams. But yeah, looking at these lineups, these are heavyweights.
Absolutely heavyweights, and I mean, in the past OLS, those two teams were also the two teams that coincidentally made it to the finals, so kind of a rematch. And, well, if you're W, you're looking for a little bit of revenge there as well, because Mafia was able to clutch it out there and then. But today might be a different story. Obviously, best of 11 is amongst the biggest best-offs that some of these players will play and have ever played. Of course, Mafia is coming with that experience from past WCI finals, and actually I think all of the players on their roster, because, well, Monster back then was playing against them, but now he has joined forces with, I guess, his different Polish brothers from Mafia. Cliff and Himmelsdorf banned out by either team. To be honest, I'm a little bit sad to see them go, personally, because I really like seeing those maps, but then, of course, it's just really about the order of the maps that are being played. So we're going to start on Westfield, we're going to go to Tundra, we are going to see Pilsen as well, fully, that we know already, but after that, Ensk, Sand River, Ghost Town, if we need to go all the way. So yeah, Westfield and Tundra to start it off. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, very sad to see Cliff and Himmelsdorf go. They're the classics. We're seeing a lot more Tundra and Westfield in the OSA. We don't typically see them in the OLS, but here they've been chosen in almost every single game.
I mean,
I like them both.
We don't see, or we didn't see Westfield in the OLS because there it literally wasn't in the map pool.
It was there one season, no?
Yeah, it was there, I believe, the previous 2 or even 3 seasons, but for season 6 it wasn't there. So it now made its return for OSA. And to be honest, I think another reason why we didn't see Westfield or Tundra, maybe at least during the first phases and stages of this event, was that there was a lot of cross-server matches going on. And now, I mean, today, all the teams knew already going into this that they were going to play on home server, on home turf, with, I guess, home advantage for either of them. Matches are being played on the EU1 periphery, so yeah, whether it favors Mafia or W, I don't think anyone has a clear-cut advantage. Both of the teams are going to play with home ping.
Yeah, and predictions, I've said it before, I don't understand why nobody rates W. So many OLSs won, they've won WCI, and people still don't rate them, they still go for Mafia. But either way, in the first game of this second semi-final, BZ being banned by Mafia, W banning the 50-bit.
And this means that Mafia is going to start with the double MVY triple CS. That's a lot of medium tanks, together with a 430U played by Monster and the Bliskowitz from Rexar, so no light tank either on Mafia's side.
Yeah, Monster being an immediate starter. Kind of curious who he benches. A lot of strike potential, so they'll be playing that field side. No light tank though, which might be a bit risky. W, they are going with that light tank, 140 Batchat. Is that an Object 277 I see? One of my least favorite tanks in the game. Double M5Y and a Dravik 277. I hate it. I absolutely hate it.
First of all, W with the light tank, they do get 3 tanks with the plane, but this in turn means that Klurf, of course, doesn't get the replane. He immediately goes on to the spotting tower that is going to go full info. Mafia, they don't really care so much about that. Instead, the triple CS immediately through the northern side, and they're going to be matched by Brainbreaker only in that 277. And you said you don't like the tank. Maybe that is because it also doesn't really have a lot of DPM. He was able to do a first, now a second shot, but Conrad does have the medkit available, and now Yuzek and Kono will be able to peek him from the sidelines. He was already starting to bleed. A third shot misses. The gun handling of the 277 not the best, and he will just get eaten up by those CS tanks.
Yeah, big strike. We'll see if Kono can dodge that. He does, so it only hits up to Yuzek, and they're opting actually to go and push on that 140, but they're gonna bleed a lot for this. Lucan gets pushed upon. Brainbreaker goes down. Lucan low HP, but he's now safe behind the buildings. In the meantime, we didn't really see it, but that 430U, he managed to run from the field. The double CS now, they're chasing Isles, but Klurf is coming to reinforce, and as the dust kind of settles, not really settles, but as the game slows down, you can kind of see, I'm not really sure who's in the advantage. Lucan will go down at some point, and if he does, there's going to be 2-tank advantage for Mafia.
Well, Lucan, he did have to use his ability as well, so the DPM from the MVY is not going to be that great. Nepal taking another one from Orjek, and Itox failing to retaliate here. So Mafia currently with a tank up, arguably with the better positions around the cap as well, but W is taking an artillery strike as Nepal takes another shot of damage. 7 seconds remaining, but the arty strike, it needs to go down. It does, but it's only going to hit on Conrad, so 15 seconds once again. And the tanks of W, they need to come close. They don't really have any mediums with the baby strike as well, so the resets, they will have to happen the normal way. Lucan finally going down. The plane gets put onto the cap. Profuse gets lit. 1 second remaining. Make that 0, and the final reset does come in just in time.
Yeah, Mentos makes the peak. Ios was forced to make the peak as well, but he goes down because of that to Ios. But the thing is, they're not that great of a position because those double CSs, they're getting kind of punished by Klurf. But in the meantime, the aggression, Itox, he has most of the HP on the W side, but he's just being overpeaked. He will heal over a BZ shot threshold, but he's just getting punished by these MVYs. Conrad picks it up. Rexar should finish off Nepal. Yuzek small strike does it actually. And now it's just Klurf and Mentos on their lonesome. A lot of low HPs on this Mafia side, but Klurf would have to pull off a career-defining performance to win this one.
Indeed, the odds stacked against Klurf. Yes, Mentos is taking the artillery strike here with that Batchat, so possibility for resets is there. But if we take a look at the lineup actually from Mafia, there's no one really one strikeable. Ooh, good shot coming in from Yuzek. Playing a rather not normal tank for himself, actually. With that CS, normally you can see him in the super heavies as he does drive towards Klurf, does get blown up. That means Klurf will have another plane available, and he puts it onto the cap. So now the artillery strike from Mentos needs to come in. It is, I think, possibly even placed a little late. Orjek drives out of it, and Mafia get the 1-0 victory against W. It seemed very close for a long time, but I think once again, the tank that you were kind of trash-talking at the beginning, it was the beginning of the end. Right at the start of the battle for W, that 277 really completely getting picked apart, almost countered by what Mafia was doing with that triple CS through the north.
Yeah, I mean, the point of the 277 is the speed. He could have run away, and he opted not to. He opted to stay. And the tank is just pretty terrible, right? It has a worse turret than IS-7. The hull is made of paper. The DPM is bad. The accuracy is bad. It has no gun depression. I personally just hate the tank, and he only deals 2 shots. But he was in an unfortunate position. I mean, Monster on the other side got kind of caught in the city. He didn't go down, but he lost a lot of HP for that. So it was kind of an even trade. But from there, Mafia just had that high ground, and they used their MVYs to kind of punish them. You can see Orzic and Profus 3 and 5k between them. Yuzek also had a really nice game on 5k. So I think this was a game that could have gone W's way. I think they need to play a little bit better for Brainbreaker, but still, it shows a close affair between these two. This game was closer at one point than it looked.
Yeah, Mafia just wanted to open up fast and furiously, and that is exactly what we saw, right? Not taking a light tank immediately with the blind CS commit, because realistically, that's what it was. They didn't have any info, and they just kept driving at the 277. I think that is kind of best case scenario, obviously, almost for Mafia.
What's interesting is that W have a higher accuracy rate, but a lower pen rate, if you look at the bottom, which means that Mafia were peeking over the ridge with M5Y, dealing damage, and W were shooting their turrets in return and not dealing damage. So I think that made quite a bit of a difference, especially in the late game with the swing that happened in HP, right? This game was kind of close on HP for a long time. Obviously, Lukin bled too much, Brainbreaker went down very early, which meant the gun advantage was always in Mafia's favor. But I feel like this could have swung in a different direction at one point. I feel if W had been a bit more lucky, and I think Mentos is top damage, but I think if Mentos had an even better game than he had, I think this could have had some potential.
I mean, as well, if you take a look at it, right, you say Mentos top damage, but to
it's
be honest,
not
3,500, that's not even 2 clips. And like with the bat chat, when you're coming into this kind of stuff, the first clip you need to do anyway. There is not even a discussion about it. The second clip, you start going into this, it's an okay game territory, but I think only in the third game is when you start to unlock the carry potential and like the real threat that the bat chat can pose, where you always do almost 2k with a clip, and in Onslaught the tanks have more HP, not only because of the modifier, but also because of the simple fact that you don't need to mount that much gun handling equipment, so a lot of tanks are going to be running stuff like more HP hardening, and so yeah, 4,000 is like okay score for a bat chat, because you are supposed to be a damage dealer, but only above that do you really unlock the good game potential.
Yeah, definitely. And as well, he was last alive, right, with the light tank, so you kind of anticipate him having a little bit of a better game than that. He was always the backline cover tank, but either way, moving into the next one, Mafia banning the 50B, W also banning the 50B.
And that means that both teams are actually going to be able to play exactly what they wanted to, because they of course planned on having the 50B banned. Mafia starting with the BZ75, Dravets, double MBY, 140, 430U, and the RHM, so going with the light tank now.
Yeah, W sticking with the light, triple Dravek, a Batchat, K91 and Bliska. Gives a lot of control in that lineup. It kind of, you take Bliskas when you want to be aggressive, but their lineup looks, but it kind of looks like both teams want to play field a little bit, but Mafia do have those MVYs that are good for the ridge lines. 140 has the radio equipment as well, which is quite interesting. We don't often see that on a 140 at the very least, but we'll need to see Rexar boosting Uzek.
Oh, so first of all, Klurf hits 4 with the plane. Meanwhile, Kono hitting 4, Klurf only hitting 3. That means Kono gets the replane, actually, as both of the light tanks are orientating themselves towards the southeast. Klurf, avoiding the artillery strike, does want to counter the info tower, but he doesn't really see anything there. Instead, he sees Monster in that 430U, and now Mafia are setting up around the cap. Uzek taking a shot, but he will be pretty invincible almost, I want to say, in that position on the northwest, where he will, over time, be able to get the info tower, as we do see him completely grab it, and that means full information available for the team of Mafia, as W. Klurf still hasn't gone for the info tower in his RHM, as he is spotted right now. Oof, Ojek there, a shot whizzing past him.
Monster's position is super interesting, actually. He does get spotted, but for a time, I think he was sat in a bush there.
What's Mentos doing, actually? Keep in mind, the base is also up and running. 6 seconds remaining, but a small strike for the reset comes in. Lukin is going to pick up a secondary strike for W, so right now it shouldn't be too bad for them, as the artillery strike gets put onto Profuse. That's going to be another reset, but he doesn't connect on Conrad. So still 13 seconds to go, and once again Mafia putting up the pressure. Nepal coming close with that Dravets, wants to block the cap from going. Rexa, another manual reset coming through with a gun, but now Nepal is close, and that means the tanks might be able to overpeak. Never mind, Conrad taking 800 to the face, and Mentos with that bad shot. He does fire onto Monster, but now he's spotted from Kono in that light tank, as Orjek, I think that's out of render. So good pinging on the map by the players of Mafia to punish Mentos.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of punishment. Wasn't horrendous, but obviously it's more than he dealt. Ooh, another one as well. I mean, what's more important right now is what's going on in the north with the M5Ys. But Mentos losing this much HP, it's gonna mean that he can't really contest against Kono. Klurf has also lost a lot, so the bleed on W's rotational tanks is not insignificant.
Absolutely not. This might be a long-term issue. Come and bite W in the butt later on. First of all, though, we can see the reaction coming in. Brainbreaker in that Dravets getting sent around to establish a little bit more presence here, a little more heavily armored presence at that Fort W in that southeastern part of the map, because so far Batchat and RHM, between the two of them, there is not a lot of armor to spare. But now that Dravets able to cut off the 430U from any kind of potential rotations, that is an interesting spot for Monster to be in, as he does get planed as well. But of course, Mentos now has to play this very, very carefully with the Batchat of his own, as he could get spotted at any point by the plane of Kono, who holds it for now. I don't think Mentos sees any possibility here to strike at Monster at this point in time, but the artillery strikes, of course, don't really care about stuff like this. One of them going down, so Monster 1, 2, 3, 4. How much HP is in his store? Well, I know it's running out.
Yeah, and the big thing is that W are building this strike arsenal. They had 3. One of them was used onto Monster, so now they only have 2. But still, the longer this game goes on for, and the fact that Nepal's full HP, they can't really boost and kind of quick eliminate him and then apply cap pressure. So the longer this game goes on for, the better it's going to be for W. Just because of they're taking these strikes. And right now, the bleed, it's in W's favor. These heavies have bled about 700 to 1,000 each. Monster's bled even more. So 6 minutes to go. That's another maybe 2, another 4 strikes that they could probably get. So we'll need to see.
I think the biggest issue for W at the moment is that Mentos is pretty low HP on those 1230, and now he even gets spotted on the cross. The 140 and RHM both connecting. He goes to 439, another shot into the Batchat, making him go to 102. There are no strikes available currently for the side of Mafia to finish him off, but of course 102, that's not a lot. Klurf now also getting spotted. This is almost the worst case scenario for W, as both of their tanks that were projecting the presence onto the field for them are being driven out, being stripped of everything that they have. Klurf also 100 now. That is not a lot of HP to go by between the two. Mentos and Klurf, if they go and bunch up together, even an artillery strike could get the double kill here. And this means the Mafia are now going to swoop in from the south, and they're going to put the timer on W.
Yeah, really surprised that Kono didn't opt to chase them down, both of them being one-shots, but they're now trying to come in. This forces W to make a play in the north, but it's just not that easy. Mafia don't have any tank behind them, but they still have good established positions. 3 of them pushing onto Yuzek, but he's going to take a while to die, and they're going to need to turn their turrets. Ayo's doing a good job there blocking, so Yuzek can't escape. He'll make that kill. Nepal being focused out, but so is Rexar. Rexar picks it up, which is nice. Rexar goes down. In the meantime, Yuzek goes down as well. So decently even, but Mentos going down as well. That gives gun advantage still in W's favor. They're pushing onto Conrad. It's not bad if they can make this kill, but Itox takes a lot for that and doesn't connect it either.
No, Itox doesn't connect, goes down even for it as Lukin swoops in to kill Conrad, and all of a sudden Mafia are down a gun, but up in HP as they find themselves still with a light tank, with the Inspire Medium. Monster has to run against Lukin though, needs to be very careful. Orzhik gets found, the K91 with its DPM about to come in. The Dravets of Lukin gets tagged by Monster here, but Orzhik double-tracked on the open field. RHM of Kono also taking damage as Orzhik. He does nothing he can do. The K91 to pick him up. It's 2 versus 4. W, they're looking for the return punch on Westfield.
Yeah, big mistake there by Orzic. He had to run. He didn't. It got perma-tracked, and that kind of seals the fate for Mafia. I mean, they do pick up the kill on Brainbreaker. There is some potential. Nice shot into Monster. If Monster can remain spotted and Lukin can hit the shot, but obviously that reveals where Klurf is. Lukin does connect it, so does Klurf. So Monster down to a one-shot, so Lukin will pick that one up. Klurf puts a plane, but doesn't see Kono. Kono now spotted. If he picks up Klurf cheap, there's potential.
Well, the problem is that another shot connects in towards Kono, so that should, in theory, at some point actually give information towards where he is. And now you can see the artillery strike coming down. It does connect. It does he doesn't manage to reset iOS in the K91. They do suspect that he is still there, but actually the plane connects from Klurf and he is able to make it out for now. Not even sure that was a plane, maybe that was a straight up spot, as Kono has to back up into this corner, from which you and I probably both have farmed a lot of damage in random battles, but here for Kono it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really help him. There is no plane available for Klurf, neither is there for Kono, but now that shot of damage is going to put him on a one plane, but he doesn't have the artillery strike to follow up, and Lukin, of course, knows what's happening. He's going to go hold down.
Yeah, info tower taken by iOS. That's a nice shot. Lukin going down to a one-shot. That could cause issues. Lukin doesn't connect it, neither does Klurf. Small strike does not connect. But there's potential here for Kono to at least get a draw. If he finds Lukin and then finds Klurf, he can ring a Rosie iOS in this K91 for a long time.
I think
but it's
over
not
time, it's not going to be easy because they still have iOS to play around with. Kono spots out Lukin, doesn't get the kill, however, and now iOS has the info tower, of course. They're going to wait for the artillery strike to be picked up. There we go. Now they know his whereabouts. The shot by Lukin, it misses. Is the arty strike going to do the same is the question. It doesn't get used yet by Klurf so far, and this means that Kono knows he's playing still against an artillery strike. iOS is going to pick up a secondary one, and they can obviously waste the HP. Never mind, iOS even just goes for it, drives for it, and this shot here by Kono, it's going to reveal the whereabouts of the RHM. The plane, it does connect, and of course, he gets another shot, so he will have another replane, but will he be able to stay safe? That is, of course, the all-important question here, as another strike, I believe, is getting picked up at the moment by Cliff. Oh, Kono spotted out in the open. This might just about be it. One of the strikes by W does miss. The shot by Kono as well, and finally it's Lukin to pick it up. Kono, he made that one about as close as he could.
Yeah, W made a bit of a meal of that in the end game. I think this was probably... I mean, so did Mafia though. Orzic didn't run, so he died basically full HP for free. He didn't deal really any damage in return. So I think W were winning this. Then Mafia did a good field repush, and that put the ball back in their court. But then W made a good play in the north and caught a bunch of tanks off guard. And yeah, Orzic has 4K, but he kind of lost it in the late game because he got caught. And we see iOS with the 5.7, he perma-tracked him and did a really nice job. So yeah, this one really could have gone either way, to be honest. This was a tense one.
Once again, to use caster vocabulary, it was a very scrappy game, I believe.
Love
For
that
example,
word.
if you think back towards the peak of the W Bliskavice, going up, going over, going for the kill shot, taking a lot of damage, missing, and then going down. It's like, it wasn't perfect by any means by either team. But of course, the better end for W, and it almost felt like Mafia with this very, very good play on the field, where they were able to pick up a lot of damage on towards the enemy tank. The problem for them was they weren't able to finish them off, first of all. And second of all, it actually prompted W into towards this northwestern push that ended up being a good play. Despite some, like, let's say maybe individual misplays, it was the correct call to make, and they just overran whatever Mafia had there. So I think Westfield, rightfully so, being split 1-1. I wouldn't read too much into who picked and banned each map here. I don't think in a best of 11 that necessarily matters too much, as it's really just about the maps that are, you know, left over after the bans. You decide the order and that's it. But yeah, Westfield split 1-1. We're off to the races on Tundra.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I think this, you know, some starts of matches between teams, they don't tell us much. I think this tells us a decent amount. It tells us, first, it's going to be a good game. And it tells us both of these teams are out to play, and they're bringing their best cards, right? Mafia adding Monster to the roster seems to have helped them a little bit. I think it's a good change. Monster's a nice level head. Very nice guy in real life. If anyone doesn't know, can confirm he's a nice guy in real life. So yeah, it adds a lot to the team. I think it helps with their stability. You know, we've seen Mafia have a bit of emotion in WCI and things like that. So Monster might help them with that. W as well. You know, we always say that they're also a bit of an emotional team, a bit of a a wild card team. They can either win 4-0 or go down 3 and win it 4-3. So
I think with W, it's always fair to say that they're kind of the team with the lowest floor, but also the highest ceiling.
Yes, definitely.
But yeah, let's see. Mafia sticking with the 50B ban for now. CS63 getting banned out by W, which is not the worst choice on Tundra, I think. And so Mafia are going to come in with a BZ and double BZ actually, 140 and quadruple 430U. That's a lot of DPM.
That it is. W. It's a very interesting lineup that they've taken, actually. A bunch of tanks we don't normally see on this map. 60 TP, IS-7, T-57s times 2. Don't often see those as well. K91 Leopard and 140. They are champions of this Leopard. You know, the small strike, decently accurate gun on a good speedy platform. But it's an interesting one. It's like almost a Himmelsdorf lineup, you know, the 60 TP, the IS-7, T-57s.
It almost feels to me like Mafia are going with this, you know, non-BS approach here, like just in-your-face fighting, and W have almost
W are full
coming,
BS.
where it's like, yeah, you're gonna come heavy and with a lot of DPM. Well, hold our beer, you know what I mean? It's double 57. That is crazy. Also, 60 TP is such a monster when it's hold down. So
I don't know.
yeah.
Did you watch the previous game? I watched the.
Well, he wasn't really hold down, I would suppose, but yeah, Nepal
He was in the window.
Nepal gets the info tower that should be full information at some point in time for the team of W when he actually decides to use it. That is good job by Ios into Rexar. He punishes the 430U a little bit, and the problem also for those 430Us that are split off from the BZs is that they're not going to get the HP back, but Mafia, they want to contest the artillery strikes to essentially get that free damage in, as the, I believe, 60 TP from W currently is applying cap pressure.
I'm not a fan of this. We've seen it a few times in Sicarios. You put a Dravik under there. I don't really see what it gains. You know, he gets jumped on. But right now, if you look at W's position, they don't have that much covering him. The K91 has rotated over, so that's a bit more cover. But K91 is DPM, it's not burst. So there's not going to be that much damage dealt. They don't have that much to take the other side. I don't know, I think this is going to be a really hard game for W. I know we've seen that before. They've played this tactic before with 60 TP in the cap, and I think they made it work then. But this is going to be a hard game for them.
Notably, this time around, the 60 TP is actually in a different spot from where we saw him last time. I believe that's because W spawned on the other side of the map. So naturally, they're going to play different angles. But yeah, Conrad taking some damage, but in comes the repush by the team of Mafia that are going to reset the 60 TP in the cap, so that pressure is gone. And Brainbreaker, it seems to me like he actually overstayed his welcome a little bit. Some bounces onto the magic side of the IS-7, but he does get retracked. Can they keep him there is the question, as Nepal with that T-57 is going to lay down cover fire, so Brainbreaker is going to make it out, battered and bruised as he is. And as the dust settles, both teams actually still with 7 tanks alive, but the bleed has been on kind of every tank from Mafia, whereas W, it has been a little more, you know, on individual tanks.
Yeah, I definitely prefer to still be in Mafia's position. Monster gives a nice one to Brainbreaker. Monster should give another one, actually, which will put Brainbreaker down to a one-shot. Might finish him off himself. If not, they have a plethora of strikes that can do it. He does. And you kind of have to ask the question, now what? What's the plan now for W? And I don't see a plan, if I'm honest. I don't see any good way back into this game right now.
I think there might be a better plan here for Mafia, because as you can see, W in the north, they were trying to take the northern artillery strike even with the 140, but this means that they're actually heavily split then tank for tank with the 140, trying to go up against the 430Us. It simply doesn't work. The DPM ability, especially in a 1v2, is going to rip you to shreds. So the 140 now needs to retreat. He doesn't take any more damage for it, which is good for Ios at this point, I guess. But still, it was a very, very risky move, and I think it shows that W are getting a little bit desperate. I mean, full information, once again, for the team of W, but does it really help them? I would argue that not that much, because what can you push? Is it the BZ-75 in the south? Well, he does get covered by the 140.
Yeah, and even... I mean, it's not a bad thing, though. W have fully abandoned the north and gone for this south play, which means, sure, they might bleed a lot to kill Conrad, but if they can kill Conrad, then they won't get repushed to north. My stream is frozen currently, so I don't know what's going on, so you take over.
Well, a radio cast for you as well, as Conrad peeks the corner here against Mentos, takes a shot of damage. Mentos able to retreat back before Conrad can retaliate, as the cap once again has started going. Still over or almost a minute to go, and one BZ of Mafia is trying to crouch on back onto the cap. Monster with the 430U now rotating around, trying to cover Conrad in that BZ 75. As once again, W starting off a rotation with all of those medium tanks, as well as the one of the T-57s at least, that have been holding the south. And now 35 seconds remaining on the cap. Mentos is starting to get another information tower. Monster spotted out for that shot, and I believe the artillery strike, it might miss Itox, and this has to spring Mafia into action. The secondary strike gets put as well. It misses too. This is a lot of firepower and a lot of damage that they could just put anywhere for Mafia that has been used. Yuzek starting to peek in. Is he going to penetrate? Yes. So this gets rid of the cap pressure for now.
Yeah, unfortunately I'm still looking at a PowerPoint stream, so
well, that means
need to
I
continue.
guess I will need to keep going for the time being, as Clerf with the Stinger coming in to support Itox as well. And another info tower getting used for the side of W, so they're really feeling out well where exactly those tanks of Mafia are to really punish them. The Stinger of Clove coming close towards Yuzek, who is obviously in the one-clip range. He also just activated his ability. That's a lot of damage in towards Yuzek. The wall himself trying to back up behind one of those. And now Nepal and Mentos springing into action against Conrad. An artillery strike gets used, as well as the T-57 clips out. The Leopard of Lukin coming in too. Conrad just blows up. So W, they do find a kill, but Clerf being on the reload right now might get caught here with this, but the 60 TP is there to help him. Monster, the former team captain of Hit, now an integral part of Mafia, getting pushed upon by Lukin and Mentos that managed to pick him up. And I think W, they have played the information game very well up until this point. Will they be able to convert the round is the question.
Feel bad for your voice, but yes, I am back. A restart seems to have fixed it. It's no longer a PowerPoint stream, so it's interesting. Mafia now in this position, all their tanks in one place. They're kind of forced into this push, and this is going to be a bit of a charge of the light brigade. You know, hold down 60 TP, full T-57. Kono gets blown up. Orzech does make the crossing, but at what cost? 1,618 HP taken. Rexar makes a peek. He regrets his life choices. Minus 1k, minus his life. And now, in the final death throes of Mafia's game, W pulling it back from what looked like such a difficult position, losing Brainbreaker essentially completely for free, and still pulling it back convincingly. That's impressive.
Indeed, very impressive, and I think W show that they can be a very, very patient team, which sometimes for them has been a problem in the past, but now they do swoop in and they play something against Mafia with which I think very few teams have actually been able to pull off before, which is sort of playing south more than anything. Normally on Tundra, when you're playing the map, you're really trying to get a grip of the north. This is why we see so many matches, or games rather, on Tundra kind of play out in a way where both of the teams are bringing a lot of firepower to that northern part of the map and then just try to outbrawl each other. But here, W, I think, showing us something completely new. Very, very refreshing to see. It has been tried by other teams in the past, but I would say more often than not, it has failed.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a full look at the game. Obviously, I was seeing every 10 seconds the PowerPoint would update, you know. So I got to see screenshots of this
always
match.
Helps. I heard that.
Yeah, but I'm surprised, you know, like from what I did see, you know, Brainbreaker went down essentially for free, but then after that, nothing happened. It just then my stream restarted, and then Mafia just lost. I was like, huh? You were in a dominant leading position. What happened?
The problem I felt like as well was that Mafia just didn't anticipate the positioning of the 60 TP in the cap. And that was like the biggest issue, because Mafia had to expend not one but two strikes to learn that they wouldn't be able to reset with the strikes because they were just not anticipating where he was stationed. And then the BZ-75 for Mafia had to peek. I believe that was Rexar. He takes a shot by the 60 TP, he resets in return. Okay, not the worst trade by far, but then all of a sudden, even with the heal on Rexar, he's back towards that one clip potential for the T57, and all of a sudden he just can't play the position anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the tanks we're looking at are correct. Are you looking at the same thing I am? With like Itox and a Bliska?
That might be from the last...
Yes, I believe it's from the last one. So we can't see the damage.
Yeah, we'll actually look back into that. But for now, let's be content with the fact that I think W on this Tundra round... Like, I wasn't even looking at the stats here at this point in time. I was just trying to recreate in my mind what exactly had happened.
You were describing the round for me, so I could visualize it. Thank you.
A radiocaster at your service.
Radiocaster. Love it. No, but I think W can be really happy with this round. The fact that you basically lose a full tank for free, and then you're playing 6v7, and you pull it back to not only a win, but a dominant win. This ending had W all over it. It wasn't even close. So you gotta they've taken a throwaway round into a dominant win, and you gotta be really happy with that. You could be riding that high. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see W coming out of the gate with some confidence and some aggression here. Because to be honest, from what I saw after Brainbreaker died, I thought that game was practically unlosable. You have north side on Tundra with a gun advantage, that shouldn't really be recoverable.
You would think so, but once again, I think that W, after losing this initial tank of Brainbreaker with the IS-7, they played it just substantially better when it comes to the info game. Anyway, though, once again, both teams banning out the same tank again for 30U, which means, in turn, both teams are going to be able to play with exactly what they planned with, which is quadruple BZ together with double CS and a 140 for the side of Mafia.
Yeah, and W, 150B, quad, BZ, 1CS and a 140, then Inspire medium. It's an interesting lineup. We don't often see BZs anymore on Tundra. They tend to have been taken over by more 430s and M5Ys, but both of these teams have a pretty brawly lineup.
So once again, I will have to let everyone know that I'm not the biggest fan of the single autoloader heavy tank, just because in Onslaught you kind of unload your clip and then you dealt some damage, but you haven't fundamentally changed the situations. That might change though with the shots that are coming out. Currently 2 shots from BZs in towards the Mafia players, make that 3, so not that bad considering that was 4 BZ guns shooting at them, as Profuse does cut off the way here for Clerf, or rather Monster does, as the 50B of Itox actually goes into the cap here. Now Monster getting outflanked by Clerf, needs to be careful. Itox is not able to make any shots count with this clip, as the DZ75s are starting to open up the fray. Mentos has outflanked all of them as Ios is coming from the sidelines with the 140. This is going to be a brawl. The overpush coming in by either side as Ios is just pumping in the DPM from the side, but Brainbreak actually the first one to fall. Orzhek to follow him throughout the grave as an artillery strike make that 2 comes down, and the second one cannot be cleared. That's a lot of DPM that's not available for W, and another strike is going to come down. W, they just don't have the DPM to sustain against this kind of strike firepower. Mafia firmly up in the HP department.
Yeah, up in the HP department, they do have the surround. Itox not in a great position. Clerf in the north kind of isolated. The 140 of Ios running away, and it's an absolute slaughterous brawl here. Mafia do have that HP advantage. Guns are equal, so there is some potential, but they need to find a way to get Ios, that Inspire medium, into the game. Lukin is being focused at the moment, but picks up Yusek, which is not bad. Rexar goes over, Mentos goes down, Nepal kind of isolated. It's blow for blow at the moment. Mafia with that minor HP advantage. They are isolating Clerf. He's buying time, which is what's really important. He's wasting Kono and Monster's time, and Monster has to bleed a lot to try and get to him, and I don't think he's going to be able to. Ios is giving shots. Monster goes down. What is this? But the HP is still in their advantage at the moment. Rexar has so much of it. He's trying to get shots into the poor Lukin. Should go down in a moment, but there's no one really can focus him. Rexar's bleeding a lot for this. It's a very close game, but hey, gun advantage. Not really sure who takes it right now.
Well, the problem for W is that the HP are literally starting to run dry here. Everyone is a one-shot for the guns in the enemy team, as Kono has 390. That should normally be enough for Nepal as well, and Profu still sitting on 1,000. Nepal now with a very important heal. He's going to go above 440 even, so that makes things a little bit easier. But Kono now with the peek onto Klurf. Nepal gets picked up in the same spot by Rexar. That obviously has enough alpha, and Ios, the Inspire 140, finds himself in an impossible 1v3 situation. And yes, round number 3 took a lot of time, but in round number 4, Mafia equalize it in short succession.
Yeah, very close one. They did that initial damage in the beginning, and I think because they did the initial damage, they were a bit out of position as well with the nice strikes on the Mafia side. They did a lot of damage with the strikes onto those BZs, and like you mentioned in the beginning, that single autoloader, I don't think Itox did a lot in this game. And that's not his fault. I think it's just a mistake in the positioning. Like putting the 50B in that close position, trying to take the strike, but he's fighting a bunch of hold down tanks. Yeah, Itox, he gets out a little bit more than a clip, but I think it's a bit of a waste of 50B. I feel like Brainbreaker should do a bit more as well. I know he had some bad trades in the beginning. He took about 2k from the initial Mafia peak, but
the fundamental and underlying issue in this game is what you see in row number 2 for Mafia when it comes to the numbers, and that is the strike damage. Kono has 1600, Profuse has 1300, Monster has 750. So between all of them, that's a lot of damage. I will never again try to do math on stream, but the most important thing here was that the point in time at which the strike damage was being dealt by Mafia, it was very early on in the fight. And that means that that is all damage that basically helps them DPM-wise when all the tanks are involved. That is damage they don't have to do onto very low HP targets, and especially after the first strike has come in, obviously everyone is going to clear the stun away. But once the second strike hits, you know, then you gotta inform the president that, hey, we are unable to clear that stun.
Mr. President, a second stun has hit our BZs.
Exactly. And of course that then adds to the problem for W. Like, you already have a disadvantage in the effective DPM that you're dealing, or you're kind of behind in this DPM race because these strikes went onto your heavy tanks. And then on top, your heavy tanks also have less DPM now, just because they're actually stunned and you can't cleanse it. So, yeah, I think Mafia did this exceptionally well by denying the strikes against W, picking up both strikes in return, and then also having baby strikes to restun wherever necessary. It did get, at the end of it, a little bit closer than it needed to, in my opinion, but I don't think there was ever really like a gigantic opportunity for W to make it back into the game.
Yeah, the thing is that W stop in the beginning for the first shots. Now that's fine, but the problem with that is that you are not in the fighting position quicker than Mafia. You get there slower, which means they can isolate Itox easier. And because of that, it's kind of a domino effect. But either way, into this one, it's a speedrun round, Kian. We're already in it.
Absolutely. T57 and CS63 banned respectively, so Mafia are going to be starting with a 50B. EZ75, I believe that is a singular Dravets, figuring out from the outlines a Type 5, a 430U, and the D4 together with an RHM. Everyone's playing their favorite tanks on the side of Mafia.
Yeah, W60TP, what's that? That's quintuple 50B, that fantastic word yet again, that 430U. The production wanted to catch us out here, just absolutely starting the game in the first 10 seconds, but Mentos takes massive damage, yeah. Conrad wants to overpeak, but isn't able to. In that middle strike, it's being taken by Mentos. We'll see if Kono can deny that one. He's probably going to peak now, but Kono does have a strike, so decaps are available. 12 seconds left on that. Mentos does get decapped as well, so all that HP was lost for no reason. Klurf crossing as well, taking a lot. 6 seconds. The strike should come in any moment.
Strike does come in, it resets the 60TP as Lukin gets reset by Monster as well, but Klurf in that 50B for the cross gets punished, gets sent back to the garage. Another artillery strike does reset Conrad, but now he's able to start picking up back that artillery strike. Mentos now finds himself in a pickle as the Type 5 of Uzek is going to hard block the cap, and Mentos, it feels like this puts him into a hard stuck position as well. The 50B is contemplating, should we actually engage onto the Type 5? The strike well placed, it does go down, it hits on 2 tanks as Itox with that 60B starts to lead the charge. Nepal in the 50B is gonna peek in as well, starts to unload his clip, but he gets absolutely almost blown up. He survives on a single shot of damage. Not sure if he has something available to revive his gunner at this point, as Orzhek is starting the March of the Elephant with the T110E4 Rexa, still 2 shots loaded, starting to come in with the 50B, and Kono from the back lines, 420, blaze it onto Lukin, is able to create crossfire.
Yeah, it was a really big issue by W in this game. They just couldn't use their 50Bs effectively. They couldn't catch anyone, and Clurf and Brainbreaker on this field, they just got absolutely shredded. And from that, Mafia are just able to ride the coattails of killing those initial 250Bs and then running away with it. Solid round by Mafia, but they didn't really need to do much. I think this was W overplaying their hand, to be honest.
Yeah, I think W, they wanted to overwhelm Mafia with a set piece, kind of like a pre-planned strategy to put them into a super uncomfortable situation and then just, you know, go from there. But an experienced team like Mafia, they will absorb the first losses of something like this, even if it is like tanks. But at the end of the day, they will be able to kind of shrug off whatever happened here. I mean, will Lukin be able to reload in time? Looks like no Orzhek to shut him down, and Mafia, after a 1-2, and actually 2 rounds in quick succession that W was able to get. Now Mafia with the double strike 2 and going up 3-2.
Yeah, and a pretty deserved 3-2. W tried something, it didn't work out very well. This wasn't great by W. I think that was definitely an idea, but it wasn't a good idea. The triple 50B, you want to catch something. If you don't catch something, it's a waste of taking these tanks, and they just couldn't catch anything. And those 250Bs in the field, they just got punished. Got absolutely punished, and didn't really have a role in this game.
You can see Clurf as well with 800. That's 2 shots of
Clurf and Brainbreaker
only.
were the ones in the field.
And really, Clurf was crossing over after the initial clip. He just got blown up for that cross. And I think the problem for W was that the 50Bs, with their initial engagements, they weren't able to really capitalize on whatever Mafia was doing. I mean, Conrad was able to get back around the corner with his BZ-75. Then Kono from the field was able to come in with the HE resets against the 430U of Mentos that was trying to get the artillery strikes. So really, a bunch of things that W apparently was banking on to start off the game, they just didn't happen, or they even ended up blowing into the face of W. And so, yeah. It was an idea, and I think they tried to the best of their abilities, but Mafia, I think, anticipating too well the power of those 50Bs. I mean, whenever you don't ban it out, then, of course, you're leaving it open, if that kind of makes sense. And yeah, Mafia showing us that they're a team that even if you catch them slightly off guard, they will have safeguards in place. Yeah,
and you know, it's a best of 12, best of 11 even. So you have the potential to do a few throwaway rounds, and I think this is definitely one of those throwaway rounds. You can classify it as that. Right, it's just one of those. We tried something, it didn't work, we move on. So I don't think W can be too upset about this, but you need to bear in mind as well, Pilsen is kind of Mafia's playground, right? Mafia hit and run. They perform so well on Pilsen. I think it's going to be a difficult game no matter what happens. So I think W can afford to lose a round or 2 on this one.
Kind of their backyard.
Yeah, exactly. They always like to play it, they always tend to win on it, so you can't complain too much when you lose.
So W for the second time in the match now, down a round. And of course, the deeper we go into this best of 11, then the more it hurts every time you go down. We're not in a critical situation yet, but as soon as we reach kind of that 4-2 stage, it is going to be increasingly difficult. It won't be match point even then, but yeah, for W, they better win this round, or it'll be a very steep uphill battle from that point onwards. As Mafia ban out the T57, W don't want to see an EBR 105, and that leaves us with triple BZ75, 140, 430U, and double Foch B for the side of the Polish team.
Yeah, it's a decently balanced lineup. W, on the other hand, singular 50B led again. iTalk's not playing that one. What's that? Double BZ, 1 CS, a 140, and double 430U. So both teams having some potential. It's pretty balanced lineups by both of these teams. Mafia going for a little bit more burst. W going a bit more for the sustained DPM with the double 430U. Just see what positions they want to take.
Well, the tanks of W driving backwards because they want to avoid the potential plane that might come in from the side of Mafia, but we obviously know they do not have any light tank. Instead, it's going to be just straight up in-your-face aggression coming out from Mafia on the second round of pills, and the 430U and the triple BZ immediately spotted. Going to the cap, Mentos starting to open up. Monster does end up getting tracked and held, but only once, as Mentos able to put his complete cap, actually with the double track even, into Monster. No one there to finish it off. Monster X marks the spot, gets out of there. Orzek on the artillery strike, getting reset. And talking about artillery strikes, W is actually not taking any at this point in time. That means the resets need to be manual, as no strikes are available for the team of W at this point in time. So yes, the damage has been substantial onto Mafia, but it all won't matter if Mafia are able to cap through. Mentos coming in with the 50B. It's going to be the hard block coming out. Little does he know he could have killed Monster. Instead, he's going to pump the clip into Orzek in that 430U, down to 3 HP. That is 2 more than needed to put in another shot of damage into the 50B cap. All of a sudden, let's not speak about that one anymore. Instead, let's speak about Rexa and Kono that are completely out of game in that. Foch B is finally starting to come in.
Yeah, they are, but bear in mind that Mafia have a 140 of Profus really far away on that K4 position. Kind of feels like he was AFK. I'm not sure if he was even playing. He doesn't have any ability, but he's driving in. Now Kono drives in. He gets deleted. Conrad is in a terrible position. He's going to get crossfired. He's going to get deleted. He's gone already. Yes, there was a 50B killed in return from Mentos, but it's an absolute snowball by W now. Yuzek is the next one. Rexar side on in front of his whole team. He's got his ability pop, but he won't heal that back. He's going to be dead before it even starts. And with this, W, dominant start, dominant finish. Was Profus AFK?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think he was, judging by the position that he is on the map.
He was K4 for like a very long time. And he didn't have the ability.
Well,
I need to rewatch.
Not 100% sure. I guess we'll be able to judge as well by the damage that he has dealt at the end of the game. And of course, W are going to swarm out now to kill Profus as quickly as possible, just for the tiebreaker that could happen. But yeah, Clerf is going to find him behind this crane. Profus another shot, so let's count here actually. I think I saw 2 shots of damage right at the end here, make that 4 by now, I guess. Profus using the crane to his best of his ability to stay safe from Nepal as well, but he puts that one in. An artillery strike going down as well, so I would say between 5 and 6 shots of damage when the game was already decided here by Profus. But of course, it could also be that, well, he was just trying to cover the field and there was just no one there from W. Maybe Mafia, they kept expecting something, but it wasn't happening.
The thing is, he had no ability. Like, I was looking at his ability ticker and it wasn't going up. So we saw about 5 to 6 shots in the end. That's about 2,000, 2,300 damage. So we'll be able to judge if he was playing. I mean, no restart was called, obviously. So let's have a look here. It was all in the end game.
Yeah.
So I think he... well, I mean, we can judge later on. I mean, if he was AFK, they should have called a restart. Still managed to do a lot more than other members of his team, but... This was a very dominant showing by W. Really nice clip in the beginning by Mentos onto Monster, double tracking him there, dealing tons of damage, and then the push through the middle onto Orzech in the mid, just deleting him quickly. It was a nice snowball game by W. They sank their teeth in and they didn't let go.
When you see this kind of a result, you got to wonder at the end of the day as well, like, would it even have mattered? With the 140, right? Because
It could have. I think if he was there creating crossfire from the start, there's some potential. I do think W still would have won the game though. But I think there would definitely have been more potential than there was. I mean, these Foshers really had such a bad time of it this game. I think Kono forced to push into the open. He got deleted. Rexar, he made almost his entire clip, but he was just in no man's land, just getting deleted. It wasn't great.
We could also see like Conrad just getting caught out by as the BZ-75 on the inside of the factory. So yeah, a lot of situations in this game where Mafia was just on the receiving end and not able to strike back. But that means Westfield, Tundra, and Pilsen are all played, and I believe all of them went 1-1. So now a little bit of a crisis averted for W. Going down 2-4 against Mafia, that could be a predicament. Being on even Stevens once again, and now we are basically in a best of 5. Anything's possible.
Yeah, these teams have been very well balanced. They've been very close, I'd say. So we've got to see. I don't really think I can pick a winner at the moment. I think the wins from Mafia have been strong. The wins from W have been strong. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to. There's no team that really has an advantage of moving into Ensk. I can't see anything other than another 1-1, to be honest.
I would agree with that notion.
What's the map after this?
We just had it on.
I know, I didn't see.
And I don't remember either. to be fair, the map after this is going to be Sand River. But yeah, the E4 being banned out by either team. So Mafia, I know you like the word, so I'll let you say it. And instead, I'm going to read out the W lineup. It's going to be a Mouse, double Type 5, double Bliska, Fosh B, and Mentos once again with the cheeky 268 pick.
Yeah, on the Mafia lineup, quintuple 50B. That trusty IS-4, yet again, one of the tanks that I hate in this world. And Type 5 being played by The Wall, in quotation marks, Yuzek.
Was it Mafia or was it Cashback playing this lineup yesterday? I can't remember. Or was it one of the...
I think it was Cashback yesterday. Cashback, yeah. I remember. I think they lost it. Yeah, it was the game they lost. Oh, no, it was the game they won. No, it was the game they won, actually. They repushed it north, I think.
Yes, I believe it was the last match in last game in Cashback 1. Yuzek, good shot into Nepal though, but now all of a sudden those 50Bs have been spotted here as this might be a potential problem for the team of W because all of those 50Bs are coming in. Bliskavitsa Ios activates the ability, so that's going to mitigate some of the damage, but Klurf almost out of shells at this point in time already as Lukin coming in now. Those are a lot of 50Bs that are in his way that he's going to be able to start DPMing, but is it enough DPM? I don't think the Bliskavitsa has it. Kono going down towards a 2-shot here, and I believe the retreat has been called for the side of Mafia. They are taking tremendous damage. Big HE shot from Mentos, and Nepal, another one of those. Hey, all of those tanks starting to move in as Monster getting put onto a one-shot. The 50Bs have reloaded, so the Bliskavitsa blows up, but that is just too much firepower. Mentos with the double kill. Perfect utility with that 268.
It's a pretty good trade, though, for W at the moment. They're up so much HP. They got that initial kill, but the fact that Ios pops ability, it takes so many shells for those 50Bs to kill him. Then they're all off reload. Ozic will pick off Mentos, which is nice. Itox and Brainbreaker in this 2v2 that they are winning. They will kill Yuzek before. I'm not sure how they got traded that much. Yeah, listen, I'm trying to be like you, alright? The dream is still there. Mafia can win it, I believe.
Well, the dream is there, but I don't think it's going to come true, at least this time, as Conrad does get peppered by the dynamic duo of Brainbreaker and Itox. Orzhek getting shut down, so the last of those 50Bs is going to be gone as well. And well, it was also a firework that Mafia brought to this first round of Ensk, but I think W, with all the safeguards in place to hold strong against this onslaught of French autoloaders.
Yeah, I mean, this game had two stages, right? It had the heavy tank fight and the autoloader fight. In the heavy tank fight, Mafia got out-traded. Not really sure how that happened, because it's an equal fight. Maybe they got some additional shots. But the city was interesting. W looked in a bad position because it was a 5v3, but Ios held the line. He popped ability and he said, okay, I'll die, but it'll be fine. So he deals one shot, but all of the 50Bs are doing their clips on him because what? You're hitting for 300 with ability. That tank has about, what, 2,000 something HP. So it's a lot of shots. The 50Bs are almost fully on reload just to kill one tank. And then Brainbreaker comes back in. He connects all of his HE shots. We've got... Klurf does his clip, then he runs, does his clip again. Mentos comes in with his ability, and also he's connecting HE shots. And that's the thing, you know, these players, they have the player skill to consistently hit those HE shots every single time. So it looked scary for W at one point, but W kept calm, cool, and collected, and punished Mafia for their sins.
I mean, keep in mind, usually that the drawback for tanks with high alpha damage is that they reload for kind of a long time, and the DPM most of the time is also a bit lacking. But as soon as you have a 268 coming in with, let's say, stage 2, stage 3 ability, and like consistently either putting on HE shells to sort of reduce the reload this way, or he picks up the kill shots and then almost immediately is basically reloaded. All of those disadvantages that a tank like, let's say, a 268 normally has, they're just gone. Like, you click to kill one tank and then ability goes off, you're basically immediately reloaded, click, next tank is dead, and you're able to shoot again. And if you're able to do that as well while consistently clicking 50Bs with HE for 1100 plus each time you hit, like, it just completely spirals out of control.
Yeah, you get the... It's like an Inspire bonus, you know, when you hit for the big number. I always feel better, so you kind of go in with a bit more emphasis. But yeah, this was one where a weaker team might have panicked, to be honest. But W really kept cool, calm, and collected. I'm saying that phrase yet again, because they did. They held the line, and they said, okay, you take Ios, we take everything. So, yeah, solid by W. Maturity, you have to say, right? We see W in the past being that team where maybe they go down 3-0 but then win 4-3. But this is real maturity, just holding the line, not panicking, bringing your HE tanks in and punishing your opponents. Solid.
All right, Liskovice and the 4 being banned out respectively, and that leaves us with a 50B, a Dravets, triple type 5, and double Foch B for Mafia.
Yeah, on the W side, 1BZ, double type 140, Foch B, regular 268, and a WZTD. Interesting one to see those working in tandem. Normally we only see one or the other. Typically the VZTD plays in the A0 because being up in the high ground is good for that VZTD's armor, and 268 is just, you know, good in general in this mode because of the ability. But
I mean, it's not weird to see in between.
But from that
teams.
side, though, from South Spawn is weird.
Keep in mind as well, between both teams, we have 5 TDs now on Ensk, and neither of them are E3s or E4s. That's also very interesting to see.
Yeah, Ios does a spotting run, spots out a bunch of enemies, decides to run away. The Foch Bs of Mafia making a trap in the north in the B8 sector. Orzic with that high turret, he's spotting city rotations, and just in the beginning, first shot of damage. Well, a few shots of damage, but the TDs from W are making the better trades so far.
I'm not sure if the WZTD of Lucan was spotted, but he did take some damage here. But Mentos actually bouncing the shot onto Conrad. Now both of those TDs are spotted, but the shots are not connecting. Instead, the damage is pouring back into those Type 5 heavies. That also means resets, of course, and it does mean too that Mafia, who started off with a DPM advantage, now don't hold this one any longer. However, Nepal might have bitten off more than he can chew, as Kono, as well as the second Foch B, are going to start coming in. Nepal trying to angle, but there is only so much he can do against all of this firepower, and it seems like Mafia have been able to outmaneuver W a little bit, because there is nothing that W can currently retaliate upon this Type 5. Almost a freebie.
Yeah, almost a freebie. Orzic leaves. He takes a fair amount of damage for that, so you can call that a kind of return, but the simple reality is that now Mafia have that gun advantage, and there's nobody even close to being one-strikeable. Orzic will take 3 strikes to die, so yeah, W have a lot to do in this game. They have got time, which is a positive. 8 minutes. That's enough time to get a bunch of strikes and potentially kill Orzic. But Orzic now, you see, he's getting healed. Yeah, so that puts him over the 3-strike threshold. Really nice play to see. Good job by Yuzek. So now the game becomes even more complicated because that's going to take 4 strikes from W. And that is only to equal the guns and the 50B's quick. 50B can dodge it if he's lucky.
I would say the positive here for W currently, if there is even a positive to be found, of course, is that they still have a rather mobile and explosive lineup with Mentos still, as soon as he starts popping off with those shells, with the ability, and he currently is on stage 2 ability already, then it can be a big issue for the side of Mafia. I think a lot of players still underestimate how good reload ability for that 268 actually is.
Explain the 268's ability for people at home,
So-
because we don't often see it.
So essentially, brief explanation, if you deal damage or you do a kill, while you have the ability active, your reload gets reduced. If you do a kill, it gets reduced by a lot. But now, Mafia, they don't care about all of this. They're all of a sudden starting to move in with the double Fosh B leading the charge as Yuzek still has a lot of HP, is not really pushable. Lukin does get pushed by the Fosh B of Kono. He has his ability active that reduces the incoming damage, but I believe Kono should have enough shells. Conrad going down in his Type 5, but Kono able to kill Lukin to retaliate, so still Mafia is keeping this tank advantage, and they also have the lead when it comes to the HP. Itox and Brainbreaker forced to focus on Yuzek, but that's not really what they want to do right now, as Yuzek still has more than enough and will probably try to take Brainbreaker out of the game, just as he does once again. The wall strikes and Monster to flank Itox, and I believe once again, Bunter, we are headed to a tied scoreline.
Yeah, as I said, I couldn't really see this going any other way than 1-1, and Mafia did a nice job. You know, sometimes you just want to take that advantage and sit, but if you can be so bold as to take the game by the scruff of the neck and not just sit and draw it out in a 10-minute game, and you take what you want. You don't give W any chance to get back into it, because Mafia could have definitely sat. But that's what I like to see. That's a bold, confident team that knows what they want, and they know they have the advantage, and they're going to fully exploit it. It's really nice to see.
I think also the timing was very awkward for W, because they were still, it felt like they were taking stock of the situation.
Yeah, but the 140 was out of game. He was in the strike, which the 140 had a lot of HP and he still does. He's still full HP, but the fact that the 140 couldn't really put in any DPM on the South's tanks pushing, he could only really snipe at the Type 5s in between the buildings, just meant they had the kind of like one tank less.
Oh, the 140 that we were talking about takes a lot of damage on this cross here and signals to his allies that crossing here is not really the best of ideas, as Kono has a very, very deep clip. Now Ayaz is going to drive into the next street, but Kono already waiting for him. Tries to side scrape a little bit, sees the Fosh B. Isn't really able to get the shot, and finally he does, but the Fosh B retaliating, and this means still that Kono has all the shells in the clip that are required. The only reason why he's not currently engaging against the 140 is that he doesn't really know what's behind it, but now Clerf Mentos also spotted Ayos with a good shot from the sidelines, but cap is the issue as Clerf gets blown up in the Fosh B. Mentos trying to do something against this cap, but he gets shot down. Mafia capping it out, and once again it is a 4-all. It is a tied scoreline.
Yeah, a tied scoreline, and a deserved tied scoreline, to be honest. I think both of these teams have performed really well. This is kind of almost a final in and of itself. It's definitely good viewing, that's for sure. Both of these teams coming out of the gate with good strats, good gameplay, respecting each other, and playing a type of World of Tanks we want to see. It's dynamic, it's fast, it's good. It's not a great descriptive word, good. You know, I got the full thesaurus out for that one, but it is. And yeah, going into a 4-4, 2 more games for either of these teams, and my prediction's still on, your prediction's still on. We'll need to see Mentor 7k. Oof.
Yeah, Mentor once again
on a loss.
I was telling you, once that 268 pops off, it really does. I think those kind of tanks, Hori as well, but I think 268 even more so, they tend to get underestimated. As soon as you get like level 2, level 3 ability in, and you almost have insta reload. It's absolutely crazy. Like, for example, a 268 with HE loaded, as soon as he pens the first HE in the 1v1 against a Batchat, he just straight up wins. And not a lot of tanks can actually straight up win against the Batchat in Onslaught in 1v1, but the 268 is one of those that can. All of that being said and done though, Ensk is now behind us, and from a best of 11 we have gone down to a best of 9, then a best of 7, then a best of 5, and we have arrived at a best of 3, Bunter.
That it is. 3 more games, or 2 more games needed for either of these teams to get through to the finals, and that's only the finals. You're not even there yet. You're not even winning much from this. But Sand River now, Mafia's pick, I can't predict it, to be honest. I think it does go to tiebreaker, but W have been good traditionally on Sand River. They played it a lot in the previous season. I think Mafia did as well. Mafia beat... Did they beat Hit and Run on Sand River? There was that very close game. Do you remember?
I think it was a 1-1. I do remember that the first round went Hit's way because they just straight up hard countered whatever Mafia were trying to do with a push through the dried out riverbed. But I believe the second round went to Mafia in that match. But that was then, and this is now. And to be honest, Mafia's track record on Sand River has been rather impressive, just because they have been able to, more often than not, basically at the start of the game secure an advantage, and then they just never let go of it. They have super strong positions that all support each other, and teams that have played against them on Sand River historically, they've always kind of struggled to then go up against this what felt like set-piece defense. It was always like almost like in chess, where you're defensively positioning all of your pieces on the board, and there is just no good way to attack. That was the feeling that I got in the past from watching Mafia on Sand River a lot of the time.
Yeah, W have performed very well on this map as well. I do recall them winning quite a lot on it, so I don't think they're going to be they won't be unhappy that this map has been selected. I'm not sure. I think it's either 1-1 or W takes it 2-0. That's my mind. I think it's still going to be 1-1 and we get a tiebreaker, but you need to bear in mind, Cashback are getting a very long break. So the team that gets to fight them afterwards, that's going to be a difficult one. Coming off a potential tiebreaker and then immediately into another game, that's hard.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. First of all, STRV being banned by Mafia, that's not really a surprise. Dravet's banned from W, and this is going to lead into Mafia picking IS-7 MVY, E50M, double K91, 430U, and RHM.
Yeah, on the W side, it seems a lot heavier. IS-7, double Mivi, 140, double 430U, and that pesky T100. Very difficult tank to play, obviously, because it's got a very bad gun. The APCR is standard, the AP has very low shell velocity, so it's very hard to deal damage against heavies on range. That RHM is much better for that role, but T100, a lot higher camo rating, and both light tanks have different specialities.
Clove, first of all, hitting 4 tanks with his initial plane. That means he gets a replane, and of course, with that low profile that you were mentioning about that light tank, he should be able to fairly comfortably take this artillery strike immediately as another plane goes down, spotting out Uzek. That's going to deter those tanks in the base for Mafia a little bit from trying to reset the artillery strike. Orzhek, though, very aggressive in that 430U of his in the north. In the meanwhile, the MBY of Monster trying to screen a little bit for the RHM of Kono so that no one goes close against their own light tank, and once again a very tactical opening by either team. Of course, W with the first damage, but it won't be the only damage of the team, and now it'll be about individual plays and misplays, and most importantly timings. Who gets the jump on the opposing team?
Yeah, it's a pretty standard opener by W. Double Mivi in the south, covered by a 140. The north, the T100 is kind of screening, so they'll know what's going on there. We'll need to see what both of these teams want to do. I think W may not know it, but they really have prime position to kind of take this K-line control if they opt to do it. But obviously no info tower has been taken. 140 of Lukin driving towards the cap. Clerf looks like he might want to try and steal this one. Only the K91 of Rexar would be able to hit him. Standing
Rexar
right in the middle.
getting spotted now from the plane of Clerv, who also hates a shot of damage. And oh, actually, the arty strike, the reset attempt, coming in too late. So Clerv actually pays with 1 shot of damage from the 430 of Orzhek against this attempt here. And this, in turn, means full information for W that also have a tank in the cap with Lukin with that 140. Of course, the missed reset strike means that there is less strikeability in this game for W in total. For Mafia in total, if they actually want to reset, but never mind and hold that thought as Mentos and Rainbreaker with the 430 and I7 respectively starting to push onto Conrad, who realizes that his position is completely unholdable, gets double-tracked here. This might be a big problem for Mafia, who could be going down a tank just for entirely free. Once again, double-track coming in from Brainbreaker with the reload ability in the 430, burning through the tracks and the HP of Conrad as Mentos is going to go for that kill shot, and W get the first pickup here and the second one to boot as Itox drives in with that MBY. The artillery strike, yes, it is a temporary measure for Mafia to help them, but as I said, very temporary.
Yeah, this was really nice by W. I thought the play through the middle might have been a bit too bold because they were getting that Mivy of Monster on the K-line for free, but they got both of them practically for free. Only a bit of HP bled on mostly Nepal. Everything else, Ios now, he's making not great trades, but he kind of has the ability to do it just because of the massive, overwhelming advantage that W have in HP.
And now also the tanks of W starting to use the crossfire that they have. Profuse Yuzek going down in quick succession. Orzhek about to follow, and yes, Konov with that light tank trying to do whatever he can from the sidelines, but to be honest, he's relegated to a spectator role at this point as Rexar gets collapsed upon as well. And W, after a long and hard 8 rounds, the 9th one goes in their favor, and they are going to be on match point.
Yeah, deservedly so, to be honest. This was nice by W. I mean, it takes one team to do the good thing. It takes one team to do the bad thing. There was no covering support for Monster or Conrad. And W exploited that completely, and it's a completely deserved round. This kind of almost felt like a free round. I mean, 7 tanks left alive. The HP is really good. Solid by W. They were given an opportunity by Mafia, and they took it. And yeah, there's nothing else to say. They pushed the I7 in the riverbed, got him for free. They pushed Monster on the K-line and got him almost for free. The HP bleed was significant, but it's still a gun advantage, and with 2 gun advantage, there's no coming back into that game. But you also saw it. Sorry, like the T100 of Clerv was really important, right? Because he takes the info tower, he puts the plane on the K91 of Rexar in the base so he doesn't get decapped, and once they get the information from the plane, W immediately make a move based on the info. And that's really solid team play. I can't stress how important that is. You're using the abilities in Onslaught to get an advantage over your opponents, and they did it perfectly. This was a pitch-perfect round of how to win Onslaught.
Yeah, indeed. It felt like... Because what I wanted to say is whenever the score is 7-0, then it wasn't individual plays necessarily that made the difference. Instead, it was just that it kind of went wrong on a completely strategic level, right? And this, in this case, was, well, I was saying it's not individual plays, but at the same time, the T100 pick coming through from Clerv, being able to get the artillery strike at the start, then the damage onto the tanks by Mafia that were still hovering around the base, around the spawn, and then him getting the info tower in turn, because he actually planed before he went onto the info tower just to be able to take that one in peace. And you could see the communication there from Mafia was simply too slow. What happened for Mafia was that the tanks that were hovering around the base, they were kind of not communicating quickly enough that they got spotted, and then the reset strike into the info tower, it was not on time. W off of that is able to get the info tower, and off of that is able to do an informed push. And I thoroughly do believe that Mafia weren't recognizing that in the lineup or in the setup that they had, that the I7 that was pushed up in the middle was actually pushable.
Yeah, and Mafia had too many tanks out of game. They had two mediums in the north. Monster wasn't covered well enough on the K-line. So he just got kind of bullied by 2 Mivis, and this really was, it's big mistakes by Mafia, but it takes one team to make the mistake and one team to exploit it, and W exploited it perfectly. They got the info, Klurf put the plane onto Rexar, so Rexar couldn't peek, or when he did peek he got punished, and then based on the info they just made intelligent decisions. And even then, every action needs a reaction. Once they get these free kills, Mafia try and take the mid-ridge to try and, yeah, we've lost 2 tanks, but we can get some positional control. But Klurf was already in the base with the T100. So this was really an all-round performance from Klurf. Every decision he made was pitch perfect, because that T100 is not easy to play. You can't really be a damage dealer that you can be in an RHM, because the DPM is so much lower, the gun is so much worse. Less pen, less alpha, less DPM. You have less health as well. It's a harder tank to play. Well, if you can play it well, you play it well.
As we're getting closer to the end of this match, we already know that Ducky, Phil and I are not going to get our predictions correct. However, yours still could come true, and that all hinges on the result of this coming round.
Everyone always doubts W, and I have no idea why.
They've given us ample reason for
I know, they have given us reason, but that wasn't last season. I think that was the previous seasons, OLS 3 and 4. I think since I've joined, I've seen W, and they've played well in OLS Season 5. They played pretty well in OLS Season 6 as well. Gotta start believing.
Let's see if you were believing was correct. First of all, both teams believing in the same ban, and that is the STRV. That is going to get banned out, and so Mafia are going to start with a Dravitz CS63 140 and quadruple 430U.
Who did you read out? Sorry, I had to grab something.
Mafia.
Mafia. W, 1 BZ, 1 Dravik, 1 CS, 140, and triple 430U DPM medium. So we got a lot of DPM mediums on both sides. 4 for Mafia, 3 for W. No lights on either team, and not many. Well, there are more heavies on W's side, but they're not like, you know, Mivis or IS7s. They're a bit squishier.
Both teams are just trading a 430U for a BZ75 here. Realistically, as Kono drives towards the north, but Ios actually gets the spot here. Klurf a little bit slow on the reaction against Kono, but realistically both of them in speed mode here, and that means their guns are going to be atrocious, to say the very least. Klurf gets a little bit of a jump against Kono, that once again unable to hit the shot. Will Klurf put another one into that CS? Yes, he gets that one, so firm advantage for W in the north, but meanwhile Mafia have put a lot of tanks in the cap, and now the physical block coming through by the 430Us of W that obviously are a little bit worse in this scenario, but Brainbreaker just plowing through with that BZ75. That's normally something that we saw Piotr do, pushing against the 430U. The problem is he doesn't have the DPM against this kind of firepower, as his loader also gets taken out. The 430Us by W in the cap are starting to get engaged, and they have the numerical disadvantage, meaning Lukin is bleeding very, very heavily, needs to get back behind some houses, but gets tracked, gets held. Orzhik makes him a one-shot even, so Lukin in dire straits, as Itox might be the next one on the chopping block. Still Rexa in the middle hasn't gone down, but Itox does manage to get behind the mosque, but there are shots coming in from the ground here as Klurf falls with that hurricane, and Itox follows him to the grave. I believe right now Mafia, they have done it. They are going to take it all the way to tiebreaker.
Yeah, there goes my prediction. Tiebreaker it will be. And Mafia did a really nice setup here. Both teams kind of going for the same kind of setup, same style of play, even both going for the info tower, but Mafia just reacted just a little bit better, applying that cap pressure and kind of abusing it. We do often say that the western side of this map in OLS is a little bit better. You have better cap access and you can make a lot of it work, but yeah, solid. And now into tiebreaker. We'll need to see where it goes. I've only just realized Piotr is not playing for W. What's the drama there? I haven't been up to date with
it. He's currently on like some summer vacation thingy, as far as I understand, and he has built a temporary setup there, from what I can see. But
he's on 300 ping at like he's on 300 ping at summer camp or what?
I don't know exactly what the story is. I have seen a picture of this temporary setup, but let's just say I wouldn't be comfortable to play on that personally, so
is it like potato PC, some trackpad or something?
Yeah. Also for the admin, it's impossible to check him PC, you know. But yeah, first of all, Mafia, they do face off against W, face off against this match point here as well, and that means this match is actually gonna go the distance. Not a lot of strike damage this time around, but
It was
when
a
you
quick
have this
game.
kind of damage split going on, it's like the worst, quote unquote, for Mafia is around 2.7. The best is like 4K. That is a beautiful spread. I can't believe it's not better.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good spread from both teams, apart from Nepal, who seemed to get caught a little bit. But yes, was Mafia just applying that maximum pressure, and it's really hard to tell which of these two. They're so equally matched. They really are, and I think one of these teams has to go out. But for me, this is like the kind of true final. Both teams so evenly matched that they're just going 1-for-1 on every single map. So you got to say congratulations to both of them, no matter who goes through to fight cash back in the finals. This has been a banger to watch, and as we go into the final of Ghost Town, let's take a moment to reflect. Okay, that moment's passed. Moving into Ghost Town, who do you think's going to win?
Well, honestly, let me go back to the Giga brains that were involved in doing the community prediction. Because
It was 50-50.
that one, if you think all the way back to it, yeah, exactly. Thank you very much for bringing it up. 50-50. So, would you know it, the community has been completely right about this. Not only about how every single map has been played so far, but also what I believe is going to be the winner of this Ghost Town here. It's a 50-50. It's like a roulette, right?
Yeah,
Put
exactly.
a million on black, put a million on red. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, exactly. But I do. The thing is, right, we can say the match prediction is 50-50, but maps wise, right? If I'm looking at Pilsen, I'm going more for Mafia. If I'm going Ghost Town, I'd actually give it more to Mafia as well. Sand River, I'd give more to W.
Do you think so?
I think so.
Because actually, I was going to go into the other direction and say W for the simple sake that on W we know that there is a lot of players that are very versatile, especially when it comes to playing light tanks. So I would say, at least setup-wise and going into this, for Mafia, they have the more difficult time of predicting what exactly W is going to bring to the table here. Whereas for W, I think that they know that Mafia is likely going to play one, unlikely going to play two light tanks.
I'm not sure. I think.
Or zero.
I mean, we can make a bet. If W win, Phil gives me 1,000 gold. No, if Mafia wins, Phil gives me 1,000 gold. If W win, Phil gives you 1,000 gold. How about that?
What about instead he deducts 1,000 gold from you?
I don't. Bold of you to assume there's 1,000 gold to deduct. Excuse me. I'm full refugee here. All right. I'd like everyone to know. All right. I'm here out of the kindness of my heart. Yeah, exactly. That's how that works. No, Phil did give me 100 boxes, but I spent all of those on tank lingerie. So cosmetics.
But yeah, I mean, we're kind of joking around here, but of course for the teams, this coming round is gonna be the most important one that they played so far in the tournament. Like all jokes aside, because here there is no safety net anymore. This isn't double elimination. This is single elimination. We all know already who they're gonna be playing against, and now we also know which tanks they are gonna be banning. Both of them don't want to see an EBR, and this means that Mafia are going to start with a Type 5 into the tiebreaker of these AMD OSA semifinals, together with a bad shot, a double CS63, K91, E4, and T100 LT.
Yeah, for the W side, one Dravik, 1140, double 430U, double E4 and an RHM. Look on that Mafia side, look at that bat chat, low noise plus radio. He's probably going to be going down those 9-line bushes.
It looks like it, but the radio equipment actually does get diminishing returns playing against light tanks, simply because the plane does spot you for quite some time, especially on the higher levels of the ability, as the opening wise, W starting to fan out more towards the eastern part of the map, of obviously Clerf in that RHM leading the charge. He does put the plane down, and I am not entirely sure he really saw anything. And so this means, in turn, Clerf is not going to have a replane available. Chrono was holding on to his, I believe. And now, Info Tower immediately snatched by Chrono. That is a huge amount of info.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons you kind of picked that T100 as well. It's so low profile, so it's a lot harder to blind shoot.
Look
Yeah,
where
it's
Monster is. He's
it's a
taken
bold
over.
one.
Like that is absolutely crazy. He's gonna snatch the second info tower. He doesn't even need to immediately use it. That puts a lot of pressure onto W. And even though W are possibly gonna get some artillery strikes for free, I feel like almost the information that Mafia have gotten here at the start might be worth more than the possibility of dealing damage via artillery strike.
No, I'd agree, and it's nice. You know, Kono takes that initial radio tower nice and early, giving full info and allowing Monster to take the other info tower. Osage Peaks gives one, I think there was a HE decap, maybe by, or small strike, yeah, by Rexar, and he actually decaps Brainbreaker, so Brainbreaker can't stay there, so kind of makes up for the HP that Osage lost, but Rexar's in a precarious position. His cover is not in position just yet. The KN-21's not in position yet. Same with the bat chat. The KN-21's in position now. We'll need to see if Rexar gets pushed upon or not, or if they're just peeking. But this is decent damage.
That is a lot of damage onto Rexar, but it's also a lot of retaliatory damage on towards the mediums by W. Immediately Mentos down towards a two-shot as Clerf takes devastating damage in the light tank as well. Finally, Rexar goes down, but that almost was more than worth it for Mafia. Yes, they're gunned down, but they got the important damage onto the DPM tanks, onto the light tank. They're going to be able to get even more Orzhek with another big one onto Ios. It is exactly the kind of damage you want onto the important tanks of W. Ios even taking one on the way out. The plane is going to respot all of them. This is going from bad to worse for the team of W, because now Mafia even have another info tower and an artillery strike to boot. Yes, Brainbreaker is picking up one of those as well, but take a look at the HP of those mediums and take a look at the strike placement. Mentos down to a one strike as well. Kono actually has another strike available. He might kill Mentos, who's driving around. Ooh, but I don't think that one's going to be ending well. Mentos with a dodge.
That was so close. Yeah, we saw Clerf getting penned by Osage's HE. That was about 1,100, and that's super important. If the damage was on the 430 using the 140, it wouldn't be that bad, because Clerf could still contest Kono. But now, even with Kono being in that T100, which is less of a fighting light tank, he can't really contest against Kono, because Kono will out DPM him. Lukin is trying to regain some advantage, giving one to Yuzek, but takes one in return and is forced to back away. W is making this rotation now, but it's going to be spotted out by the info tower from Kono, so there's nothing that's really going to be gained here by W making this rotation, apart from losing some map control that they fought damn hard to take.
I mean, at this point in time, Mafia is so far ahead of W mentally, in my opinion. You could just see Lukin with a blind shot of that E4 from like D7 to D9 or something, so they're completely unaware of where Mafia's tanks are at. I don't think W even has the full information yet onto the entirety of the lineup of Mafia. Yes, they have taken out a tank more, but I feel like over time they're just not going to be able to sustain. You can see Mentos is down to a one strike, and over time that's going to hurt, because checking the W lineup, they have not a single tank that has the ability to heal others on the lineup as well. Mentos, he's going to stay like that, and as soon as Mafia are going to be popping info towers into artillery strikes, that means not only tank parity, but then we're once again getting into scenarios where it matters how much damage you dealt, and, well, Mafia currently sitting on 15,500 HP. W, I mean, still 5 digits, but probably not for much longer.
No, and the fact that it's their medium tanks as well that have taken all this damage. You know, if you lose the flanks, the center will just crumble because of the crossfire angles. So that's why they've had to take Brainbreaker and reinforce the one line. But look at this map control by W. For all these 430s are just in the corner. They're kind of praying that Mafia will make a mistake here, and they kind of have to. But I feel like Mafia don't know. W don't know what they want to do, if I'm honest. Look at the positions of their mediums. They're just driving in circles.
I mean, what are they supposed to do, realistically?
Well, yeah, what are they supposed to do? There's no option. Nice. I think that was a blind strike. Oh no, he was on the strike.
He was on the artillery strike.
Yeah.
So
Rainbreaker.
Yeah, But realistically, like, you strike a full HP Batshot to kind of delay an artillery strike for a bit. That shows how desperate W are at this point in time, because that's not going to be netting you a long-term advantage. And also for W, they're not really in any position to get back onto those strikes. And Monster, I don't think for him it's necessarily important to be picking up the strike. For him, it's just a continuous way to draw out W into lines of fire where they don't want to be, realistically. Keep in mind, Mafia also still have a strike in the back pocket. So whenever Mentos gets spotted, he's going to die. That kind of limits the playability for a lot of players. Monster now able to take the strike here even, uncontested. So that's a second strike from Mafia. This means that not only is Mentos now in danger, it also means that Ios has to chuckle and acknowledge the same thing.
Yeah, 3 minutes and 30 though. And W do technically still own the advantage. iDocs takes 1, a little bit lucky to only take 1, so quintuple digits still achieved. But now the info tower is taken by Kono. And
info
now
tower
what?
has been taken.
This is
and
double strike.
Kono. The strike has not gotten used, and I think that was a very smart thing by the players of Mafia. Sorry, by the players of W. If you look to A4,
1 strike used.
1 strike used, and yeah, Mentos does get picked up. You could see it. Mentos was trying to do everything that he could. He was going on to A4 to build a little bit of, you know, potential speed for later on.
Well, it was Kono takes the info tower, Kono places it, then uses the plane to spot out Monster, and then they both go into strike view. One of them places it on the left. If he turns right, the other one places it on the right. So there was no real way that Monster would live there. Nice trading,
Zuzek,
though.
what a team player, by the way.
Yeah, but he didn't really, like, he still took the 750 hit, though.
Yes, but the other shot he didn't take. Like, he saw that his T100 likely wasn't going to make it around the corner for free, so he literally put himself into harm's way just to take the damage with the Type 5 and not take it with the T100, which is exactly what you want to see from a player on the Super Heavy.
Get down, Mr. President.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, right, now we are in the realms of damage dealt. And obviously Mafia have dealt more damage. But they're clawing it back. It was a 5k advantage. Now it's only a 4k advantage. If they can pull it back even more, there is some potential for W to win it, but not that much time.
Kono has a level 3 plane. Kono has an artillery strike, and the strike on the western side is kind of Mafia's for the taking, even though they don't really realize it at this point. But right now, Mafia probably know that they are winning anyway on damage dealt condition. That shot by Orzhek whizzing past, and because Mafia know that they are in the winning condition when it comes to damage dealt, W know that they are in the losing condition, and this means that W, with 1 minute and 18 seconds remaining, do have to make a desperate move. They have to try and find anything, anywhere on the map. They're probably not going to be able to come back with the damage dealt condition. That instead makes it into a tanks killed condition. So now they're trying to collapse onto anything from Mafia. They're hoping for these easy pickups, but perfect plane from Kono. Once again, perfect strike as well. That's going to connect on 3. Only one of them able to reduce the incoming damage. You can see how much iTox is bleeding, and he hasn't even made it around the corner properly. Brainbreaker and Lukin now starting to commit in, but who are they committing into? That is a very healthy Type 5. That is a lot of sniping tanks. That is Orzhek to shut him down. And this last, final, and desperate push by W is just getting absolutely turned asunder by Mafia. Yes, they have split 5 maps before this, but Mafia, the team from Poland, the reigning OLS and WCI champions, are able to hold strong once again against W.
Holding the line, holding strong, and winning it out. This was such a difficult game for W. You know, this push on the CS of Rexar, it found decent timing. Mafia weren't in full position to cover it, but it took them so long to kill Rexar that they managed to actually win it out. And congratulations to them. But this was just a little bit sad in the way that W went out. You know, I feel W could have recovered this a little bit better. But yeah, congratulations to
really
Mafia.
any
They go to the next one.
recovery? I mean,
No. I think that they played this round incorrectly. I don't think they should have played this round like this. You know, they tried to catch out Rexar. They did kill him, but the bleed was more than significant. I'd say decisive. You know,
I think the bigger problem was
you see the
that-
damage. Look at Itox, 0 in a 10-minute game.
I think the bigger problem, honestly, was that Mafia, from the get-go, essentially, was allowed the info. And as soon as the T100 of Kono picks up the first info tower and pops it, then all of a sudden, W's plan is completely foiled. Because they have no contingency plan in place whatsoever as to what happens after. And Mafia, of course, get the full info. They see where they need to retreat. Well, you could argue maybe, I believe it was Rexar with the CS63 maybe didn't run on time or something like this. But to be honest, Rexar, you see, he does 2.5k damage, so almost his own HP in damage. And then there was so much more that was coming onto the W medium tanks and, importantly, the light tank as well.
Look at Kono's assist.
Yeah, it was unrecoverable after this point. Like, yes, Mafia lose the first tank, but I think with this first tank that they kill, W actually lose the game if Mafia don't throw. And
can we check Orzic's pen rate? I'm curious if he penned the HE onto Klurf. I think he did, but
yes, he did. It was like 1100 something.
Yeah. So you look at Kono. That's 10k combined. 2.6 plus 7.6. That's over 10k combined. That's an MVP game right there. But he didn't need to really try that hard for it, right? He just puts the plane down and they get punished. Peaking on Rexar, they get punished after Rexar dies, and even Rexar doesn't trade that bad because he dealt the damage in the beginning onto Brainbreaker. So 2.5 and going down, that's pretty good for the amount they traded. But yeah, you gotta say this was a tight contest between these two, and either of them would have deserved to gone through. But W tried to make the decisive play, got punished for it, and Mafia now in the final against Cashback. So congratulations to them, and we've got a banger of a final.
Yeah, indeed. And all of this means that now, in a little bit of time, we obviously need to do the live pick and ban and all of the other stuff before we can start the final. This means that, once again, it is going to be an Eastern European derby, you could almost say, between Cashback and Mafia for this, for winning the first event that you actually see here on the screen for you of the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena. But of course, this is far from the end of competitive events that we have coming this year. First of all, in August, or rather in July, we still have the qualifiers, the group stage if you're playing on the North American server, the Swiss stage if you're playing on the European server of the AMD Onslaught Legends Cup number 5 coming up, the finals of which are going to be happening on the 1st and 2nd of August. And of course, those serve similarly as the qualifier for what some consider to be the most coveted event of the year, and that is the one you see in November, the WCI Championship International, which is going to be happening in person in China, of course. And between all of that, we have a lot more of tournament goodness coming your way. In September and October, we'll have the OLS, OLF, OCS, so all of that stuff happening. And then in December, as it is tradition, we will have the Winter Invitational as well. So that's going to be another cross-server tournament. Safe to say that the schedule in this year is looking fuller than ever. And to be honest, I don't mind.
I don't see arrivals in there. Is there arrivals planned?
There hasn't been arrivals in years.
So
what you're thinking is Clan Showdown.
I don't change. All right, I'm old. When will the next Clan Showdown be? Yeah, I'm concerned.
Let me just tell you, the next one is planned soon. This, of course, the overview that we just saw was basically only for Onslaught-related activities, but for fans of 15 versus 15 action, we have some cool stuff planned as well. That being said and done, Bunter, thank you very much for casting today. I believe we have the replays already ready, but yeah, before you leave us for today, I want to give the last word to you.
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design, built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. Powers cloud services for billions. Helps change the course of climate change. And uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
AMD Onslaught Summer Arena. Ducky, it turns out the rumors of your demise have been greatly exaggerated.
Wait, who said what? What did I
I
miss?
don't know, I'm just planting something at this point.
Yeah, between the two of us, there's one closer to the grave than the other, and it ain't me. Let me put it that way.
Well, give him hell, Ducky. We both heard those words spoken before.
Hey,
it seems
if
like
I
that's
was
what you
a
set out to
soldier,
do.
if I was a soldier, and you hear my general go like, before I go off to war, say, give him hell, I'd be like, well.
All right, Cashback and Mafia. It's already been a pretty long day, but we have arrived at the final match. It's also going to be a best of 11 in between both of those teams. It's going to be Ukraine versus Poland. And to be honest, even though Mafia had the closest scoreline against W, it felt like Cashback so far had the weaker appearance.
Mafia definitely had the stronger opponent to play against in that semi-final. And Sicario showed that Cashback is prone to make mistakes still that can be exploited by the likes of Mafia. So why not watch Mafia do that in this one? The match against W, it was close as expected, kind of like the OLS finals, but at the end of the day, what is most important always is the one who wins, and that is Mafia. Now, for Cashback, it's been a long time since they've been in the finals.
That it definitely has been, and I mean, for World of Tanks, you know, at the end of the day, the old truth still holds true, right? You put two teams up against each other, and at the end of the day, the Polish one wins. Is it going to hold true in this match, though, is the question. Here we have a quick recap of what happened in this tournament so far, at least in the playoffs bracket. And that recap for day one for all those quarterfinals is summed up very quickly. It is EU #1.
Well, as expected, right? When you're the region that has the most competition, the most tournaments probably even, it is expected for them to be performing to this level, to be honest. The biggest takeaways are the ones we're taking into OLC, right? Especially for this Mafia team. They're looking good. W still looking good as well. Sicarios, I mean,
better than expected, to be honest.
the question is what happens to hit and run? Like, how do they approach OLC? You know, because they're kind of decapitated at this point in time.
Yeah, could be. But before we focus on Hit, or Weekend for that matter, another European team that hasn't made it to the playoffs, together with the likes of, for example, Beton. Now we have this Cashback versus Mafia finals, and I mean, both of those teams, no strangers to being in finals, but there can only be one victor. And either it's going to be the 8 players that we see on the screen right now and currently, and as you said, for them, it has been quite some time since they made finals, or it is Mafia. And I feel like throughout the history of the past years, Mafia, they've always been a little bit in the shadow of Hit, but I would say in the past 12 months or so, they are the new shining light of the Polish community.
Oh, for sure. For sure, Kihand. And they, you know, the Monster Edition seems to work out for them as well. I think Barkas is now relegated to bench player. YOLO is not always available. I think he's very busy, I've been told before. So, you know, fills that slot that they had kind of open and working his way into the core, and they're looking good. Map pick and bans though, again, best of 11, so 2 maps banned. Cliff banned by Mafia and Pilsen by Cashback. Not really surprises, to be honest.
No, I mean, Cliff was banned out in the previous match for Mafia as well, and they seemingly want to get rid of it. And even though Pilsen was split in the previous match that Mafia had, I mean, there is that reputation, right, that Mafia have on the map, and so for Cashback to ban it out, no surprise at all. That means we are starting out on one of those maps we didn't see last match, which is Himmelsdorf, Mafia's pick, going into Ghost Town, then Tundra. All of those 3 maps for sure we are going to see in full. But after that, if we go into, let's say, the second half of this best of 11, it would be Ensk, then Sand River if we get to it. And if we once again require a tiebreaker, then that one is going to happen on the first match of the second final. Actually, that one will be on Westfield.
Westfield if it gets that far, but we're gonna start it off straight with Himmels between Cashback and Mafia. And if Cashback learned anything from their Sicarios match, this maybe not to send the CIS on the strike straight. But at the same time though, how does Cashback approach this? I mean, they're probably very happy to be in the finals, but their route here has not been all that contested. I mean, it was close against Sicarios, but you know.
Well, the thing is, in the cross-group stage, actually, they felt very strong. Then in the quarterfinals, they also had a pretty dominant performance, let's be honest here. But yeah, these semifinals, they do raise questions as we go into the grand finals of the AMD Onslaught Summer Arena. And Mafia are starting with a Foch B band. Cashback, they do want another B band, that is the 50B on their end. And for Mafia, very, very easy lineup to read. It is the Inspire Medium coming in with the captain of Profuse, the 140, and then 6 times Bluska.
In return, TDs galore as well for Cashback. Triple E for a Bliska. Double CS and a Bat, so that TD core joined by those double CS and Bat, but the lineup they're playing against for Mafia is very, very straightforward.
It is an absolutely in-your-face pushing lineup, and if we think back to the semifinals that just happened, Mafia started off kind of like this, but not really on Westfield as well, thinking back to that triple CS direct over push. And now Mafia, I think, hoping to surprise the opponent once again with all of those Bliskas making their way down through the 7 line that want to surprise, want to really catch someone off guard. Aphrodite takes a first shot of damage for Profuse, that's good. He gets the level 1 ability without getting retaliated upon by the E4. And these Bliskas, they haven't been spotted. The problem for Cashback is that's a lot of mediums out of the game. That's a lot of E4s that are stuck in that G line. Now they finally get spotted, all of them. That's going to cut Cashback in half, and yes, they will have the bat shot from the hill, but for how long is the question?
Yeah, the bat from the hill coming in with a few shots, the CS as well joining in with 1, but now Cashback is going to somehow have to batter down the hatches, because all of these tanks from Mafia are now converging upon that pocket of resistance in Mercedes on the 3 line. Mindbreaker already taken 1, and this Batcha trying to get into the game as quickly as possible. Is about 10 seconds away from engaging onto the backs of Conrad and Monster, who should also realize that this is a possibility and need to push forward because of that. They're peeking out against Aka, but Barbarian is already kind of there, starting to clip out on the back of Monster. And maybe right now Mafia is not finding the engagement that's truly needed, because Monster's fully forced to turn around to face Barbarian. Of course, Barbarian doesn't have enough cliff potential to actually kill him, but Kono's the first one down, and that's a Mafia player. Mindbreaker yet still alive. Conrad looking pretty dire as well. He's dead. Rexar does make a kill. The HP is getting a bit closer. Monster, however, is dead. Barbarian will come off of reload, or Aphrodite will get the shot. Maybe Monster gets one more. No. Barbarian comes off of reload and gets that one. About 3000 HP difference now, but Rexar, I think he's pretty dead as well.
Well, Rexar is facing off against the CS63. He does have the damage reduction ability, which is going to keep him alive for the time being, but oh no, gets tracked here from Liberty. He might be able to get one more shot of damage, and he does actually at the close range. 802. This makes this into a 3 versus 3, but taking stock of the HP, it's not looking good for the Polish team as Profuse gets another shot into Little. But look at it, 1700 for Mafia, 4,500 for Cashback.
Orchek doesn't see Aphrodite, and Aphrodite doesn't see Orchek because he pulls back just on time. Aphrodite now going to be peeking out. Will find Orchek, and will find Orchek with his bands down. Finds the kill as well. Important. Yuzek dying to Little, leaving just Profuse, and it's going to be Cashback coming into this match. Starting cold, but starting off hot at the same time after winning the first round against Mafia.
Yeah, Liberty is going to be able to shut it down with that strike, or with a shot, doesn't even matter. And Cashback, they had a lot of time to prepare after their semi-final against Sicarios respectively, but it seems like, you know, that cool-off time, maybe it wasn't completely the wrong thing for them to have, probably keeping themselves warm a little bit, maybe some training sparrings in training rooms going on, or just watching the stream with a big bowl of popcorn, because obviously that is what you need when a best of 11 goes to tiebreaker. Anyway, though, long story short, Cashback put the first one on the board.
Yeah, they get the first one. That's the most important part. Now, it is always a debate about who has the real advantage, because there's something to be said about having a break, but there's also something to be said about having played. Problem here is these Blitzcats and everything else from Mafia did not get the engagement quickly enough. I think Barbarian made it back on time, and then the Blitzcats were forced to push down individual lanes, not really able to utilize that quick burst either on one particular tank.
Also keep in mind that Barbarian, actually with 2.7k damage being dealt, we were theorizing, Banter and I, in the past match, like when does a bad chat actually pay off? And we kind of settled on that, well, 3,500–4,000 damage mark. But keep in mind, all the damage that Barbarian did here was against Juggernaut TDs. So he didn't actually only do 7 shots of damage. That was a lot more to be able to get to 2,700 damage for him. But all in all, I think Cashback had a good reaction immediately after seeing those Blitzcats pouring out of the banana, out of the 8-line, and were able to use the E4s to their fullest, where they kind of were able to pre-aim the corners with the E4s, draw back, force the Blitzcats in to just commit in more, and just have them take so much damage on the way to be able to get to where the Blitzkavitza is actually comfortable, which is up close and personal.
Yeah, and the Blitzka doesn't really like face hugging E4s, and that was one of the things that did end up happening, sadly, for those Blitzkavitzas. I mean, Mafia tried to surprise, didn't work out. Cashback, fine the first round. Yeah, the predictions here. You and Phil, 6-4, me and Banter, 6-3.
Yes, indeed. And I think all of these predictions kind of happened under the impression of whatever we saw in the semifinals, right? Both of those teams won their respective matches, but Mafia, it feels a little bit unfair to Sicarios, but I think it is fair to say Mafia with the harder opponent. And so all of us choosing Mafia here, then the slight disagreement, is it going to be 6-3, is it going to be 6-4? I think that's kind of theoretical. But so far, I think Mafia with the tougher opponents, and the more convincing gameplay, and that's why we gave it to them. But realistically, Cashback have proven in the past that they're an absolute force to be reckoned with going into this next round now. Mafia don't want to see the Foch B, and Cashback have probably had enough of Blitzkavitzas as at this point. So Mafia are bringing the good old E-Honda into the fray together with a 140, and that is 5-4-30. Use a lot of DPM, but not a lot of sustain, to be honest.
They're going to be facing off against a CS, the Dravet, the BZ, ×2, and triple 50B. So, yeah, those 430Us are going to have a tough time here, to be honest.
I think the biggest problem for the 430Us is that tanks like these usually do well against like HP Pinata super tanks. Let's say E100, Type 5, something like that. But there is nothing like that really on the Cashback lineup. The other tank that 430Us do well against maybe is the BZ. But other than that, they really lose out, in my opinion, against 50Bs if they're not able to swarm those. What they do have is pretty good camo, and they're utilizing it to their absolute fullest on this approach on the one line. They're not getting spotted, so Mafia, once again, it feels like a little bit of an all-in.
Again, but this time instead of going through the 8 line, they're going down 1-2 line. And they do have Aphrodite in front of them. That is taking some damage, 2 shots so far. But the 50Bs are still going to have to go down the 8 line and try and find something. There might be even a little bit more damage dealt towards Aphrodite. Conrad looking for the swell, and he's dropped about half HP. So they may not have killed him, but they have done a lot of damage towards that singular CS63. And these 50Bs, all they've done really is driven down the 8 line, crossed over, taken some damage, and not really achieved much except for show what is happening. So I think currently Mafia are not too unhappy with this. They're still in HP deficit, but that's mainly because Cashback just picked such a heavy lineup.
Well, I think Mafia now also need to react to this credible threat that is the triple 50B in the southeastern part of the map, but they have the perfect tank to receive, and that is that E100. They also have Chrono hold down, and the 430U hold down over such a big distance. It's annoying to deal with, especially for 50Bs, where you have part of the cupola of the 430U is an auto bounce against those APCR shells from the 50Bs, and I think they realize that this is not the best kind of engagement for those Bs, and that's why they're starting to return a little bit.
We got a 5-line though, but those 430Us unspotted as of now. They've taken over A4. I think they want to continue on towards the back of this Dravet, and at the same time have the E100 to soak up any potential damage in the south. The information get used, and now Little, I think, comes to realize what is happening. He cannot go forward, he cannot go backwards, he can just accept fate coming his way. A bounce from Conrad. Yusek not bouncing, however, and now the 50Bs making their way down the 8 line, but I don't think they're going to be there on time to make sure that Little doesn't die. He's basically dead in the water, and then they'll pull back into this 5 line with those double 430U waiting to receive the 50Bs that are coming their way, which is in the form of Liberty and the Barbarian, but that is such a long way to go for these tanks, and at the meantime, Mindbreaker is absolutely dying against this double 430U. Good strike on towards the both of them, hits home. Yusek will fall in that 430U, but I don't think they have the damage to make Conrad explode, so he should get quite a bit of damage in, and now with the 140 coming in from behind as well, there should be a pretty much guaranteed cleanup, but Kono in return taking 2k damage, so the strike being taken as well by Squeezy might make sure that Kono dies, and that's why you can see him keeping the speed up as well, wants to dodge it, but can he is a different question. 3 tanks left though from Cashback. The HP always close because of the lineup of Cashback, but the guns not really.
No, and the thing is as well, Profuse with that 140 now on the hunt against Barbarian in that 50B. He takes 2 shots from the double Soviet medium, able to shoot back with 2 as well, but Profuse has more than enough HP to run through those 2 additional shells. Barbarian thus pulling the full reload, and still the HPs are close, but the guns are not. Orzhek with a good cheeky shot. The 50B getting outflanked by the T100 in that 8 line. A weird combination of words to say as Orzhek puts in another shot somewhere down the line, and now he has more than enough to tank against Squeezy. He can pull out, put another shot into the 50B, and Squeezy thinks about engaging, cannot against so many guns from Mafia that are trained on the E100.
Squeezy does find the kill with the strike. That was one of the 2 one-shots, or one of the 3 one-shots at this point in time. Barbarian will potentially find Conrad as well. You know, he ends up bouncing once Profuse comes in with the ram, the body slam. That was pretty damn nice there from Profuse, keeping his teammate alive. The strike comes out, but that's of course just a CS63 mini strike. Not enough. An HE shell from Orzhek as well. Add insult to injury. Squeezy is being squeezed dry here by Orzhek of his HP. Orzhek needs the intuition to APCR, gets the shot, gets the kill, and it's just Aphrodite left as the last one of Cashback. A good round from Mafia as well, a good execution, find the opening, and you could see the 50Bs. I mean, yeah, very powerful tank, but so much driving.
I think despite it being different tanks in both of the rounds, it was kind of the same story. Mafia trying in the first round to engage through the 8 line with Bliskavitsas, don't immediately find any kind of damage. And here, same story for Cashback. They try to go through the 8 line with those, or sorry, over the hill. Not that it really matters with those 50Bs, and then they don't really find anyone to engage upon. Kono with the kill onto Aphrodite, and this means that Mafia are going to equalize the scoreline, and Himmelsdorf is going to get split 1-1.
Yeah, well deserved, I guess, at the end of the day. Both teams coming in, having a good round. This was well executed from Mafia. Find the isolation. They could have also opted to farm the BZ inside of the courtyard if they wanted to. I think he was also in a lot of problems where he was. But they got the Dravets, and there's just not much to be done for Cashback. And it was really close at some point as well because of, like I said, the lineup from Cashback is so burst heavy and high HP heavy that was very to use. Yeah, well, you could see that they sometimes tend to explode.
And it almost felt a little bit like an all-in from both teams, realistically, right? Because Mafia, if you think back to the start of the round, they sent 5 430Us over the 1-2. Meanwhile, Cashback sent in triple 50B, kind of blind over the hill. And here, Mafia just with more guns in the game from the start of it, able to kind of take so much HP off of Aphrodite that that tank cannot really participate that much more in the game. And then Little, it was, I guess, a bit of a mispositioning from him. Doesn't realize that this threat of the 430Us just moving on through the 1-2, they were all spotted, right? And then all of a sudden he finds himself in a position where he cannot get out of then Cashback needs to recommit with the 50Bs. They don't have the firepower because there's also some good shielding going on from Mafia. Then the 50Bs run out of shells, and all of a sudden they're standing empty-handed in front of these enraged funny button 430Us.
So, we've had Himmels. What was the second map, Gian?
The second map was a very good map that's on the screen now, and it is actually the tiebreaker map from last match. It is Ghost Town. Yeah, I had forgotten already. I'm making a mental mark in my head right now that after Ghost Town comes Tundra. But ask me in 5 minutes. I'll have forgotten.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say, there's no way you remember in 5 minutes.
Yeah, first of all, Ghost Town now. Next on literally the cards.
Mm-hmm. Ghost Town coming up. And who do we favor on Ghost Town?
Ooh, hard to say. Cashback historically have been an extremely strong Ghost Town team, especially thinking back to, let's say, OLS Season 1, 2, 3, something like that. But you can say, okay, Boomer, because that's now a pretty long time ago. I think since then, Mafia have been the stronger team, by far even. I mean, Cashback not making Season 6 playoffs comes to mind here. Community prediction, 40 to 60%. I can see that, to be honest. That's fair.
Yeah, I would expect it even more in Mafia's favor, to be honest.
Yeah, possibly. Then again, I think a lot of people that were voting were kind of under the same impression that we were, that Cashback actually dropping 4 rounds to Sicarios, that is more than expected.
Mm-hmm. Let's see what this Ghost Town shows us, because we know how Mafia would like to play, you know, very slow. We saw it already against W, right?
I think the other reason why Mafia didn't put the pedal to the metal and go fast on Ghost Town against W is that after the first engagement, realistically, they were so far ahead that they didn't need to do anything. Of course, when you're ahead, you can play aggressively, but you're not forced to. And I think Mafia are a team that can do either, and they just decided this for that round specifically. But let's see how this one goes. Mafia not switching their tank ban for Ghost Town from what we've seen. The EBR getting banned out, the K91 respectively on the side of Cashback. And this means that Mafia are starting with a fairly similar lineup to what we saw, but not completely the same. It's going to be Type 5, Bad Chat, Double CS, Leopard 1, E4, and once again Kono with that T100 LT. He had such a monster pun not intended game on Ghost Town against W.
In return, they're facing off against something quick and from Cashback. Triple BZ at T57 and Triple Batchat. This will not be a long battle, one way or another.
I kind of am trending into the same direction. Especially those Triple Batchats, they either win or they lose quick, but there is nothing in between usually. The Double BZ from Cashback, interestingly, are both making their way towards the artillery strike that's currently being captured by Kono. He sees one now, he sees 2 of them, and the Batchats from Cashback are going to plan out. Oh yeah, Monster, that is not a spot he wants to be in, as Mindbreaker and Aphrodite, they're taking damage against Conrad, but that's exactly what they want, as Barbarians coming through with that T57. Pop, 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 go the shots into Conrad. That is
Monster's
unable
unspotted
to sustain his life. Monster does go unspotted, which is kind of crazy at this point in time, and Cashback need to realize that they're not able to pick up the Batchat without physically going close, as Yuzek, the next one, to get aggressed upon.
Monster might even find Liberty as well. He's waiting for him to be a one-shot, and then maybe he ends up killing him. Liberty now starting to blind towards the bushes. The strike comes in from Rexar, actually. That's the big one used on that. Would have liked maybe to see Monster kill him, but instead the opposite used the strike for that. They did already lose Conrad, of course, in that CS63, and now Cashback, I think, realizes they gotta go. Monster getting cleared once more. This time he's not able to get away, as Squeezy comes in as this secondary layer to this clear. They find the kill on Monster. Yuzek now not in the greatest position either. Will end up going down in that Type 5 heavy, and finally from the long distance comes that CS63 of Rexar into the battle. Yuzek wants to get Mindbreaker, but he will not. Tried to dodge the shot, didn't end up happening. Orchak now wants to kill, does get it as well, pops his ability, starts rolling backwards, and it's a 5-on-4, but a playable one for Mafia as it stands. Rexar now joining. If they can take this 2v2, things could happen that go their way.
Indeed, Rexa and Orzik, though, getting double strike with a big one at that, as Aphrodite takes 250, I believe, by Profuse as Rexa comes in, but Barbarian from the back able to pick up the E4, and now Rexa in that 1 versus 2 against tanks with a lot more alpha and some more armor squeezy, with the Batshak coming in to make it a 3 versus 1, but they have to back off a little bit because the Leopard 1 is striking from the back and from the shadows. Aka with another shot into Rexa to make him a one-shot. The Leopard 1 continuously farming, but Aphrodite finds the pickup, and all of a sudden it is 2 Mafia players, one of which is a T100 that doesn't have any firepower at all against 5 tanks of Cashback.
Yeah, Mafia kind of getting stun locked there, to be honest. They saw the double BZ boosting 7 line, so they already knew that something was happening. Nobody got spotted. Monster still going very deep in the bushes, getting cleared, but goes unspotted, which helps them, but doesn't help them to get Conrad to stay alive, of course. And that was another problem. I don't know about the strike usage either to kill Liberty. Like, okay, he's a one-shot, but you would like to see Monster maybe kill him, because let's be real, he's gonna die probably anyways at that point in those bushes and get cleared. Use the strike for big damage on the group maybe instead. I don't see a world in which Monster really survives that.
On the other hand, I think it was a very aggressive, quick opening and good opening from Cashback. They got exactly what they wanted, which was to overwhelm Mafia realistically on the field. And it worked for all intents and purposes, because the engagement at the start, it went exactly how it was planned for Cashback, with the BZ-75 soaking up a lot of shots from the back lines. None of them going down in the initial approach. Then the CS getting clipped by Barbarian in the T-57, who then reloads quickly, and that puts Monster under a lot of pressure, because as soon as he gets unspotted, the T-57 once again pops ability, and just in that small time that Monster is spotted, the T-57 will be able to completely ravage the HP of the Batshot.
Yeah, indeed. And it was a good round from Cashback. Like, very aggressive, very straightforward. They knew what Mafia wanted to do, and they completely rolled over it. And you can see Mafia the struggle. You know, you have that Batshot in the bush line. He cannot contribute. That's
almost like 2 guns down.
Yeah,
even though they're not for Mafia, right? Because the T100 can't
T100
shoot.
and Conrad is dead.
Yeah. So make that even 3 guns, because Conrad is dead. Monster can't really reveal himself, and the T100 in a fight where the guns matter is technically a non-factor. So Cashback, I think, possibly even watching the game that was happening against W and completely figuring out what to do, and Mafia, they get hit with something that realistically there wasn't even a comeback to.
With the way that they opened, I think there was a moment of recovery there. When they spotted the WBZ and the T-57, maybe it was the moment, you know, Monster slightly less aggressive, perhaps, who knows. But, you know, if Kono actually took the radio tower, which we see very often as well, let's be real, we very often see the radio tower be taken in that T100, and sees those bad shots, it's a completely different game. And that is not with outside of the realms of possibility, because quite often we see that immediately.
And it happened in the semis, but not here in the finals. I think he also, as a player, doesn't want to become too predictable, especially for light tank players. That's sometimes the issue. But let's see how this one's going to go. Mafia this time around don't want to see a K91 and do want to switch their lineup up considerably, apparently, as Cashback ban the Rheinmetall Panzerwagen. So for Mafia, looking at their lineup this time, it's not going to be a long game. Triple B, triple bat, T100.
Cashback in return, Dravets, double T57, double CS, an E50M, and a T100. Could still be aggressive, but the double CS and a light.
Is it weird to say that I'm kind of worried for Mafia? Because this feels almost desperate. One double 50B spotted by the plane of Liberty. Kono, on the other hand, sees 3 tanks. That's a CS, a T-57, and the Dravets. But yeah, those triple 50B, between them, they have the firepower to blow up 1 tank immediately. They are going to stop here now because they were spotted from the plane, and they do realize that they would possibly be taking some damage. Kono getting a first shot into Akka reveals himself on the western part, but that triple Batshot, I don't think it has been spotted so far. And the E50M could be a problem, as The
he's dead.
50Bs start shooting on the 50M and he just gets blown up. Minus.
That's 350Bs finding a clip, and now they're just happily running away. Spotted. Might even get striked, to be honest. But Little is not in that much better of a position either in the Dravets. He's forced to go into the cap. Yeah. I don't want to, like, say it, but...
I mean, yeah. Not the best opening for Cashback, let's put it like this. And this random opening coming out from Mafia, they are starting to take a little bit of chipping damage with those 50Bs driving around now. Kono also getting tagged, but on the other side, Aka taking a bunch of shots from the players of Mafia. Little now turning around, wants to support his team near their own spawn, but Aka getting found by Monster. The Batchat still not out of shots. It does have a very deep clip. Does he get the final shot in towards Aka? Yes, he does, and that is 2 unanswered kills for the side of Mafia.
Yuzek coming for Mindbreaker. In return, we see Barbarian in the 57 trying to shield for Little, but Little gets out of there on 488 HP, and Yuzek is going to give Mindbreaker every single shot here. One more in the chamber will give it as well, and Monster might fancy coming in and finishing it off, but it's a risky game, so they're not going to do that. They've got 2 tank lead, Little on low HP. I mean, I don't see a recovery.
Yeah, Mindbreaker even realizes Yuzek's going to be reloaded before he can make anything meaningful happen, and that's going to be exactly the case. Mindbreaker has to bow out of the engagement against the double Batchats that at this point in time I feel like they could be playing a little bit more aggressively, but of course with this kind of lead, Mafia don't really want to give anything up for free. Liberty getting spotted by that T100. He does go into a bush, realize it's not going to happen. Spots out Profuse, but takes one in return. Great return shot by Liberty as well. But yeah, Kono taking one. But we're trying to sugarcoat a turret for Mafia at this point. Sorry, for Cashback at this point. They are far behind. And look, Profuse now coming in to shield Kono as well. Liberty realizing the threat and is evacuating, but how long is the question?
I mean, this Mafia train is less, this Cashback train is less likely to arrive on time than a Deutsche Bahn train, so that says a lot.
Apparently someone yesterday broke a new record with a train there being delayed by over 800 minutes, which is crazy in and of itself. But Conrad actually needs to be careful with 600 HP. Ooh, that strike is going to hit on 2 as well, but they do manage to blow up Barbarian. Yes, Orzhek falls in turn, but with Little in the Dravets falling, I don't really see this one happening. Liberty getting cleaned out as well, and so it's only 2 tanks remaining for Cashback.
I mean, yeah, the damage stacks up, but you know, it's not really. It has been over for a while, like 2 minutes, to be honest. Like once they got that second kill out, it was and it also low HP. It's like, well, yeah. The good thing is that Mafia sped it up. It's gonna be 2-2 moving on. Yeah, and what's the next map?
Tundra.
And the one after that?
Another great map. We're gonna see in a minute. Okay,
no,
that is actually devious though. Like I was saying, I was gonna remember Tundra, and you asked the map after that. Like how the hell am I supposed to know it? Anyway, though, Mafia with a quick retaliation. It's gonna be 2-2, and once again, maps get split.
Yeah, I mean, so far neither team getting ahead of each other. This is why we don't need the best of 11s yet. You know, we just need best of 7s.
Yes and no.
Yesn't.
Yesn't. Exactly. That's the word I should have used. But Mafia, I mean, great stuff from them, to be honest. Like, they get, I would say, bamboozled is the correct word on the first Ghost Town round from Cashback, and then they're like, okay, you're really gonna play like this? We can one up you. Here's another one of those crazy strats. And to be honest, like, yeah, Aphrodite getting spotted on the cross, getting eliminated, the 50Bs getting away for free. It's impossible. It's not impossible, but it's very hard on this level to come back from a disadvantage like this.
Near impossible. But let's see. So Tundra, Ensk, Sand River, and Westfield. Tundra, Mafia wins it 2-0. Ensk 1-1, and Sand River Mafia closes it out.
then we would be at a 6-3, which is coincidentally, as I remember exactly your prediction, so I know why you're saying this.
That is just a lucky side effect.
Like, aha. Just lucky.
Just a byproduct, to be honest.
I mean, skill is when luck becomes a habit, right? So...
So nothing you would know anything about.
Huh? Needless hostility. Needless hostility.
Huh?
But yeah, Tundra.
Yeah, and all I want to say is you had your peak when the Conqueror GC was still a good artillery to play in Clan Wars, you know? Like...
I mean... It's always good to have someone with the oversight.
If your ability is the ability to play well with one hand, is that really any ability at all?
I also had to use push to talk, you know, to tell people on TeamSpeak what to do. So technically, 2 hands. I'll have you know.
Man, I swear, you talk about those days. That I swear, you always talk like you were like the main FC or something like that. Kian, this is the comparison of taking your kid to soccer on a match and the coach isn't available and they're like, you want to do it for a day? And you're like, yeah, sure, man. And you stand on the sideline and you're like, Johnny, forward, deep, hug the defense, lean on them. And you're like, man, look at me, man. I'm the next Pep Guardiola.
What can I say? I had a pretty good win rate back in my day. Angry man yells at Cloud. Anyway, let's see if we'll have any angry players yelling at Cloud, because Tundra, next one on the card. To be honest, between Cashback and Mafia, nothing really comes to mind between both of those teams that would be actually particularly positive or negative, which is kind of unusual.
Yeah, I guess you would just expect a, how to say...
like, solid. For example, I know that Weekend are a crazy strong Tundra team, but if I try to recall anything for Mafia or Cashback, it's just like solid, but nothing else. So let's see how it's going to get played between them. CS63 banned out for Mafia. EZ75 gone for Cashback, and that obviously leaves the quadruple MBY open for Mafia, together with a 140 and double 430U.
Cashback, triple 430U, Tesak, and triple Mivi. It's still a brawl-oriented lineup, though, from both teams.
Yeah, and we have seen before Liberty using the Tesak to great effect. Of course, Cashback, they want to draw out this game a little bit longer than Mafia, as the Tesak, yes, it can burst for a lot of damage, but at the same time, it doesn't have the DPM of, say, a 140, 430U, or a Mivi with 3, 4, 5 stacks on it. Obviously, the Tesak is going to get almost the full info. You would expect the full one, but the 140 of Profuse actually went to the back of the hill. He will try to take the info tower from there. This means that Mafia won't have 7 players available in the brawl should it come to it. But they also know that Cashback have a light tank, so the number of brawling tanks should be kind of even. Profuse gets the info tower, gets the full information. Liberty gets into the artillery strike, but will he get that one? Unclear.
I don't know about that. I mean, Cashback will have to be very quick here to support this Liberty, and they're coming in immediately. Conrad goes for the ram even, but a lot of damage being taken on Conrad immediately down towards 1.1, and immediate repush as well coming in from Cashback. Do they keep going though? They're a little bit afraid of this. They are going to commit because they have to. It's Mindbreaker and Squeezy leading the charge, and here comes the entirety of Cashback. Profuse and Kono still driving back in with that 140 that came from the hill. Conrad is going to be the first one dead. He's going to be able to call the focus fire after that. You got to be careful though. The strike being taken gets reset again for a second. Little is about to take it over. There's the reset coming out, and Mafia have found a good position to hold at this point. They lose Conrad, but the rest of them, nobody really in trouble. While in return, when you look at Cashback, they're leaving the Stranglers behind. They're chasing Yuzek, and Liberty and the Tesak really a non-factor right now. They may be chasing, but they're chasing themselves into their own graves. As Squeezy's left behind, wondering where did the rest of my team go? Because he comes to see they all chased Yuzek, who is still yet alive, came back around the corner once more, and Mafia, just on time, bring all the guns in the right places, find everything they need, and will win the very first Tundra battle.
Yeah, I mean, the Tesak there with one last laser show against the 140 of Profuse, but even he managed to get into the fight, and the ending of this battle almost more one-sided than a Mobius strip, and Mafia, it feels like, very easily able to pick up this round number 5 here, the first one on Tundra for them. And yeah, realistically, this Tesak, it like we were saying before the game, it can be very effective, but only if the game actually takes a long time. And the problem there always is, first of all, Tesak on top damage is not something that you ever really want to see, to be honest. And the other thing is, by spotting the opposing team with your plane, you reveal the fact that you have a light tank, so you give away the information to the enemy team that likely, if they commit with 7 to the brawl, then they will have more effective DPM, more effective armor, and more effective HP in the fight.
Yeah, and Conrad still does pretty good damage for basically dying his first one, you know? He does a lot more than Barbarian did for repushing.
Yeah, and I think Conrad also got like 500 ram damage or something on the Tesak. But yeah, that's an obvious drawback for the Tesak as well. It is a light tank, so when it gets rammed, it's gonna take some damage. I have to say I disagree a little bit with the decision that Liberty had to actually stay on the artillery strike. Because yes, he makes it out, but he also, by staying on it, he kind of forces his team to do the commit on towards him, which they likely didn't want to. We can see Barbarian completely focused out, Arca 700 damage in a DPM medium. That's realistically not a lot either, and Mindbreaker doesn't have much more.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Key, this is where Mafia wins 2-0. You just have to believe. And then Enska split 1-1. And so far, I'm on track.
So you're saying you gained access to the secret script writing facility?
I mean, maybe. It's possible. Why not? I would take you with me into the secret writing facility, but I mean, I've never seen you read or write, so I just don't know if you're capable.
Once again, like this claim is so outlandish. I don't even.
Do you
know
guys
what
notice
to say
how he
against
doesn't
something.
deny? He doesn't deny the accusations. But
I denied it by saying the claim is outlandish.
Yeah,
It's just so obviously and flat out wrong that
Right.
I don't even know what to say. Now everything you have to say is like, right.
I've seen the application process for wargaming. Right? Nowhere does it say you need to be able to read or write.
I believe when I was reading through the application form, you were actually correct. But once again, that kind of devalues your claim. Your slander, I think, is more correct when it comes to this.
How about, you just read an audiobook you had,
It's like you tripping over Wi-Fi cables, I guess.
No, you just read you read an audiobook so I can listen to it after,
Oh, you mean like as a narrator?
Yes.
That's already what I did for the Alienware commercial. Anyway, Mafia banning out the 50B and Cashback banning out the 430U. And that leaves us with a little bit of a curious choice for Mafia. I haven't really seen the IS-4 that often on Tundra, and that is why it gets switched to double BZ-75, triple MBY, CS-63, and the 140.
In return, Cashback, double BZ, Dravet, CS 140, double Blitzcamp could still brawl either way. I mean, both teams are looking at it. It's just a slight different philosophy. Which one would you prefer?
To be honest, I think possibly Mafia's, because on this map, like the Blitzkavitzas, yes, they can be very powerful tools if you get them into the fray. But I feel like a lot of the gameplay, as soon as it goes into like hull down stuff, which both teams are, which Mafia is indicating by having the MBYs, then all of a sudden the Blitzka with the narrow gun arc kind of starts having problems. Arca and Little delaying a little bit, hoping to get some shots, but actually it's Little to take the first one by Profuse, which means that Inspire is likely going to be available even on level 2 for Mafia, and that is a huge asset to have.
Yeah, the Inspire will make this fight a lot more convenient for them. Kono spots out no, he doesn't spot out Aphrodite, but Aphrodite spots out Kono. Because that tree probably over there now. The rest of the Mafia team looking for Aka and Little. They may want to push them or may just want to peek. No, they're just going for the peeks because they see the reinforcements coming in. And Kono And Aphrodite just trading it out, just resetting those strikes. Perfuse is in the lower side, and now Conrad is boosting in together with Yuzek. Yuzek is taking some damage for this monster. Rexar Orchek's supposed to screen at a moment like this to make sure there is no repush. And you can see Aka trying to evacuate, trying to get back in towards monster Rexar. And the other Mivi over there, Kono still in this little 1v1, and Aka pushing straight up and over. Little will die against Perfuse. Orchek trying to make it away as well. They are abandoning monster. The strike comes out. Is it a good one? Not that great, but it was a mini strike from the CS63. Monster still alive, might be able to get a kill. He does on towards Aka. Liberty does shut him down in return though, but this counter push from Cashback is not finding as much success as you would want it to get. Kono also won his 1v1 against Aphrodite. Important on the back lines, but a good track shot from Aphrodite keeps him alive for a moment longer, but the fight still ensues here towards that secondary RD strike. Perfuse dies against the Barbarian, but still, right now, Mafia ahead in the HP department. Mindbreaker though finds another kill. Yuzek will die against Squeezy. It's not over just yet.
It's not over just yet, as Mafia are down to 2 guns. Yes, they have some more HP, but are they able to keep Orchek in the game? That's the question. Conrad probably going to win his 1v1 against Liberty in the Dravets, as a good shot comes out by Liberty in towards the MBY, putting him in towards a one-shot as well. And now Liberty, the only thing he has to do is get yet another shot of damage, as behind him, Aphrodite able to eliminate Orchek and Conrad. Yes, a lot of HP, but he finds himself in the 1v4. Good shot by Liberty, who exploits the fact that Conrad was boosting forward. Great shot from Conrad, but against the Bliskowitzer of Mindbreaker and Barbarian, he is gonna go down, and Cashback once again equalizing the scoreline. So it's not going to be the 2-0 on Tundra for Mafia. Instead, we are once again equal, 3-3.
And maybe it's 2-0 on Einstein, you know, doesn't really change. Everything is still open.
I wasn't even going to bring it up anymore, right? You just put yourself into this position.
I don't mind it. I can handle it again. You know, I'm a big boy.
But yeah, I think great reaction from, well, first of all, from Mafia, but then even better by Cashback, to be honest. Like, I mean, if we want to characterize this game.
Liberty did really well in the Dravets. Of course, his ability is kind of happy with the tanks that they were picking. But at the same time, the Bliskowitz is really paying off, though. Really paid off. Barbarian and Mindbreaker, look at their damage. So
yep,
they really were the ones that brought it back with those big alpha tank destroyers.
I feel like the initial timing for Mafia, when they wanted to overpush, that was the timing to go, but then it felt like they hesitated when they wanted to collapse onto, I believe, Aka and Little for Cashback. They hesitated for like 5 seconds. And this meant that Yuzek, for example, during the overpush took 2 shots from the Bliskars already. If Mafia go immediately, I think they win the game. I might be wrong, but they have a better chance. And then, of course, at the end...
Cashback would be a little further away still.
Yeah, and then, of course, at the end, great job by Cashback keeping one-shots alive, killing enemy one-shots off, while a lot of HP by Mafia was out of the game. That being said, Tundra, obviously, we saw it split 1-1 as well, so we are headed on to Ensk, which technically is a Cashback pick, but I think we can both agree it doesn't really matter that deep into the game.
Well, so far neither team really getting the better of one another. Ensk now, maybe the one to make a difference. Either team wins this 2-0, they will put themselves on match point as well.
Or scriptwriter just has these continuous splits prepared for us.
Could you do a split, Kihan?
I think it would be more dramatic if now one team goes up by 2 points and then the other team comes back. But I believe it's hard to do on Sand River.
A split IRL, you know?
What?
A split IRL. Could you do a split IRL?
No, I rather prefer to push one side, you know.
Okay. Well...
I mean, we're talking about tags, right?
No, I mean like gymnastics split, Kihan, you know?
Oh, no. I'm way too old for that.
Buddy, I somehow doubt you were able to do it. I like how you like try and be like mysterious, like maybe I was able to do it 10 years ago, guys.
I don't think I was, like maybe when I was 5 or something, but no. My ligaments are not done for this.
Understandable. Ensk. We saw Cashback play a bunch of it already on Ensk though. They played against Dopa. I think they played it against Sicarios as well, right?
And some of it was good, and some of it did not deserve that attribute.
Yeah, some of it was indeed less good. Kind of waiting to see. Yeah, so far I wouldn't say one team is better than the other.
No, I would say that the rounds that both teams are bringing home, they are doing so very well. The last round here on Tundra, obviously very close, but let's see how this one is going to work out, as the E4 banned by Mafia, the Type 5 banned by Cashback. So Mafia coming into this one with the IS4, a CS63, triple Bliska, and double Foshby.
In return, Cashback, the Sack, double Fosh, triple Bliska, and a Dravets. They really like that light tank. Mixed success though.
Against the lineup of Mafia, it might be pretty good though, because those triple Bliskas, they are just gonna get cracked and held. That is really what the Tsak excels at, despite, of course, or together with getting the very early info against the tanks of Mafia. However, no immediate damage onto Mafia. Instead, Mindbreaker, the first one, to take some hits, but the spray and pray by Liberty in that Tsak is just going to destroy some walls, doesn't really get anything else done, and I think Profuse is correct to evacuate, and Aphrodite actually a little bit late with a shot.
But now Mafia somehow needs to clear down 1-2 though, and look at Barbarian Little already putting up the defensive barrier over there. Bliskavitz is now pushing through the cap as well as Cashback going to try to go on towards the IS-4. It looks like it. They are spotted out. Aphrodite is still going, but Squeezy and Mindbreaker have said no thank you. They're backing off. So is Aphrodite too far forward here?
I mean, there was a point in time where it looked very, very dicey for Conrad, as Orzhek actually takes a bit of damage, I believe, by Barbarian, who had to shoot 2 shells in his clip. Is currently contemplating whether he should be going for the reload, as Liberty is going to take the spotting tower, and I think as soon as he secures that Barbarian is not in any immediate danger of getting pushed, yeah, here we see Barbarian immediately presses C, goes for a reload, and now, as the dust kind of settles, it feels like Cashback has had the better opening, because they have the control over the cap, and they are 45 seconds out from completing that one, but Conrad, of course, with the IS-4, can side-scrape to his heart's content against the Fosh B of Little.
I mean, you can also side-scrape against Aphrodite. Like that Bliskavitz takes a mini-strike from Profuse, so there is the reset. They know he's there. I just don't know if Cashback really intended to put him there.
Yeah, as I said, it felt for a second like Conrad was in a dicey position, but now Mafia with the no-U, and Aphrodite is kind of stuck. Info tower once again getting used by Mafia, full information, they see nothing's really coming at this point in time, and Liberty going to pick up the RD strike with the light tank, and I don't think it makes sense for Mafia to expend their artillery strike to kind of delay it for a bit. So Cashback a little bit ahead, I would say. They have 2 strikes compared to Mafia's 1, but of course Profuse just picked up the second one there as well. Liberty once again is going to go for the info tower, the blind shots. They do miss him. I mean, the Tsak is a fairly small tank after all, and yeah, it's a bit tit for tat here.
One of the Fosh Bs gets across and spotted across the airline. I think the Dravets was spotted for that. I don't know if the Bliskas will be able to go. Conrad is sitting there. Monster takes 1 from the Fosh B of Little. That's important because it gets him back some ability as well, which he used earlier. Aphrodite pops his ability. Of course, you know, sitting on the cap generates quite a bit of prestige points.
Yeah, so he's gonna only get struck for 319, which, considering the grand scheme of things, is not a lot, but considering the grand scheme as well, it feels like Mafia is setting up for a push on this one line with the double Fosh B and the Bliska as well. And the info tower, this one's immediately once again getting used by Mafia. 30 seconds on the cap though, so a second Bliska has joined on there. Mafia do have a strike,
and
but
a mini strike.
Cashback, no, what's happening here?
Barbarian knocks over the building. Rexar did not spot him. Barbarian did spot him, but they're about to find him. He gets spotted out. Now he's going to have to face in front of Yuzek. Yuzek will pop his ability. The strike comes out. Will hit on 2 by the looks of things. Barbarian's just dead though, just explodes. The fire is too much. Going on Rexar, Yuzek, but Yuzek in return dropped very low as well though, towards 600 HP, but he will survive. But the first kill goes Mafia's way. Can they keep Yuzek alive? That's, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Little with that shot destroys the wall, and then Yuzek himself gets destroyed. So 1-for-1 trade in the tank department, but I believe a little bit more damage dealt actually for the side of Cashback. That also reflects in the HP. Mafia below 16,000, Cashback still at 17. So yeah, Conrad going closer to Aphrodite just to reconfirm what he already knows, which is where Aphrodite is actually at. And now we settle once again in this uneasy kind of state of the game where Cashback are on the cap. Aphrodite is able to reduce the incoming damage of the artillery strike every single time. And now Aka has actually found a hold-down angle against Conrad. Aphrodite, does he use the... no, he does not. So he gets the sound cue for the small strike, but he's keeping his ability for the big one, which now, at this point in time, is fully charged.
Triple cap pressure. With Aka and Squeezy joining as well, which means they'll have to do more than just reset Aphrodite. They have angles, of course, done towards Aka and Squeezy with Conrad as well, but it's adding a layer of pressure. In the meantime, Strike's just getting rotated. Perfuse has one. It's coming off of cooldown soon again. He may indeed just use it on the cap. Good shot from Aka, good shot from Conrad. Just a quick little trade. Big Strike will hit on 2. No, it will hit on 1.
It will only hit on 1, and this means that once again Squeezy and Aka can drive onto the cap, although Aka currently just taking the tracks off of Conrad, so wants to keep him in place for a little bit. At any point in time, Conrad needs to be wary of the fact as well. Oh, good shots into Aka, but I just was about to say he needs to be afraid of the fact that Aphrodite can just peek out in that Bliskovica and hit him for 800, just smack him in the face.
I was wondering why Aphrodite doesn't just at some point just peek, you know? Because what's really stopping him from doing that? And he does just that, punishes Conrad, and Cashback up a little bit of HP, but up in positions maybe, because they're repushing this northern area a little bit, punishing Vexar, having the information as well. It's a slow and steady kind of game, but also, of course, Mafia has, Cashback has something Mafia does not, and that's strikes. They have 2 of them, and they're gonna get a 3rd one as well. They could get a 4th one before the game ends, and that is going to hurt on somebody. They don't need to use them to decap, you know?
I mean, the fact as well that Cashback is up HP despite having light tank tells you all you need to know about the state of damage dealt, right? 20 seconds though on the cap. Once again, Profuse will have to use the strike that he's currently sitting on. He has a level 2 ability as well. 7 seconds. The strike goes on to Aphrodite, who does not manage to dodge it. Now goes onto the cap, and actually this time around it hits 2. Aka going pretty low, but I don't think they're expecting the spot that Liberty is sitting on. Aka doesn't even have to touch the cap at this point in time. A shot coming in by Conrad, but now Aka, who has drawn back a little bit, able to punish Conrad for all those peaks that he's going to make. He is obviously not close enough at the cap at this point in time to be able to properly block it. I think that job will fall to Monster as Aphrodite getting striked once again, but it's only 100.
Yeah, Monster will block, body block even, which means Liberty will leave. The strike is up, but nobody currently there to pick it up. Maybe Squeezy's gonna go for it now. Oh, Liberty, I mean, he has a strike, so he needs somebody else to take it, unless he wants to use his.
Oh, Profuse picks up another strike, and Liberty seemingly has used his one. That's why he's picking up that one again. Took him a few seconds to realize that he still had one in his pocket. Not entirely sure who he used it on, but still, as long as the HP are the same or in Cashback's favor, it should be Cashback who have dealt more damage.
Yeah, like I said, Cashback still has those 2 strikes as well. Available information as well. I don't really see it from Mafia, to be honest.
I think Mafia, at this point in time, they're just waiting for the timer to run a little bit lower, and then they will try to get a quick kill somewhere with the Foch. That is, I think, their win condition at this point, if they don't manage to catch someone like completely off guard. But it will be hard to do that, because what's waiting for them in the north, it's double Bliskovica that are able to cover the Dravets. What's waiting for them in the south, only a Foch B, but that one can fall behind the corner of Little, and I think at this point in time, maybe Little should consider falling back a bit, but now we see the push of the Foch Bs, and we can also see who the target is going to be, and that will be Aphrodite in the Bliskavitza that is very far forward. Liberty with the Tessak waiting here, and the spray and pray going down immediately. Kona in the Foch B blown up, but Aphrodite is the next one on the chopping block as Squeezy is coming close with the Bliskavitza. They will try to kill Rexa, but he has been able to go behind a wall here, but Mindbreaker is there with the Bliska to blow up Rexa, and that means tank advantage cashback.
Yeah, and they still have a strike even on Liberty as well. They have the cap as well. 30 seconds. Monster now getting tracked. No ability on Monster anymore, so there's no tracking for Liberty because of that. But there's a lot of damage in return, though. You know, it's a trade-off. You don't get tracked in one shot, but in return you take a lot of damage. A kill comes out on towards Konrad as well, and what we been expected for the last 2-3 minutes, I think, is what comes to be as well a cashback victory on this Ensk battle. And that gives them 4-1 away from match point.
Yeah, the Foos now trying to do what he can, but realistically we all know how this battle is going to end, as it has just ended, and that is with a cashback victory. So for the longest time in this game and in this match, actually, cashback, it felt like kind of trailing a little bit, but now they're up around on Ensk of all things, and now all of a sudden it is Mafia who need to answer.
Yeah, indeed. And Mafia trailing. Cashback really showing a very, very good performance, especially compared to their match against Sicarios.
You think they were holding out on us a little bit?
No. They're just playing better now. There's no reason why they would hold out, you know?
Yeah, I mean, talking about holding out, there is no reason for the teams to keep anything regarding Dravet's tactics back either. Because as it has been announced publicly, like the Dravets on Monday, so tomorrow, is going to get disabled. So this will be the last time, at least for now, and probably for the future, that we are going to see it in Onslaught. But there's not really any of those kinds of shenanigans going on currently. And here we have the battle results. More kills, obviously, go to Cashback, and that is why they're winning.
Deservedly so as well. This was a. I will say though, I think when Mafia committed on the kill that they made on Barbarian, I don't think that Yusek needed to drive out that far. Like they saw him and they had a strike as well. And what does the strike do? It destroys buildings. I don't think they needed to overcommit. If Barbarian goes behind the building, just strike it and kill him. You know.
I tend to agree. I think after this situation, Mafia were continuously behind, and Cashback were doing a really good job of not overextending anywhere. Like, yeah, of course, Aka at the end of the game, he ends up dead, but he also ends up with around 6.1, 6.2k damage. So he was playing continuously well in this hold down rails position that he was in, and he had good cover from the Bliskavitzas behind him that ended up supporting him and winning the game. So Cashback, I think positionally and with the calls that were being made mid-game, outplaying Mafia a little bit here in this round. But of course Mafia, they see what now happened and they have a bit of time to adjust to how Cashback was just playing. Of course, you can't be sure that Cashback are going to bring a Tessak, for example, again. I think it limits the offensive potential of those Juggernaut TDs by a lot, but you can't be too afraid of it either. At the end of it, it's a nimble light tank, and if you catch it, you can just blow it up.
Well, what do we believe? Split down the middle yet again? That's very possible.
I mean, now we see the lineup, so it would be kind of unfair to make a prediction now, but first of all, let's see the banned tanks, and those are Bliskavitza and Type 5 Heavy Tank respectively, and so Yusek is playing his signature tank. It is the Mighty Mouse, together with a Foch B, Quadruple E4 and Kono, bringing out the Tessak for a spin.
Yeah, Cashback sticking to the Tessak as well. 444 to the U, double Foch B, a Tessak, and a BZ is what they're going to be rolling with.
I'm kind of worried for Mafia's Tessak though, because the tanks that Cashback is bringing, none of them are Juggernaut TVs. So yeah, the Tessak of Kono can still get some damage done, but a huge part of why you would pick the Tessak, it's not going to work out. Ooh, the plane goes down on all of those E4s, and to Cashback's credit, this first aiming down the rails of Mafia is not really going to achieve much.
It's going to achieve absolutely nothing, and the 430Us are coming in, pushing down the rails. They may end up actually just pushing through, to be honest. Like, look at it. They may want to go for Profuse, bypass A0 altogether, and try and get that singular E4 out of the game.
Oh no. Oh, Barbarian starting to turn around. He doesn't see... What the hell? Is there like a small bushel of grass?
The truck.
Oh, the truck. Oh my god, that's so lucky for Kono.
Yeah,
I mean, or maybe not lucky, but yeah, now he sees the Barbarian running. He even gets a little bit of damage done. Yeah, Barbarian is going to heal some of it back, but that is such a nice engagement from Kono.
Yeah, I mean, Barbarian's probably a little confused to why he couldn't decap the info, but it is what it is, right? Yusek now taking the strike, and Squeezy getting reset by Kono as well from the distance. Liberty going towards zero line, and Cashback again grouping up with those 430Us.
Well, are they going to find success with them is the question. There will be a lot of open ground to cover until A0, where Conrad is waiting. Orzhek should also be able to provide some cover fire, but never mind, they're just turning around. They don't really give a damn about the Foch B. Instead, they focus on Profuse, the team captain, getting pushed in his E4. He does have the ability active, so some of the DPM of those 430Us is kind of mitigated, but that is still a lot of shells that are hitting that E4, and Profuse it looks like he's going to go down.
Profuse will go down. Good shot there from Mindbreaker to pick him up. Rexar now got to be careful. Of course, the D4 is a very powerful tank, but there's one thing that it doesn't have, and it's DPM. Liberty in the meantime playing Ring Around the Rosie with that Foch B on the field. That's a bad thing for Mafia. They really need that Foch B in the fight, and Liberty is just being annoying at that part. In return, Barbarian getting pushed together with Little, but they're extending the game as well. And of course, Yusek is in a mouse, and it takes a long time for the mouse to roll into the battle. Rexar does not get another shot. It's actually Liberty from the field to get the kill. Now Orzhek dying as well, and yeah, they're cleaning up Barbarian probably, but only now does Kono get in the fight, and Barbarian's not going to go down without unleashing hell on Yusek. Like Banter says, giving him hell.
Yeah, give him hell is exactly what Kono is doing, but now Barbarian actually gets to the healing part, but not soon enough. Monster to shut it down, but still it is a 5 versus 3 situation. Yusek caught sideways with the mouse as well, so he gets shut down, and between the 5 tanks that are remaining for Cashback, there is more than enough HP to tank more than 1, 2, or even 3 shots from Monster. That does get tagged a little bit by that annoying Tessak. Liberty gets another kill to his name, claims another scalp, and now Kono in a 1v1 against the 430U. With the Tessak, I know who's not winning those. Instead, it's going to be Liberty, never mind Mindbreaker, to pick it up, and Cashback are the ones to reach match point.
Yeah, they are indeed the ones to reach match point. First is Cashback on 5, Mafia on 3. Now we are going into the map of what key hand comes after this?
I believe it is Sand River.
That's correct.
And I believe tiebreaker is Westfield.
Okay, Kian, relax, buddy. You know, like, you got something right.
I did my homework now. Did they print it out in, like, big pictures for you? No.
Surprise.
Straight no. But yeah, I think it's once again the story, especially taking a look at the Mafia lineup, that if your Tessak is doing top damage, then the battle probably did not go well for your team.
Indeed. But Kono, you know, does well in the sack nonetheless, but you can see the E4s and the mouse kind of struggle with that DPM, right? The 430Us all on top for Cashback, every single one of them, because they're only like really fragile if you're able to focus fire on one.
And you can see Conrad in the Foch B, he was left to his own devices on the field. The 430Us of Cashback did not care at all about the fact that there was a single tank on the field, and it was the correct tactical decision. Instead, you could see a Profuse 2.3. Yeah, it's not the worst result, but it's by far not the best either with that E4. Those E4s were just picked to pieces before they could have more of an impact, and actually a meaningful impact on the game and on the outcome of this this map, which instead now puts Cashback into a position that they have not been in a long time, because not only is this match, this is actually tournament point. Just one more is required here, but you know what they say, sometimes the last one is the hardest one.
For sure. Who's playing from the west first on Sand River? Do you know?
I can check it if you give me a quick second. So on Sand River, Mafia is going to play from east, and Cashback is going to play from west first, which is the preferred side. So Cashback, I guess, even with a little bit of a bigger match point than we initially anticipated. But regardless, Mafia needs to win from either side anyway if they want to retain the chance of winning.
I mean, yeah, our predictions could all be wrong, you know, but I think that's based upon, you know, Cashback really didn't look good last OLS, and now they're taking down Mafia. Okay, it's a big swing, you know.
Which is, I guess, a good thing for Cashback, because, yeah, after not looking too hot in the OLS, I mean, being 5th, yeah, other teams would really like to do that. For Cashback, I think the motivation whenever they go into a tournament, it's not being 5th.
Do we think Cashback has the capabilities of closing this out?
The answer to that is a definite yes. They do certainly have the capabilities to close it out. Will they? That one remains to be answered. And I think Mafia historically are a pretty good Sand River team. Are they good enough, though, to win against Cashback on their match point? And I think already possibly pretty interesting setups. SJRV and K91 getting banned respectively. So Mafia are going to start with an IS-7, CS63, E50M, and Quad 430U.
In return, Cashback RHM 268, 140 CS and triple BZ. Looking like a catfight in a way.
Well, I
mean, the BZs are kind of like the cap tanks, you know?
I'm a little bit sad because now the 268 from Cashback has been switched away from.
Good plane.
Very good plane, actually. That's 5 tanks from Mafia immediately revealed. That is also all the DPM, all the firepower that has been laid bare for Cashback to look at, as Kono and Liberty are going to see each other out in the open. Liberty with an HE does not manage to actually pen Kono, and Kono is like, don't mind if I do. A lonesome RHM all on their own. That is a tasty snack that he would like to get as the engagement on the cap in full brawl.
Yeah, Liberty is just getting chased down by Kono. There's nothing he can do about it. He's basically just dead, and these BZs trying to stay alive on the cap, trying to make sure that everybody gets another volley out. Can they actually make that happen as well? So far, Mafia seem to be going pretty well in this one. The 430U, a good pick against this BZ horde. And the 140 and the Dravets right now just shooting from the distance, but they're not really involved in the battle. Kono's cut Liberty, Barbarian and Mindbreaker are dead as well. And Little is probably going to die against Conrad in the middle as well. And you see Squeezy and Aphrodite, they're not really contributing. They're so far away. They have no real effect on the battle as the capping tanks just get swarmed and overrun by the sheer amounts of DPM. There was never really any hope. Cashback had the info, committed to the play, knowing pretty well that they did not have the right tanks for this.
I mean, Profuse theoretically could just step up and over here and stay alive, because those tanks by Cashback, they cannot recommit on towards him if they don't want to spend absolutely everything with their HP. Mafia taking double strike at this point, and now the hungry piranhas, the wolves, they are approaching Aphrodite, the last one that remains by Cashback, and this first match point for the Ukrainians, it is not getting converted. Instead, Mafia quick and decisive. They get the first required round to stay in the match.
Very weird that Cashback set up this way, knowing pretty well what happens. I mean, Liberty's a little unlucky that Corner is just like, don't care, but that didn't change the game.
I think that Mafia also got a pretty good idea. what Cashback were doing, and this is why the CS63 from Mafia was just able to go up, dump over, and just, you know, tear that light tank to pieces. I think from start to finish, this round was kind of a non-starter for Cashback in a way, and Mafia just with all the answers required, especially around the cap as well. You can see the BZ75s that were trying to duke it out against the 430Us. I would say they almost got outclassed there.
I don't know about outclass. It's just a bad fight for the BZ. It's not a real challenger that's happening. 2 tanks sniping away versus an E50 that's just popping its ability and shooting back in. I don't know how Cashback thought this was gonna go.
Doesn't matter what they thought, how it was going to go. We all know the end result, and that is that it did not go well. So Mafia staying alive currently in a limbo a little bit, as now sides are going to be switched on this possibly still last round of the AMD OSA. Does this match deserve a tiebreaker? I would say so already so far, but Cashback, they can still slam that door shut right in Mafia's face.
Oh yeah, I mean, this last round of regular time, it could go either way. I mean, but you'd like to see a little more from Cashback than what you saw in the first round, right?
Yeah, Mafia just mentally ahead in the meta game there. I mean, the fact that the CS63 from Mafia is just really able to dunk on Liberty. I think it's fair to say that, right? He's just like, okay, there is an RHM. Normally, sometimes people stop pressing W in this scenario. Well, what if I just don't? And it felt like for a lot of the Mafia players in this round, they never stopped advancing, you know, never stopped pumping, and Cashback just without an answer. They need to find one now, or we're going to tiebreaker.
Mafia gonna be going from the west, Cashback from the east. One final round of Sand River to decide if Cashback is gonna take it in regular time, or we're going to see a tiebreaker in which anybody could really take it away. I'm not sure.
At this point in time, all of our predictions are out the window anyway, so I'm just here for it, you know.
I'm just curious to see how it's being approached from both teams. Like we just saw a cap play from both teams. Wouldn't be surprised if now they decide both to play the long game.
It would favor Cashback though, I think, because Cashback spawning west, I believe. So nominally better side. I don't think they mind going for a long game, but those questions are going to be answered now. The bans are an STRV and a 430U respectively. And Mafia, that is a lot of mini strikes available. A little bit less now that it's a Dravets, an IS-7, CS63, triple K91 and the 140 ditching the light tank altogether.
Yeah, but look what they're playing against. They're playing against an RHM, a Gorilla, double K91, an E50, a Mivi, and a Dravet. So both of them are going for the long game.
Is that the first Gorilla appearance in the playoffs?
In the playoffs? Yeah, that I know of.
Yeah, I think so as well.
No, actually, no. There was a Gorilla yesterday.
Alright. Well, let's see.
There was a Gorilla from Cry, I think, from a North American team from Ghost Town on the zero line.
Could be. Ah, yeah. I think I do remember. Well, let's see. The Gorilla obviously starting with 2 charges of the ability. That means it's going to hit like a truck if it does. We'll have to find out if it will, though. Profuse, though, getting spotted, taking 700. Good plane from Liberty. Actually, that's even more damage into the 140. So the first plans of Mafia kind of getting foiled.
Yeah, triple K91 on the camp, or check Monster and Yuzek. We saw W, I think, kind of play like this as well, with K91's Mivi's taken deep. There is mini strikes available, of course, for the side of Cashback. They have 2 of them, Squeezy and Aka. And of course, this Gorilla is slowly but surely going to get some angles as well. If these guys decide to leave from the cap, Gorilla will be overlooking. Little doesn't have ability, though.
Well, first of all, Cashback need to be able to find a way to reset this, as currently it's 3 seconds left and in comes reset. That one went on Monster.
No more mini strikes.
Yep, Rexa now coming in to drive off Mindbreak a little bit. Now, though, all of the K91s are spotted out. Squeezy with a shot from the side. Little gets spotted. That means no amplified alpha damage, but still a very small crosshair circle as the plane is going to go onto the cap once again. And Squeezy, with those continuous shots from the spawn, is able to generate artillery strike after artillery strike, probably, as Rexa, yes, he's there to annoy Mindbreaker, but Barbarian has been pulled with the DPM E50M.
Yeah, this K91's got to evacuate. Does Little hit a shot? He does. 1,115, I think, on towards Yusik, and now the march down the middle. The march towards the end, even for Mafia. The end for Cashback. That will probably result in a victory. They're going on towards Barbarian, but Monster is not making this. Aka was on that ledge the entire time, unspotted, because he took a lot of damage, stuck in a bush, and was then able to get some shots in as well. And this cap attempt from Mafia, it was not it. And Cashback, after all the doom that they happened to face during the OLS, not making it to the playoffs, they come into the Onslaught Summer Arena with a task completed, as well, as they're gonna be the champions in a fantastic 6-4 victory over Mafia. Who would have expected that?
Certainly not me going into this tournament, but Cashback, they are going to be the smiling victors, and I think it speaks to their prowess as well. They've had a streak of drought, so to speak, where seemingly nothing was going their way. Wrong decisions in-game, maybe wrong decisions with roster changes as well. But now here, with adjustments coming out of the OLS 6, they're able to finally bring home another tournament. Liberty, in no small part, responsible for this Cashback domination in the tournament. I think at the end it's fair to say not losing a single match anywhere are Cashback, your AMD OSA champions.
Well, very good from Cashback. Congratulations. They take a tournament win. Mafia probably not too happy about how they let it slip and slide, and this last battle here was a very hard one for them, you know, trying to cap, but Cashback actually picked a lineup very capable of dealing with this. Double mini strike, the gorilla as well for big punishment. Of course, Mafia doesn't have a plane, so they can't do anything about it. He doesn't do that much, but it does what needs to be done. And Squeezy there, 6.3, very good. Very, very good.
And I think he didn't even have a big strike at any point in this game. Like the 1050 strike damage that he has, it was just like ability after ability after ability. And yeah, Little ends up actually not doing that much with the Gorilla, but I think the battle was maybe also a little short for him to have like a ginormous impact. And for Mafia, it felt like the attempt with these K91s in the cap, the K91's a little bit flimsy there, right? They don't really have the burst when you go back out to try and blast a tank. Well, if you shoot with 3 K91s, that's 960 alpha damage. If the Gorilla shoots once, that's already more.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Cashback. This is again how they got there. They may have had the easier road to the finals, but they did end up winning the finals.
And that, at the end of the day, is also what does count. So congratulations to Cashback. I think between the 4 European teams that ended up making it to the finals, I think Banta was alluding to it as well, that a lot of us were feeling that the semifinal 2 kind of was holding the strongest teams, but Cashback proving us all wrong here and taking a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from Cashback. I mean, just a great victory for them. Probably encouraging them as well to continue playing hard coming up, as you will see. Then before you know it, you know, we're already into September. Yeah, the summer goes very quickly, Kian, just like that. Yeah, I got a guess, Kian. You see, I got a guess as well.
What a cutie. I mean, the stream has been going on for long enough, so it is completely understandable that
he just comes to
wants some
he just comes to say hello, buddy. Yeah,
oh, well. I think it makes a lot of people happy. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, actually, for watching the stream. If you haven't been able to claim your drops already than this man. I think it's kind of weird that on your stream you appear, right? When realistically at this point it's a cat watching stream. But yeah, he will continue streaming some World of Tanks as well for you. So you'll be able to finish claiming there. That being said, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you everyone also behind the camera as well. Thanks to the players for playing. And thank you, Ducky, for an awesome co-cast. As always, the last words go to you. And let's hope that no one's going to cut you off.
Yeah, that's it was a great tournament, to be honest. Everybody's very happy, on the cat not so happy. It was a good trial. It was a good warm-up, but I'm most curious to see who will qualify to China. That comes up in OLC. Plenty of tournament action coming your way. And to finish it off like Banter would tell, give him hell!
The Alienware 15 brings strong gaming performance in a sleek, durable design. Built for versatility across play, work, and everyday life. It's an easy entry into Alienware's iconic design and premium experience, proving that an entry point doesn't have to mean an entry-level experience.